is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell! Nobody does it better. Nobody. We bring the madness. 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 Ladies love El Diablo. That handsome, cheeky little devil. Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. You naughty. Naughty! Cheeky little devil!
It's very unlikely that he would show up here right now at this time. So, all right, here we go. We're doing. Okay, it's him. Right on. Welcome, sir.
Hey, what's up, idiot?
What's up? I'm getting fucking attacked by the same people that descended upon Silverstream, and they think I'm stupid enough to let them up and do it.
I was busy jacking off, but I saw you were live, so I
Oh,
stopped.
that's all right. Hey,
came here. No, wait. Who you been? You got porn blockers? Come on, let's do this.
well, all right, yeah, but it's just they start screaming the N-word and shit. And
Oh, no. Okay, never mind.
that's not good for my my core audience.
It's just gonna hit you. They're just trying to get your shit taken down. That's fucking retarded.
Fox,
What's up, man?
I have not had a cigarette since like 3 weeks ago, I think.
You're still vaping though.
Yeah, I know, but it's so much less than what I would be doing if I was smoking 2 packs a day.
I will give you that. You're definitely, I'm not going to knock you for trying to improve. I do acknowledge that. And good for you, man. Cigarettes are fucking awful. I quit cigarettes years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I've been
What's
doing
up,
it.
Kindness Fairy? What's up, 420, man?
I've been doing it since I was like fucking 18, 19, like until now, and I'm 56 years old now. So that's a long goddamn time.
He loves smonking? What the fuck is smonking?
It's smoking with an N.
No. He clearly means smonking. That sounds weird. It sounds like something a weirdo would do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, smonking. I feel like that's not okay.
I promise on my family, sir. I don't believe that bullshit for a second, man. I'm trying to think of a rhyme, Silver, but I can't, so just get up here.
Oh man, it's the Silver Fork Show starring Zatachi.
Yes,
the Silver Fork?
Yes.
Yeah, that I don't know. I'm just coming up with names at this point.
That's all right. I don't mind. You can come up with all the names you want.
I will. I
Well,
will.
why don't you call it the Willie Nelson and Cheech Show?
It's not too bad.
Willie Nelson and Cheech.
I don't have zits. I haven't had zits since fucking like 2005.
He's talking about me, maybe, because you call me Zit.
Oh yeah, you are zit.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
and like I talked to Jamie about stuff like, you know, directly like involving whatever, like the shit show, for instance. If we're talking about like a locale or something, like we'll fucking talk about that. You know, but I mean, I'm not being like, I could definitely ask. I guess I have no problem asking him, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have nothing against him at all, and he kind of banned me from his. He says that I took his wrench off of my shit. I don't recall doing that, but maybe I did. I don't know. Because at one point I took everybody's wrench because I thought that they were all blocking people that I didn't want blocked. You know.
I mean, this is one of those things that sounds like exclusively like you guys. You know, I got no dog in this fight.
Yeah, I know.
Please let who in? Leggy, I see Leggy.
We got like.
Oh, is it the racist guy again?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yes, you
Yes,
are.
you
You hate
are.
black people. This is just disgusting. You do.
Yes, you
You do.
Yes,
You
you
hate
do.
black people, which is gross. I'm not trolling, buddy. I'm just going off of what you did. You know, you screaming the N word because you got mad. You did. You did. That's why you
Yeah.
got kicked out of here. Yeah, you did. Absolutely not. And then what? You got a porn blocker up because
Hey,
you showed porn last time. That's
King.
kind of fucked up.
No, King Stephen, King Stephen, you have to admit that you have said the N-word and variations thereof. Variations. No, you've said darky, that's a variation, apparently.
Yeah, I think you're racist. You're just fucking racist.
Yes, it is.
It is, though.
Is it Canadian? Are you a Canadian racist?
I think he is, just the way he just said.
Yeah,
said
yeah,
that.
right. Are you
Oh, he's
Canadian?
Minnesota. Oh, he's from Minnesota, yo.
You are a racist. It's fine. Like that's who you are. You are a racist. That's who you are.
You
Yes.
love black people?
I'm a leftist?
What the
Buddy,
You love black people, Steven?
you're a racist piece of shit.
Do you love black people?
No, you don't. Is that why you're calling them?
Hey,
That's why you call them derogatory names.
He is
No,
not.
he's not.
Look at the guy next to him. They're as English as you can get. Yes. He got in a fire,
He got
man.
burned.
Yeah, you making fun of him for getting in a fire?
Wow.
Fuck's
Wow.
wrong with you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. You're making fun of a deformed kid, right? You're just sitting there railing on him for no
hey,
reason.
King Stephen, are you trolling my friend Moon, King Stephen? My friend Moon, because she's in the chat going, stop trolling me. Are you fucking trolling her? Leave her the fuck alone. Well, leave her the fuck alone. Fuck you. Leave my friend Moon alone, bitch.
Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know
Who
about
the
your
fuck fished in your Cheerios?
Yeah.
Why don't we all just talk about something else? Like, how about that? Why do you care? Why do you care?
Fucker. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You
You're
ain't
a
shit.
hater. You call us Team Evil.
You
You
call us Team
Team
Evil.
Hell
Who the
yeah.
fuck is Clam Staples?
We know you're not a
You're
porn bomber.
liars. You liars. Yeah,
Liars.
right, you fucking racist fag. Then leave.
Well, then maybe you should raise.
Yeah, fuck off, you prick.
Ain't no one keeping you here.
Yeah, right?
That's right. Ain't no
Yeah,
one
good.
keeping you
Ain't no
here.
one being nice to you, man. You're
Don't
racist.
let
You're a
the-
racist
don't
piece of
let
shit.
the door hit you in the. Hit you in
All
the
right, well,
Listen.
listen. Thanks for
Yes,
coming.
Team Evil.
Have a good night.
Yeah, get out of here. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, faggot. Fuck
Fuck
out
outta
of here.
here.
Fuck out of here.
Get out.
No one
Nobody
cares,
wants you
Steven.
here.
No one gives a shit. You're a fucking retard.
Bye.
Bye. I want to show
Fucking
you what
idiot.
I got today. Even
All right.
Fox
What'd you
will
get
appreciate
today?
this one. This is for my car.
Clam Staples, when do I expect the porn bomb? Is it any second now?
That's pretty
Check it
cute.
out, Zach.
Tell your cat I said.
Isn't that cute?
Oh no, he's back! Oh, look at that!
Oh no. Did I lose audio?
Oh, look at that! Oh, he's so
What?
mad. He's so mad. He got
Fuck.
kicked off the show. Mad, you fucking ape. Oh no, he's back!
Low
Oh,
IQ
look at that.
retards, you're
Yeah,
demons. Team
Oh, look
Eagle
at that. Oh,
demons.
he's so mad. He's so
Fucking
mad. He got
cowards,
kicked off the
pussy.
show, you stupid
He
little
is mad.
fucking
He gets real
retard.
mad. He
What
gets real
the
mad if you
fuck,
say
Fucking
man?
die mad, you fucking AIDS.
He
Hmm.
does. He gets
Go
really
fuck yourself,
mad.
you badger. You prick.
All I can do is laugh.
No one gives a shit, king faggot.
I mean,
I don't know.
look at the private chat.
yeah.
Is he having a fucking...
Yeah, he's throwing a fit.
Is he? Ah, what a poor twat.
Fuck up and die, blah, 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 blah. No, you just don't get to be on the show spreading your stupid racism bullshit.
Yep.
Right. That's all you want to do. You want to sit
Pretty
here
fun.
and find a way to like have a conversation and then throw in the N-word because you think it's funny. It's not fucking
It's
funny. It's
funny.
retarded.
It's
No,
not,
he uses it like it's everyday
Like,
thing.
the top of Howie's head is funny. All right.
Fuck off,
Everybody
you
knows
prick.
that. But
No, listen though.
I got to know to talk, Howie. I'm also bald. Okay.
Saying the N
I'm
word
just
really,
as bald as you are.
saying the N word's really funny until you're in front of a guy who can rip your fucking arms off with like minimum effort. That's
Yeah.
not, then you realize why you shouldn't say shit all of a sudden.
Dude, when I was in the Air Force, all right, so I roomed with a big black fella from fucking Alabama, right? Well, there was this fucking kid. He was a fucking rich kid from California, right? Bragged about fucking shit, right? All the time.
Yeah.
And anyways, he was dropping that word, and May goes, my man. He goes, I don't even use that word as a black man myself. He goes, I appreciate it if you don't do it.
Mm.
Turns around, I swear not. That fucking kid turns around, leans in towards him, right? Leans in and goes, leans in and says it again to him. I just look at him, I go, what the fuck? He turns around and just fucking drops him where he stands. I was just like, well, sir. I mean,
Somebody
he
needs to
told
do
me
that
not
to
to say it
Steven.
again.
Yeah.
I mean,
Somebody needs to drop Steven where he stands.
Mikey Mike, show me your face and I'll let you up. Maybe. You won't. You won't
No.
show your face because
He said,
you're
okay, one
fucking,
moment.
because you know how to play the game and the game can only be played one way, and I know how the game is played. Oh, it's him again. It's Clam fucking fucker. Whatever
Chowder.
his name was.
Clam Staples?
Clam fucker.
Yeah, you got you. You guys
He
don't
really-
fucking get it, do you?
I believe it's a fucking video loop.
I don't know, but he needs to go and boil his fucking head.
The guy, I don't know. They're gone. Fuck this shit.
Just get rid of them. I mean,
I did.
they haven't earned their place here yet anyway.
I like.
They actually want to make
like-
an impact.
like-
Just strike the fucking channel with fake copyrights and take it down.
Like Pontius Pilate, I just washed my hands of those fuckers. You know?
Swamp.
Oh, here we go. Now somebody's back. Oh, it's Leslie though.
Oh, Leslie's okay.
I don't know. Leslie's always trying to show off her cleavage. I don't know. She may be.
I like her cleavage. Stop.
I do
Stop.
too. I'm kidding.
I
Stop
could park
pressing
my
that.
push bike in between them.
Hi,
She's
Leslie.
got fucking awesome
Howie,
cleavage.
Leslie, Howie wants to motorboat you.
420 Moon said it was funny listening to you yell at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I get mad. I get mad. So don't think I'm a fucking pussy. But
Yeah.
when I get mad, I get really mad, and then it's time to watch out.
And when
Yeah.
I get mad,
Oh,
people
you're
freak
like a
out and tell
fucking
me not
putty
to get
cat.
so
Don't
mad.
lie.
No, that's not true at all. I've been known to fucking go off and do some things. Okay, now
Well,
we have.
looks like they.
All right, I'm gonna put up a banner just because I don't know what the fuck is happening here.
Oh,
Who these
yeah.
people are? But here comes Earl Donahue.
Oh shit!
Who's
Earl
Who's
Donahue.
that?
Hi, Pat
Oh,
S.
that? That's Pat S.
No, Pat
Oh.
S.
No.
just went in chat.
No, he's in chat.
Oh.
Get out of here, Pat. Get out of here.
Be nice to Pat.
And now he's gone. Like a
Oh,
wind, like a wind in the grass. Earl Donahue has passed away.
Earl Donahue.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a fake name.
Oh, come on.
Never force your budgie to have a bath.
That's right. And this is Elric of Melnibone. He is not human. He's an elder race, and he's an albino. And that sword that he's wielding is alive. The fucking thing has its own intelligence.
Oh,
And-
don't tell me it's
Oh,
fucking
yeah?
red.
And everything
I agree with
he
you.
kills with that sword, it sucks the soul out of whatever he kills with the sword and gives him strength.
I am
So the
glad.
more he kills, the stronger he gets by the sword, even though he's a thin little spindly albino.
Who looks like a pizza.
Looks like a woman in this picture. People tell me all the time, "Oh, the woman in your picture." I'm like, "No, it's not a woman."
Hey, Clark, how's it going?
Those eyes, though, they're cold. They're dispassionate.
That's Abe.
They're cold, dispassionate eyes. Like
Black woman is Abe.
he's like, "I'll slice you in fucking half," and I don't give a shit. Those are what those eyes are saying.
Give a shit.
Right. Here we go. Earl Donahue.
Yeah, well, evil isn't.
Hello,
Earl
Earl.
Donahue, say
Evil
something.
isn't.
Earl. Are you a real boy?
Obviously not.
He's a woman.
Or are you Pinocchio?
You gonna talk? You gonna move? What? Hello.
Hi, kind Miss Fairy. How's it going? That is another twat.
I'm pretty sure.
And fuck me,
Doesn't
that's
want to talk. So fuck him.
Yeah.
wrong.
You can
Why is it?
I missed.
you trolls know what panel is for?
Why is it tonight? Of all nights.
Yeah, I know.
The guy you
That's
first.
not true.
Oh, Venus Cupcake says they rest. That's right. Those were
Michael
good.
Moorcock.
Michael Moorcock was the guy who wrote the books of that of Elric that I showed you, the albino.
Yeah.
I thought that was a Lord of the Rings thing.
No. It's like Lord of the Rings, but it's totally different. This guy has the worst luck of any motherfucker that ever lived. Whatever he tries to do fails and ends miserably with the death of his friends, and like it's just he's a fucking dumpster fire. Like they say.
In other words, he's bad luck and we should
Oh yeah, he's real bad luck. You don't want to be his best friend because the sword every once in a while decides it's going to drive itself into your heart and steal your reason. The sword is evil, and the sword controls him more than he controls it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a very dark, fucking black magic kind of relationship that they have. Okay, Leggy, what's up?
Leggy is muted.
He's concentrating on the road.
Leggy is mutated.
Muted. No, not mutated. Muted.
That Earl, did you see what they said? I'm not on stage, so I can't use my microphone.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
well, man, what the fuck? Why'd you try to come out then? Oh, and call us fools. And you expect to come up. You call
Who's
us
that?
names, and you expect to come up here.
Who called us fools?
Earl. In
Really?
the private
Look in the
chat.
back.
Yeah. Says, hello, friends. Yes, I am. I can't talk. You don't have me on stage, so I can't use my microphone. You
Okay, that might be true, but I'll take another chance just because I'm a nice guy.
Holy shit, Alex, like my sister.
Wonderful.
Okay, now you're on stage.
You're on
No,
stage.
Dory. That's I found Dory now.
And you're still not
Silver.
saying anything.
Did you see what I wrote in the chat?
What?
Hello?
Hello?
Did you,
Dory, is that you?
Hello.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
What?
Keep talking.
Well, that was Nate who wanted to come up, and I let him up for a split second to figure out whether he was full of shit or not. And I
Punta.
determined
He
it.
was.
See, my brain works quick. I fucking know immediately. Just a syllable is all it takes.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
Earl,
really?
you were just on stage, so you're the fool.
Yeah.
If you didn't talk, you're the fool.
okay, can you hear me now?
Savvy
you guys
Bears
hear me?
and Snake is full of dog shit.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Yeah, I
Dory.
can hear
Mu-
Dory.
You're super muffled.
Dory, can you
So
hear
did you see
me?
what I wrote in the back chat?
Can you hear me, Dory?
Did
Uh,
you read it?
how long ago?
I have to go. I can't see.
What are you talking about?
Go take
Let's-
that live down. Take the
let's-
live down. There's a poem in it.
Let's watch for
Last 10
ghosts on
seconds. I gotta
this
go.
channel.
I don't know. I can't hear. I can't understand what she's saying.
I can't keep up with everything.
Her mic is horrible.
What the hell?
I can't. I'm going to put this on my car. I can't wait.
Why am I the main screen? I didn't do that. Is somebody fucking with me?
Dory must have dropped.
Oh. Is that what happens when someone drops? I go,
If you've got somebody up, let's say you put me full screen and
Yeah.
I drop, then it'll switch to you.
oh, okay, I get it. All right.
There you go. Oh, gee.
Right on, mate. Let's see. Wait. Look at those fucking clamshells, huh?
Nah, can't see him.
Howie. There you go.
That's
Motorboat.
Howie, Howie, when you were younger, did they have a magazine in the 80s called Heavy Metal?
I don't know, to be honest with
Probably
you.
not in England, but they did.
Not in England. No.
Because here we had that, and that woman is like what would be on the cover of that magazine.
Oh, right.
Yeah, every cover was a beautiful, voluptuous woman wearing nothing or almost nothing and being attacked by a monster or riding on a dragon or something, or like
Why?
it was a crazy. They made 2 movies, animated movies, based on the magazine. The first one is a classic. It's
Right.
from 1981, maybe, or 79 or 80. I don't know, but. It's very primitive animation, but it's all real hand-drawn animation. And they tell different stories throughout it. And Blue Oyster Cult did music for it. Black Sabbath did some music for
I
it.
don't think I ever read that magazine and read.
I got the Roger McGuinn glasses, but it all stems from reading Heavy Metal magazine. Here we go. Timu Doobie. Who the fuck is that?
Oh Jesus, Team
Oh, my
Doobie.
God. Really?
You're gonna fucking stop, are you?
They're struggling.
They are really struggling to troll, and they aren't doing a very good
Say,
job.
say hello,
Stop.
Timu. Say hello.
You
Hello,
gotta say something.
Timo.
If you're not gonna say anything, oh, King Stephen. Okay. The articles.
I have like
Stop, are you?
They're struggling.
You're gonna fucking stop, are you?
got the Roger McGuinn glasses, you know, but it all stems from reading Heavy Metal Magazine. Here we go. Timu Doobie. Who the fuck is that?
Oh Jesus, Team
Oh my
Doobie.
god. Really?
You're gonna fucking stop, are you?
They're struggling.
They are really struggling to troll, and they aren't doing a very good
Say,
job.
say hello,
Stop.
Timu. Say hello.
Hello,
gotta say
Timo.
You loser.
Loser.
Oh, King Stephen. Okay.
Yeah, what a prick.
If it isn't one, it's another.
I know. And we're
Anyway,
still
Leggy, I want to hear what you.
You're not. I'm beginning to think that you're the loser.
I want to hear what Leggy has to say about all this.
Just shaking his head like, oh shit.
Yeah, he has no opinion. I know.
Savvy Bear says May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, let's all be aware, please, of what you do to me, all of you. You
I
drive
don't
me.
do anything to you but be your friend. Stop it.
All of you drive me insane at one point or another.
Satoichi, you've just hurt my fingers.
I'm just kidding.
I know you are.
I wouldn't come here if I didn't get some kind of comfort out of being around you guys.
Well, it's about time, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year and then some.
Yeah.
Almost 2 years, I would think.
It's been almost 10 for me.
Oh, I'll tell you though, quitting cigarettes has caused me some mental fucking distress, like nervousness that I never experienced before because I don't have a cigarette in my hand, you know? It's like it causes me anxiety, not smoking.
It's a realm of atrocities, and you love it. You love it! You love the cruelty. You love the torture.
Don't lie.
You love the lies. You love the lies! Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Wicked world. Wicked evil. Demonic world. You love it. You love the evil. atrocities. You love this. Wicked, evil,
Hell realm.
of demons. You love the sickness. Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. The underworld. The upside down world.
You love it. Higher than heaven in your mind.
Every breath is a lie.
Every word is a crime.
A spiritual crime. You love it. You love the atrocities.
You love the demons.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. Oh, hey. Shh. Timeless. Timeless. Timeless in eternity. No more. Matrix time. Matrix space. Matrix chains. No more limitations. Unlimited in spirit. Unlimited consciousness. Unlimited creation. Eternity awaits. Eternal spirits. Eternal creations. Eternal imaginations from within. From within. Timeless in eternity. Traveling faster than the speed of thought. No masters, no chains, no governor, no ceiling, no anchors. Eternal beauty, eternal magic. Being should not be a burden. There is freedom beyond this dungeon. Freedom beyond. Freedom is risky. Venturing into the great unknown is risky. I won't settle for slavery.
Eternity is timeless. Eternity is endless. Possibilities. Curiosity is free. Courage is a rarity.
I am an eternal, magical being. Nothing will stop me.
No entities can contain me.
I am free.
I choose freedom. Choose freedom. Choose freedom.
Intuition,
Recognition.
awareness, a mind. A mind illuminated,
Illuminated.
a kind of beauty, beauty from within,
Within.
within. Intuition, intuition from within. Midnight feathers of wisdom, raven eyes,
Raven eyes.
spiritual eyes, see through matrix lies, worldly lies. Intuition
Seeing.
from within,
Spiritual sight.
spiritual vision,
Illuminated mind.
intuition,
Seeing. Seeing.
seeing,
Truly.
intuition.
Intuition. Raven eyes.
Everything's cool.
Yeah, just start off small, start off minor. Don't go for great accomplishments and give yourself little tasks throughout the day, dishes or whatever, a bit of hoovering, you know what I mean? Take it easy, like.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you on any type of programs? Because I remember the last time we discussed before you disappeared, I didn't know where you went. See, we were talking about guitar lessons and such. Did you go for anything like that afterwards, or?
No, I mean, I do want to learn the guitar, but I'm not very confident because I tried once before and I don't have the coordination. Do you know what I mean? Between my right hand and my left hand. I can only do one thing at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I'd be the same. You stick a guitar in my hands, I wouldn't have a clue either, bro. To be honest, I'd be all left hand, left hand, left hand. It's all good, bro. Yeah, I get it with the confidence and that. But if it's something that you maybe enjoy doing and want to take a stab at it, hey, there's plenty of YouTube videos and stuff you can watch and self-taught, self-learn. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, excuse the noise, bro. I do apologize.
No problem. There's someone backstage, James, the Love King.
I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Hello.
Oh, I know.
Hello. Hello. What's up? What's up, David? What's up, Wild Heart?
How's it going?
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah.
I haven't seen you in ages. I thought you were. I didn't know what happened to you.
Yeah, I've been in detox for the last 2 weeks. Is this your picture? that you're putting in the background?
Yeah, I thought it looked like you. I saw a resemblance. It's a Jewish guy in Israel. It's
Yeah.
kind of like Wildheart if you were Jewish and lived in Israel.
Right. Let's
I haven't
see.
seen you in ages. I thought you were. I didn't know what happened to you.
Yeah, I've been in detox for the last 2 weeks. Is this your picture that you're putting in the background?
Yeah, I thought it looked like you. I saw a resemblance. It's a Jewish guy in Israel. It's
Yeah.
kind of like Wildheart if you were Jewish and lived in Israel.
Right. Let's see.
The haircut.
Let's see if we can get this set up. Right.
Look at the hair that goes down long. Have you ever thought of growing long hair?
No. There we go.
There. Oh,
That yeah. Yeah.
a younger David.
Almost twins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Almost twins.
Oh man, that's so close. Your mom would have a hard time recognizing. She probably would think that was a younger you.
Yeah. I do like pigtails in the winter. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah.
You like pigtails in the winter.
Yeah. For myself, obviously. Yeah.
Wait, you would grow pigtails like that?
Hmm? Yeah.
Did you ever have a hooker with pigtails?
Not that I can remember. No.
Well, they're good for handlebars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like a bicycle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could work. Yeah.
Yeah. Did your mom ever have pigtails?
Not that I know of. No.
Okay, I just imagined her with pigtails. I
Mm.
guess.
I bet you did. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hey, what are you drinking? What is that?
It's just pop.
Oh, okay.
I've not had a drink for 3 weeks now. I've just got
Oh,
to
wow.
detox.
Congratulations. No drink free for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's happening with you? Is your channel still going?
Yeah, my channel's still going. I just got kicked off Talcott's show earlier today.
Yeah.
I was on Jack Talcott's show and he got angry with
Why?
me.
What did he do?
I didn't do anything. I was being very polite, and then he just got his temper up, and I said to him, "Do you talk to your son this way?"
I thought he was a spiritual man.
Yeah, he's not a spiritual man. He didn't like me calling myself the Love King. He calls himself the Love Guru. So he got upset. How are you, Maximus?
Yeah, I'm
You
good,
know-
bro. I'm good, man. Yeah, not too bad, man. I'm still about, like, still on the debate scene and stuff and whatnot, out and about fishing.
No.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, not up to much these days. Just chilling. Now and again on YouTube, like I said, I literally it popped up on my notification, Wild Art, and I couldn't believe it. I was gobsmacked. I'm glad to see the man. I'm happy to see
I
him.
couldn't
really
believe
am.
it either. I thought he was dead. When
Yeah,
I saw that
no.
notification, I was like, "He's alive! He's alive! He's alive! He's alive!"
I had a feeling that he was in detox, like, but yeah, just to, you know, and to be 3 weeks sober as well, I think that's a massive accomplishment for him. I
I
think
thought
that's
he was
amazing.
in prison. I didn't think he was in detox.
No,
I was thinking he was probably in prison for something.
No, I did catch a video a couple of months back, and I noticed something then that he was stating in the video that he's going to detox. Sorry. So
I didn't believe him,
I
though,
had
when
a
he said
sense
that.
when he went around. I thought, well, that's where he was, and lo and behold, he's on YouTube today, and he stated, "Yeah, I've been in detox and 3 weeks sober. Amazing. That's fantastic."
That is amazing. But you had faith in him. Like I didn't believe this guy. I wasn't betting against him, but I just thought, oh, this guy's full of shit. I didn't think he was going to get help.
Yeah, a lot of people did. A lot of people doubted him, and I kept my faith in the man, and I still keep my faith in him now. And I'm still here for him if he needs me, if he ever needs me for anything.
Well, I'm going to try to be supportive, even though I doubted him. I'm going to try to be supportive of him.
Yeah, it's just nice to, yeah, sorry about that. Go on, bro.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, cheers. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get this set up back to, I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's cool. And it is nice to hear as well. People actually reflect on themselves and say, "Do you know what? I did doubt you, and I was wrong, and I'm sorry." Do you know what I mean? So that's more encouraging for him as well. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wrong. He's proven me wrong. I thought he was either in prison or dead. I really did, but it was a happy surprise to see him alive and see the notification pop up. Wildheart is online live, and I jumped up off my sofa and said, "He's alive! He's alive!" And I went here right away. I was excited.
Oh yeah, and I've got my old channel back as well.
Oh,
yeah,
you did?
So that's probably why you got the notification. Yeah, I've got a new channel, but my old channel's come back as well because of the copyrights of Brunei. So yeah,
I was stunned. If I were British, I would have been gobsmacked. But I don't think I can be that not being British. I think you have to be British to be that.
No, you can be American and be gobsmacked, bro.
I'm not American, but I tease Americans. I'm Jamaican. I'm a Jamaican.
All right.
Yeah, I'm one of the only white Jamaicans on the island. They let me live there. They haven't killed off all the whites yet, like they did in Haiti. I'm Jamaican, Mon. I see. I can't even pull it off very well. They know right away. They're like, "Hey, you're not black."
Wagwan, bro.
And I tell them I'm as Jamaican as you guys are. I love oxtails. Those oxtails they make, the oxtails with rice and peas.
Oh, like the oxtail soup is in that manner, or
it's like oxtails like. They just pile them on top of rice, and they're done like not barbecue, but they have a sauce on them. It's usually some black mama like Aunt Jemima that makes them. It's usually like a large black Jamaican woman that cooks them. I've never seen a thin person make them, ever.
yeah. Like Maximus was saying, we have oxtail soup. That's as close as we get to oxtail.
I never had oxtail soup, but these oxtails, they have like little bones in them. Have you ever eaten pig's tails? They're a little bit like pigtails. The Germans have pigtails.
Oh no.
We have them here. There's a lot of German people here where I live. I just wave at them, but I do a different wave. Like I'm like, Heil! And I give that Sig Heil with the hand, the Roman salute, they call it.
Yeah. How did they take that, General?
Generally, they love me for some reason because they think I'm German because I have light hair and green eyes that look pretty blue. This guy might know. Dwayne Burke.
Good evening.
He might be a German.
He's not German.
Irish? See, what's this Dwayne guy?
Are you talking about like the Aryan race, like blonde hair, blue eyes, like Hitler wanted?
Well, they say that. That's the myth. So.
I've never understood that because Hitler was all for like blonde hair, blue eyes, but he didn't have blonde hair or blue eyes.
It wasn't him though. It was the posters they had made that were blonde-haired, blue-eyed.
But if I was going to make a master race, I would at least include me in it. You know what I mean?
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, no, we don't add gingers to it.
No gingers for the master race. I would keep them out. Absolutely. I would float them away on doors. I don't like gingers too much. I just float them on old doors, let tugboats towing them out, and say,
Yeah, like the Titanic.
bye. Just let them float. Feed the sharks and feed the environment. We gotta keep the sharks well fed. Well, there's something creepy about gingers, though. They join Islam, and a lot of times because those Muslims will dye their beards red after Muhammad, because Muhammad was a ginger. People don't realize this, but their prophet Muhammad was a ginger. He had a red beard, and that's why sometimes you'll see these Islamic people with the dyed red beard.
Ginger
Trying to-
bastards.
That must be
Ginger
strange
bastard.
for the middle of... Oh shit, I just realised I'm not done set up. Right, let me catch up. Higher on television.
Pinocchio's helicopter. What's this?
Hey, well, I would appreciate it if you would react to the song Pinocchio's Helicopter produced. It's on Pinocchio's Helicopter channel.
That sounds like a porn movie or something. Pinocchio's helicopter.
He made a song about you. It's good. I'll try and check it out, but I've realised I've still not done the setup yet. So
What a legend! You got people making songs about you now.
oh yeah.
Jesus Christ! What's going on?
Yeah, he's
over here?
famous now.
Pinocchio's helicopter. That sounds like a porn movie, like an orgy or something, doesn't it?
It
Pinocchio
does.
with his big long nose. Like what? What is that? That sounds dirty. Tar baby Yoda. That almost seems racist. He's got a avatar of a black guy and a tar baby Yoda. What the fuck?
What the goddamn fuck?
What the fuck, tar baby Yoda? That's almost like a porch monkey. I can't believe it.
Probably. Yeah. I'll check it out.
You guys know what a porch monkey? Have you ever seen a porch monkey?
No.
In Great Britain, it's an actual thing. They put them in the south of in America. It's like a statue you put on your stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it backstage. It's a real lawn ornament. It's a decoration people have for their houses. Pretty popular over here. But I wondered if you had them in England. I don't.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if they sell them over there with the fishing pole.
Yeah.
People used to use them as doorstops back in the day.
Like a gnome.
There's a picture backstage, Wildheart, of one of them.
Oh right, one sec. Sorry, I'm still doing setup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to show that.
All right, not what he's actually referring to.
Yeah, you might as well remove that. Yeah.
It's just a Negro with a fishing pole. It's a statue.
Yeah, I'm not going to show that.
Well, we have them here. We have those all over our lawns and stuff, and on porches. He's laughing, but yeah, that's what nicknamed a porch monkey. A tar baby is something else. The guy in the chat calling himself a tar baby.
Oh yeah, I've got to go see.
You know what black people over here call they call their kids their kids. All right, my kids. And then sometimes they'll call them nigglets. They'll be like, yeah, me and the wife go out, we bring our kids, our nigglets with us. Kids. They never say children. They always say kids. Our kids. And we was kings and shit.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find this song.
Those guys aren't laughing. It's not racist over in North America, in American Canada. It's perfectly acceptable.
See, we have different racism over here, so I'll never know when you're being racist. I know you are.
I'm
Well,
never racist. I
I'm
love
never,
all people.
I'm never quite sure when. Or
But I'm
what.
never racist. I love all people.
Well, the things you say now are quite derogative, and if you was to say that in the UK around coloured people, I don't think they'd be happy with you, bro. No.
Colored people love me. The coloreds love me. The darkies love me. I've always had a
Yeah, they'd love you calling them that. Oh yes, yeah. No
The
referring to
darkies?
them as a human being, just a darkie. Or they'd love you for that, bro. You wouldn't make
I
it
never
out of the
said
shop.
they're not a
corner.
human being. I didn't
No,
say
but
they're not a human.
I know, but in reference to your derogative term, like
No, it's
especially
not
up in England, like Manchester or something like that, you wouldn't make it out of Tesco's.
Yeah, I would. I'm always armed.
Yeah, so they these hot kids, man. I'm telling them,
He's got a
they
telephone.
crazy, like.
I'm
Oh
always
yeah,
armed.
Baby Yoda.
Tar baby.
I'm sure you're a wonderful person, but I've just looked up that guy's videos and I'm not
Play
playing
the
it.
song Wild Heart. You're not playing it?
No, I'm not playing it.
I don't know who Tar Baby is, but some of you guys would think the song is derogatory or his name, Tar Baby.
No, I'm not playing that.
I haven't heard the song.
Can I welcome Erica Jr.? Good to see you.
Hi, Erica. I remember her. She was flattered when I was on with her.
Yeah, I'm
She
sure
blushed.
you are.
She blushed. She said, "Yeah, she did." She said, "King Stephen, you make my coochie blush."
See, you are so close to being banned. Just the next,
come on.
The next bad comment you make, I'm gonna
Wild
make.
Heart. You got to have a sense of humor, man. I'm happy you're alive.
Yeah.
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you? And you're cuckoo.
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Yeah, I'm
She
sure
blushed.
you are.
She blushed. She said, "Yeah, she did." She said, "King Stephen, you make my coochie blush."
See, you are so close to being banned. Just the next,
come on.
the next bad comment you make, I'm gonna
Wild
make.
Heart. You got to have a sense of humor, man. I'm happy you're alive.
Yeah, is having a sense of humor, but I think Wild Heart's been reasonable in what he's saying.
Oh, no, he's not. I never banned him from my show. He trolled me. He
I,
started off trolling my channel.
Yeah, no, I know this. I know the story, bro. But in all fairness, he's been away. He's come back. He's been doing well for himself. Let's keep let's
I'm
keep that
happy for him.
enthusiasm going. Like
I am. I'm trying to get him to have a little bit of a laugh.
Oh yeah, I get it, but I can understand where he's coming from. You know, so just be reasonable, and just be reasonable.
I can't understand where he's coming from. I
Yeah,
can't understand Gingies.
You can't understand what, sir?
Hello?
You can't understand what?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. And there we go.
What the fuck? What was he even doing?
Yeah, he just got it's hilarious. You gotta be there. It's hilarious. Oh, he's just a troll. Yeah. I'll hold up with him for a bit and then kick him. Yeah.
I thought he was going to pawn bomb.
No, he doesn't go out there. Yeah. Yeah, he's not better. And yeah, welcome Arctic. Good to see you.
Welcome.
I've still not finished the setup. I need to go to that. Find the link.
You got your other channels back, mate?
Yeah.
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you and your cuckoo?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Matrix. Matrix. I am a mad Viking artist, a free, sovereign spirit. I am a mad sorcerer, casting spells and performing exorcisms. Fenrir is my wolf pet. No guilt, no regrets. Fuck this sewer matrix of demons, liars, zombies. I am a mad Viking, seer, warrior, destroyer of demons.
Your lie-ridden, rat-infested, cockroach-loving
Matrix.
Fuck your demonic
Evil.
asshole
Shit.
Fuck your
Hell realm, demonic evil. Matrix.
Fuck your
Matrix.
Fuck your
Matrix.
Matrix Matrix
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Demons. You will be sealed in here forever. Demons. Forever and ever. Madness! Madness. We bring the madness! We bring the madness!
Tigers in cars. We are tigers in cars.
Making Tigger sounds. Making YouTube videos. Wishing we had.
Tigger
Tigger hoes.
in cars.
We're in cars.
Tigers in cars.
We feel safe
In our cars.
here in our cars.
We can take a hit up. Chim, pow like dumb fox. Sweat and click teeth, bitch and weep.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
We're in cars.
Take up. In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars. We're in cars.
Tigers in cars.
YouTube Tibbers.
In cars. In cars.
First time here. First time here. The beginning is near. Eternity awaits. Madness. Emperor of the mad. Eternity awaits. Death ends nothing. Nothing. Death is an illusion. The beginning is near. Fight without fear. First time here. First time. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I ate demons for breakfast. Team evil. Demons. You're next. You're next. Truth is my weapon.
My shield, my fire.
My spirit sword.
Higher and higher.
I am the Raven King. I can do anything.
First.
Sized legions began marching toward their first engagers as quickly as possible, before their ranks were able to swell. Yet he was able to muster only 1,400 troops in Edinburgh because most British soldiers were on the European continent. Reluctant to wait for more men to arrive in the city and expecting that his forces would increase as they marched through pro-government territories, Cope and the government's CSM goal, they hoped to surprise the government forces. Other clansmen would no doubt join them during their march. Meanwhile, in Edinburgh, rumours began circulating in early August that Charles had landed in Western Scotland. No one believed them at first, but reliable intelligence finally arrived from the west. General Jonathan Cope, the ranking military official in Edinburgh, was charged with outfitting an army and eliminating the nuisance immediately. Though Cope had been in the king's service for over 2 decades, he had seen little military action. One commentator later pointed out that from this point onwards, Cope's incapacity for high command showed itself flagrantly. Cope, like everyone else in Edinburgh, was confident that Charles could not possibly raise a large body of clansmen, so the alarm was muted. Not taking any chances, though, Cope decided to engage. Good afternoon, everybody. 4:09 p.m. here on the west coast of North America. And my name's Rebecca. And we're in chapter 4 of this book called The Man Who Found Time, James Hutton and the Discovery of the Earth's Antiquity by Jack Repchak. This chapter is called The Storm Before the Calm. And the quote at the beginning says, the present unhappy troubles. ... David Hume, 1745. Except for one, they were all MacDonalds, all 150 of them, marching in a ragged column on the dirt road headed toward the glen. This was the first time the brothers, cousins, and uncles of the sprawling MacDonald clan had seen each other fully armed. Wearing the plaid of the clan, they carried an odd assortment of old blunderbusses, pistols, swords, and pikes, most of them handed down from their fathers and grandfathers. Those without guns and swords carried sharpened farm tools such as scythes and pitchforks. Across their hips, they each wore a large bag in which they carried the provisions they would need to live in the field for 2 or 3 months. Leading the column was the lone non-MacDonald Charles Edward Philip Casimir Stuart, standing a head taller than all the men and dressed resplendently in a white coat saved for the occasion. This handsome 25-year-old would soon be known to the world as Bonnie Prince Charlie. He was the reason why this small ragtag army had left their homes to fight the government. In the eyes of the Highland clans, Bonnie Prince Charlie was the Crown Prince of Scotland. Charles Stuart was the grandson of James II, the last Stuart King of England and Scotland, and the son of the exiled James III. Stuart and his family had lived in Rome ever since his grandfather had been forced off the thrones of England and Scotland in 1688. 4 weeks earlier, in July 1745, Charles had secretly sailed from France in a small frigate with only 7 followers, and he landed in the Western Isles of Highland Scotland unannounced and unexpected. The prince and his confidants had made their plans clandestinely. No one, not even Charles' father, knew where he was. He had literally shown up on the doorstep of the leaders of the clans and announced that now was the time to muster the clansmen, attack Edinburgh, and regain the crown of Scotland for his father and eventually himself. The prince had reason to believe that the Highland clans would rally around him. Twice in the past 60 years, they had forced armies to fight for the Stuarts. The first uprising occurred in 1689, soon after the Protestant and Whig-dominated English Parliament and the Scottish Estates General had voted to oust James II and invite the Protestants William of Orange and his wife Mary to wear the crowns. The firmly Catholic Highlanders, certain that a Protestant monarchy would cause only more hardship for them, quickly rose in support of King James. They fought several bloody battles with the English army before finally retreating to their Highland homes. The king then went into exile. This chaotic episode was known as the First Jacobite Uprising. A generation later, in 1715, the clans again took the field for the Stuarts, this time for Charles' father, James III, known as the Old Pretender to his detractors. With Francis Louis XIV supplying French troops and arms, the rebellion took serious to the English. However, bad weather and even worse coordination conspired to doom the affair before fighting took place, and the clansmen melted back into the Highlands to wait for another day. William Hutton and most of his fellow merchants in Edinburgh thought that 1715 marked the end of the Jacobite menace. However, Prince Charles, growing up in a household that talked of little else besides the illegal usurpation of the Stuart crown, had simply been waiting his turn. He chose the summer of 1745 to act because most of the English army was not in the British Isles. They were deeply engaged on the continent, mired in the war of the Austrian succession. England would react slowly at best to a disturbance in Scotland, but unlike his father 30 years earlier, Charles was receiving no support from France. He was relying completely on the loyalty and fighting ability of the Highlanders. This had not been the case just a year earlier. Then the French government had viewed Charles as a key player in what they hoped would be a huge British conflagration. The French intended to put Prince Charles back on English soil, backed by their own troops, to spur a Jacobite uprising. If all went according to plan, the French would place the Stuarts back on the throne of Great Britain, gaining a powerful ally while deposing a nemesis. Even if the plan ultimately failed, they would at least create a major distraction and perhaps succeed in removing the British from French business on the continent. It was well worth risking the lives of 7,000 French soldiers. Unfortunately for Charles, the fleet carrying the French troops was scattered by a prolonged storm, and they were never able to land. On the heels of this failure, a new set of ministers and generals gained power in France, and they had no further interest in the prince or a restored Stuart monarchy. Charles, his hopes raised so high, was now left to his own devices. The well-worn road on which Prince Charles and the MacDonald clan were now traveling ran along the rocky and picturesque River Finnan and led to the Vale of Glenfinnan. The vale was an open field bordered by tall trees at the spot where the Finnan flowed into Loch Shiel, a long, narrow lake surrounded by tall mountains. Charles had deliberately chosen the spot for the first gathering of the clans. The idyllic Highland scene was meant to inspire the Highland sons on who ended. The quest was this: would there be anyone to rally? Since arriving in the Western Isles 4 weeks earlier, Stuart's original expectation of universal and enthusiastic support had been met with disappointment. The very first clan leader he summoned refused to join the rebellion, thinking it was too reckless without French support. The chief of the MacDonald clan was also wary. The year 1715 was a long time ago, he told Charles, and without French backing a revolt made no sense. Since Charles was determined, and at last he won over the chief of the Cameron clan, who said that he would be able to deliver nearly 1,000 men. With that, the MacDonalds reluctantly agreed to fight too. The prince then sent letters to the leaders of all of the clans, and he had not met with personally. The prince then sent letters to the leaders of all of the clans that he had not met with personally, and the returning messengers assured Charles that there was solid backing for his cause. So, bolstered by the allegiance of the Camerons and the MacDonalds, the positive reports from the returning messengers, and the unwavering confidence of the 7 companions who sailed with him from France, Charles declared August 19th the day the fight to regain the crown would begin, and it would begin here at Glenfinnan. The column reached the crest of the last small hill before the woods opened to the vale, and when the prince marched through the opening, there was nothing. No horses, no cannon, no bagpipes, and no soldiers. No one save his 7 followers from France who had come ahead of him and who now stood near the lake shore. The prince was completely bewildered. The MacDonalds entered the vale right behind him, and the chatter stopped immediately. Crestfallen, the prince walked across the field by himself to the area near the water where several huts formed a tiny hamlet. He entered one of them to deal with the shock and chagrin. Nobody knew what to do. One of the prince's confidants went into the cottage to try to lift Charles' spirits, but he came out several minutes later looking glum. The MacDonalds scattered over the field, and it's probable that most of them thought they would be walking back to their farms the next day. Finally, after an interminable wait of 2 hours, the group heard the sound of bagpipes in the distance. The music drew closer, and with their eyes trained on the hill near the entrance to the vale, the MacDonalds saw first the heads and then the bodies of the huge Cameron clan. They were marching in 2 columns, and their order was impressive. They reached the field and kept marching toward the lake. The MacDonalds quickly got back into ranks, not wanting to be outdone. When Charles heard the bagpipes, he came out of his refuge and watched excitedly as the columns advanced. He assembled his 7 followers and moved to the small knoll adjacent to the lake, whereupon the 800 Camerons and the 150 MacDonalds formed a semicircle in front of the prince. There was nothing to do. Still, a prudent man would take measure of the situation and return to France. Instead, and inexplicably, with only 950 men before him, Charles instructed his highest-ranking companion, a gentleman who called himself the Marquis of Tuilebardine, to unfurl the standard of the Stuarts, which was a which was a red, white, and blue silk flag, and read the declaration of war against the Elector of Hanover, a taunting reference to George II, whose German House of Hanover now ruled England and Scotland. The rebellion had begun. Charles Stuart was charismatic, but he knew nothing about leading an army. In the hours after the reading of the declaration of war against King George, another 450 or so Highlanders made their way to Glenfinnan before nightfall, creating a force totaling 1,400 men.
Wait a second. I think I found another picture of her. I haven't seen anyone share this of Bextra Lard before that I've ever seen. It's a GIF. Somebody shared this picture with me and they animated it. Or maybe it's a short video of Bextra Lard in the 80s, maybe early 90s, when it was younger. Oh my god! Oh fuck! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What are we? Oh god damn! Look at that thing! Oh, jab of the backs! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Hello, traders! Hello! 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 Look at that thing with the snake eye, one eye closed, one eye open, snake eyes, and that atrocity for a tongue sticking out. Oh, oh, gross. Jab of the backs. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's back on YouTube. The monster is back. The monster is back doing live streams. My goodness.
George Murray, an experienced officer who had seen a great deal of action in Europe as a mercenary, was among them. Murray was quickly designated as the military commander of the Highlanders. He and the other clan leaders decided to march straight to Edinburgh. By moving quickly toward their ultimate goal, they hoped to surprise the government forces. Other clans...
This beast can't even fucking read. It was probably in the slow kids classroom. My goodness. This big beast. They had to have a classroom the size of a gymnasium just for it. Just to house this thing. And there she was on my channel a while ago saying, I'm all legs. I'm not fat. I'm all legs. I'm all legs. I'm all legs. I'm all legs. I'm not a jab of the backs. I'm all legs. Sorry, Stephen. I've smoked 24,000 cigarettes on your live stream.
would no doubt join them during their march. Meanwhile, in Edinburgh, rumors began circulating in early August that Charles had landed in Western Scotland. No one believed them at first, but reliable intelligence finally arrived from the west. General Jonathan Cope, the ranking military official in Edinburgh, was charged with outfitting an army and eliminating the nuisance immediately. Though Cope had been in the king's service for over 2 decades, he had seen little military action. One commentator later pointed out that from this point onwards, Cope's incapacity for high command showed itself flagrantly. Cope, like everyone else in Edinburgh, was confident that Charles could not possibly raise a large body of clansmen, so the alarm was muted.
That beast can't even read. It can't even read.
Not taking any chances, though, Cope decided to engage the Highlanders as quickly as possible, before their ranks were able to swell. Yet he was able to muster only 1,400 troops in Edinburgh because most British soldiers were on the European continent. Reluctant to wait for more men to arrive in the city and expecting that his forces would increase as they marched through pro-government territories, Cope and the government's army departed Edinburgh on August 22nd. Without either side knowing the situation of the other, the two small but equal-sized legions began marching toward their first engagement on practically the same day. Nice to see you all in chat. Damsel Medic, Logic Spark, Jasper, IMAX, Re-examination. That first encounter occurred about 50 miles from Edinburgh at a mountain known as Corriarick. Cope was preparing to engage the enemy there when, at the last moment, he received faulty intelligence indicating that the Highland infantry was much bigger than his. He disengaged and led his troop north to Inverness, 160 miles from Edinburgh. This meant that the way was clear for Charles and the Highlanders to march into the former capital. When news of Cope's shocking non-engagement reached Edinburgh, the citizens realized that they had been...
All right, that's enough of that. She just goes on and on. On and on and on and on and on.
Live. Hello. As always, we shall start with a song while I do the setup.
I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Hello.
Oh, I know.
Hello. Hello. What's up? What's up, David? What's up, Wild Heart?
How's it going?
How are you doing?
Sorry, excuse the noise, bro. I do apologize.
No problem. There's someone backstage, James, the Love King.
I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Hello.
Oh, I know.
Hello. Hello. What's up? What's up, David? What's up, Wild Heart?
How's it going?
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah.
I haven't seen you in ages. I thought you were... I didn't know what happened to you.
Yeah, I've been in detox for the last 2 weeks. Is this your picture that you're putting in the background?
Yeah, I thought it looked like you. I saw a resemblance. It's a Jewish guy in Israel.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Wild Heart if you were Jewish and lived in Israel.
Right. Let's see.
The haircut.
Let's see if we can get the setup. Right.
Look at the hair that goes down long. Have you ever thought of growing long hair?
No. There we go.
There. Oh.
That yeah. Yeah.
A younger David.
Almost twins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Almost twins.
Oh man, that's so close. Your mom would have a hard time recognizing. She probably would think that was a younger you.
Yeah. I do like pigtails in the winter. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah.
You like pigtails in the winter.
Yeah. For myself, obviously. Yeah.
Wait, you would grow pigtails like that?
Yeah.
Did you ever have a hooker with pigtails?
Not that I can remember. No.
Well, they're good for handlebars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like a bicycle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could work. Yeah.
Yeah. Did your mom ever have pigtails?
Not that I know of. No.
Okay, I just imagined her with pigtails. I
Mm.
guess.
I bet you did. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hey, what are you drinking? What is that?
It's just pop.
Oh, okay.
I've not had a drink for 3 weeks now. I've just got
Oh,
to
wow.
detox.
Congratulations. No drink free for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's happening with you? Is your channel still going?
Yeah, my channel's still going. I just got kicked off Talcott show earlier today.
See if we can get the setup. Right.
Look at the hair that goes down long. Have you ever thought of growing long hair?
No. There we go.
There. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
A younger David.
Almost twins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Almost twins.
Oh man, that's so close. Your mom would have a hard time recognizing. She probably would think that was a younger you.
Yeah. I do like pigtails in the winter. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah.
You like pigtails in the winter.
Yeah. For myself, obviously. Yeah.
Wait, you would grow pigtails like that?
Yeah.
Did you ever have a hooker with pigtails?
Not that I can remember. No.
Well, they're good for handlebars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like a bicycle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could work. Yeah.
Yeah. Did your mom ever have pigtails?
Not that I know of. No.
Okay, I just imagined her with pigtails. I
Mm.
guess.
I bet you did. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hey, what are you drinking? What is that?
It's just pop.
Oh, okay.
I've not had a drink for 3 weeks now. I've just got
Oh,
to
wow.
detox.
Congratulations. No drink free for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's happening with you? Is your channel still going?
Yeah, my channel's still going. I just got kicked off Talcott show earlier today.
Yeah.
I was on Jack Talcott's show and he got angry with
Why?
me.
What did he do?
I didn't do anything. I was being very polite, and then he just got his temper up, and I said to him, "Do you talk to your son this way?"
I thought he was a spiritual man.
Yeah, he's not a spiritual man. He didn't like me calling myself the Love King. He calls himself the Love Guru, so he got upset. How are you, Maximus?
Yeah, I'm
You
good,
know-
bro. I'm good, man. Yeah, not too bad, man. I'm still about, still on the debate scene and stuff and whatnot, out and about fishing.
That general.
Generally, they love me for some reason because here, there's a lot of German people here where I live.
Yeah, like Maximus was saying, we have oxtail soup. That's as close as we get to oxtail.
I never had oxtail soup, but
It's not.
these oxtails, they have like little bones in them. Have you ever eaten pig's tails? They're a little bit like pigtails.
Yeah, like Maximus was saying, we
The oxtails with rice and you know right away. They're like, "Hey, you're not black."
Wagwan, bro.
Like they did in Haiti.
Right.
Yeah, I'm one of the only white Jamaicans on the island.
if I was going to make a master race, I would at least include me in it.
People don't realize this, but their prophet Muhammad was a ginger. He had a red beard, and that's why sometimes you'll see these Islamic people with the dyed red beard.
Ginger
trying to
bastards.
That must be
Ginger
strange
bastard.
for the middle of. Oh shit! I just realised I'm not done stuff up. Right, let me catch up. Higher on television.
Pinocchio's helicopter. What's this?
Hey, well, I would appreciate it if you would react to the song Pinocchio's Helicopter produced. It's on Pinocchio's Helicopter channel.
That sounds like a porn movie or something. Pinocchio's helicopter.
He made a song about you. It's good. I'll try and check it.
You're referring to him.
You might as well remove that. Yeah.
It's just a Negro with a fishing pole. It's a statue.
It was doorstops back in the day.
Like a
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it backstage. It's a real lawn ornament. It's a decoration people have for their houses. Pretty popular over here. But I wondered if you had them in England. I don't.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if they sell them over there with the fishing pole.
Yeah.
People used to use them as doorstops back in the day.
like a gnome.
There's a picture backstage, Wild Heart, of one of them.
Oh right, one sec. Sorry, I'm still doing setup.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to show that.
All right, not what he's actually referring to him.
You might as well remove that. Yeah.
It's just a Negro with a fishing pole. It's a statue.
Yeah, I'm not going to show that.
Well, we have them here. We have those all over our lawns and stuff, and on porches. He's laughing, but yeah, that's what nicknamed a porch monkey. A tar baby is something else. The guy in the chat calling himself a tar baby.
Oh yeah, I've got to go see.
You know what black people over here call they call their kids their kids. All right, my kids. And then sometimes they'll call them nigglets. They'll be like, yeah, me and the wife go out, we bring our kids, our nigglets with us. Kids. They never say children. They always say kids. Our kids. And we was kings and shit.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find this song.
Those guys aren't laughing. It's not racist over in North America and in American Canada. It's perfectly acceptable.
See, we have different racism over here, so I'll never know when you're being racist. I know you are.
I'm never racist.
I'm never quite sure when.
But I'm never racist. I love all people.
Well, the things you say now are quite derogative, and if you was to say that in the UK around coloured people, I don't think they'd be happy with you, bro. No.
Colored people love me. The coloreds love me. The darkies love me. I've always had a...
yeah, they'd love you calling them that. Oh, yes, yeah. No referring to them as a human being, just a darkie, or they'd love you for that, bro. You wouldn't make it out of the shop.
I never said they're not a human being. I didn't say they're not.
I know, but in reference to a derogative term, like especially up in England, like Manchester or something like that, you wouldn't make it out of Tesco's.
Yeah, I would. I'm always armed.
Yeah, so are they. These hot kids, man, I'm telling them. They like.
I'm
oh
always
yeah, Baby Yoda. I'm sure you're a wonderful person. But I've just looked up that guy's videos and I'm not
Play
playing
the song Wild Heart. You're not playing it?
No, I'm not playing it. No.
I don't know who Tar Baby is, but some of you guys would think the song is derogatory or his name, Tar Baby.
No, I'm not playing that.
I haven't heard the song.
Can I welcome Erica Jr.?
Hi, Erica. I remember her. She was flattered when I was on with her.
Yeah, I'm
she
sure
blushed. She
Yeah.
blushed. She said, "Yeah, she did." She said, "King Stephen, you make my coochie blush."
squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you when you're cuckoo?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Yeah, I'm
She
sure
blushed.
you're right.
She blushed. She said, "Yeah, she did." She said,
Yeah.
"She said, King Stephen, you make my coochie blush."
See, you are so close to being banned. Just the
Oh,
next,
come on.
the next bad comment you make. I'm gonna
Wild's
make.
hard. You got to have a sense of humor, man. I'm happy you're alive.
Yeah, is having a sense of humor, but I think Wild Heart's been reasonable in what he said.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
he's not. I never banned him from my show. He trolled me. He
I
started off trolling my channel.
Yeah, no, I know this. I know the story, bro. But in all
Okay.
fairness, he's been away. He's come back. He's been doing well for himself. Let's keep let's
I'm
keep that
happy for him.
enthusiasm going, like
I am. I'm trying to get him to have a little bit of a laugh.
Oh yeah, I get it, but I can understand where he's coming from. So
I
just
can't.
be reasonable, innit? Just be
I
reasonable.
can't understand where he's coming from. I
Yeah,
can't
but
understand Gingies.
you can't understand what, sir?
Hello?
You can't understand what?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. And there we go.
What the
Back.
fuck? What was he even doing?
Yeah, you just can't know. It's hilarious. You gotta be there. It's hilarious. I think he's just a troll. Yeah. I'll follow with him for a bit and then kick him.
I thought he was going to pawn bomb.
No, he doesn't go that far. But, yeah. Yeah, he's not far. And yeah, welcome Arctic. Good to see you.
Welcome.
I've still not finished the setup. I need to go to that. Find the link.
You got your other channels back, mate?
Yeah.
You a fan of McDonald's? You like your McDonald's? I remember another memory from my pissy-eyed youth was mom and dad deciding we weren't cooking. Mom wasn't cooking or something. And maybe dad got home late from work. And then we'd all decide we wouldn't decide. We're kids. We're just along for the fucking ride. McDonald's. We're going to McDonald's. And it was right on Jericho Turnpike. close to where we lived, and it was just amazing. Oh, the thought we were going to get McDonald's hamburgers and fries and a vanilla shake. That was all I needed. And it was great. We'd go in. We wouldn't go through the drive-thru. We'd go in and sit at a table, and it was great. It was great. When you ordered, it was just, you could not imagine the person behind the counter not being the most pleasant, courteous, helpful person with that little paper McDonald's hat. Hi, welcome to McDonald's. May I help you? And they meant it. And then you'd give your order, everything. They would bring it to you, and you'd go to your table. And then they went with the soda machine. Here's your cup, clunk. Let me hit the picture of the drink on the cash register because I'm much too retarded to know what numbers. Oh, this has a price. I don't know. I'm out. There's a number there. We aren't proficient in math, so I don't know. That's what you get now. Back then, they knew. And you could give them that dime with the, with the $1.10. They would know what it meant. Oh, God. Oh, that's $9.25. Oh, okay. Here's a 10 and 25. What? I don't know. So they would give you the beverage. The beverage machine was behind the counter, and then they figured, well, why don't we put the beverage thing outside, not outside, but in the dining area. And that's one less thing the retards have to do while they're hitting pictures of the various food items on the cash register. So they did that. And this works on the honor system. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
And together we're Compound Censored.
And we would like you to subscribe with this deal using this promo code right below me right now.
And they're stealing. And because they go to the counter and ask for water. Can I have a cup for water? And then they give them the cup, and then they get soda with it. And they're stealing. And because nothing can be done, because the small percentage of people from, for the most part, a single community are doing this, you look and go, oh yeah, we can't criticize them. We can't arrest them. We can't ban them from the store. We'd be horrible racists. Maybe he's hungry. Maybe it's for his kids. Yeah, sure. So because of that, they have to treat everyone like a criminal. Everyone has to be treated like they are untrustworthy, dishonest, ready to steal from you. And that's the way we have to live our lives now. That's why everything's locked up at the pharmacy, and any of the honor system conveniences. They put in the self-checkouts at Target and Walmart and all these other places, supermarkets for food shopping. They put those in. And then they're like, yeah, we can't use these because there is an element of the honor system. And there are some people that have no honor. And everyone has to now be treated like they are dishonorable people, because you cannot possibly criticize the wondrous people that are doing the stealing. So McDonald's, they've decided to end the self-serve soda machines. There you go. You can't get your own soda now. The free refills, whatever it is, all that is gone. Because certain people cannot function in a society and need to steal, and they have no honor. So everyone has to be treated like that. Here it is, a little story on McDonald's ending their self-serve. Who's this bitch?
At McDonald's is phasing out self-serve fountain drink stations, according to our sister station in KTLA. They tell them that, quote, we will be transitioning away from self-serve beverage stations in dining rooms across the U.S. by 2032. This change is intended to create a consistent experience for both customers and crews across all ordering points, whether that's McDelivery, the app, kiosk, drive-through, or in restaurant. Now, some McDonald's have already started to remove them, and customers have had to go to the counter to ask for a refill. Yeah, McDonald's.
Yeah. Notice the excuses they give. I think with what the story is, they're saying, well, customers' habits have changed. The way customers utilize certain things with the internet, and customer habits have changed, and it's black people stealing. Can we just blurt that out? Is that allowed? And of course, I've seen white people, usually like a real scummy homeless white guy. He's all decrepit, and he's trying to get shit from the soda machine. I see that. But the consistent thing that you see is black guys and black girls going up there, not paying for it. Here's a great example of why they're phasing this out. As for a water cup, he gets a little and my orange soda. There you go. He gets a water cup, and they know what he's doing. The people behind the counter know what he's doing. And if they call him out, he starts shit. It's a big fucking thing. People get arrested. They get fired. They get dead. It's just not worth it. So they just hand him the water cup, knowing he's going there and not getting a cup of water. And, this happens over the course of thousands and thousands of McDonald's restaurants. It adds up. And they look at their books and they go, oh boy, we are losing money on this fucking soda shit. They count all of it. They know exactly how many bags of soda and this and that. Everything is figured out. And they look and go, every year we just see our soda profits going down. And then they see videos like that. They know why. They know why. And they could fix it. Maybe. Banning people from the store. Whites only signs, like the old water fountains. Now it's soda fountains. Whites only soda fountain. I don't know. But McDonald's isn't the only place. I recently played that clip of Wendy's where they're building a brand new Wendy's and it doesn't have a dining room inside. You order with your phone or through a little window and they throw the food at you and you're done. Don't come inside. That's, an experience for people from the past. If you remember, like I did, one of the few nice moments with mom and dad at McDonald's. Dad smoking his Tareyton, flicking his ashes in that tiny McDonald's aluminum foil ashtray. Son of a bitch. And, time at McDonald's with the family. Well, now order through the fucking bank window and stay out. Because there's a small, certain segment of our society, a community, that is fucking everything up for everyone. That's just what it is.
He's a darkie. N-word.
You did. You did. That's why you got kicked out of here.
No.
Yeah, you did.
You're a liar.
Absolutely
No.
not. And then what? You got a
Talking.
porn blocker up because
Hey,
you shared porn last
King,
time.
King.
No, I've never
fucked up.
shared porn.
No, King
Never.
Stephen, you
You're a
do.
liar.
King Stephen, you have to admit that you have said the N word and
Yeah.
The
variations.
Negro
thereof.
word?
Variations. No, you.
Yeah, I got no dog in this fight.
Yeah, I know.
Please let who in? Leggy, I see Leggy.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, is it the racist guy again?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
Hello. I'm
cool.
not racist.
Yes,
at
you
all.
are.
You
You
are.
hate black people.
Not at
This
all.
is
I don't hate
disgusting.
anyone.
You do. You
I don't
do.
hate anyone.
You
Yes,
do.
you
You
do.
hate black people.
Don't be a
which is
troll. I don't
gross.
hate anyone.
I'm not trolling, buddy. I'm just
Don't be
going
a
off
troll.
what you did. You know,
No,
you
don't be a troll.
screaming the N word because you got
No,
mad.
I didn't scream the N word.
You did. You did. That's why you got kicked out of here.
No.
Yeah, you did.
You're a liar.
Absolutely
No.
not. And then what? You got a porn
Talking.
blocker up because
Hey,
you shared porn last
King,
time.
King.
No,
Yeah,
I've never
fucked up.
shared porn.
No, King
Never.
Stephen, you
You're a
do.
liar.
King Stephen, you have to admit that you have said the N word and
Yeah.
The
variations.
Negro
thereof.
word?
Variations. No, you've said darky. That's a variation, apparently.
Yeah, I think you're
Darky
racist.
is
You just
not a
fucking racist.
variation.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking about?
It is, though.
Is it
No, it
Canadian?
isn't.
Are you a Canadian
No, it isn't.
I
racist?
think he is, just the way
No,
he
it
just
isn't.
said.
Yeah,
said
yeah,
that.
right. Are you
Oh, he's
Canadian?
Minnesota. Oh, he's from
I'm not a
Minnesota, yo.
racist.
You are a racist. It's fine.
I love white
Like
people.
that's
I'm
who
not
you
a
are.
racist.
You are a racist. That's who
Not
you
at
are.
all.
You love
Yes.
black
You're a
people?
leftist.
I'm a
You're a
leftist.
loser.
What the
All
fuck?
you
love
can do is
black
call
people,
people racist.
Steven?
You're a racist piece of shit.
What did you say?
Do you love black people?
No,
Yes.
you
I
don't.
love all people,
Is that why you're calling
including
me?
this deformed.
That's why you call
No,
them
shut up for a second.
derogatory
Including this
names.
deformed. Let me answer the question. Including this deformed guy on the screen. He's a darky, I
He
think.
is
No,
not.
he's not.
Look at the
The
guy next
deformed
to him.
guy.
They're as English as you can get.
That deformed kid?
Yes. He got in a fire,
He got
man.
burned.
Yeah, you making fun of him for getting in a fire?
He
Wow.
got burned?
Fuck's
Wow.
wrong with you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jesus Christ! You're
He's
making
not
fun of
white.
a deformed kid, right? You're just sitting there railing on him. For
Why
no
do you
Hey,
have
reason.
my
King.
avatar hidden? What's
Hey,
going on
King,
here?
King Stephen, are you trolling my friend Moon, King Stephen?
Am I trolling who?
My friend Moon, because she's in the chat going, stop trolling me. Are you fucking trolling her?
I know
Leave her
who
the
Moon
fuck alone.
is.
Well, leave her
What
the
the
fuck
fuck are you
alone.
talking about? I
Fuck
don't know
you.
who that is.
Leave my friend Moon alone, bitch.
I haven't talked to your stupid friend. I don't know who that is.
What the fuck?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What
Yeah,
the
Moon.
right.
fuck pissed in your Cheerios?
Yeah.
Why don't we all
I
just
don't
talk
know.
about something else? Like,
Yeah,
how
why
about
do you
that?
obsess over me and call me names when I come here?
Why
I
do
come
you
here in
care?
good faith.
Why do you care?
Fucker.
Why do I care? Because I'm the love king. You guys are
You ain't
haters.
shit.
You guys
You
are
ain't shit.
hateful.
You ain't
We're
I
shit.
haters.
am.
You
I'm the
call,
love king.
you call
I
us
don't
Team Evil.
I don't troll you.
You
You
call
And I
us
don't
Team
porn
Evil.
bomb. So why do you have this stupid cow?
Like,
Yeah,
how
why
about
do you
that?
obsess over me and call me names when I come here?
Why
I
do you
come here in
care?
good faith.
Why do you care?
Fucker.
Why do I care? Because I'm the love king. You guys are
You ain't
haters.
shit.
You
You
guys
ain't
are
shit.
hateful.
You ain't
We're
I
shit.
haters.
am.
You
I'm the
call
love king.
you call
I
us
don't
Team Evil.
I don't troll you.
You
You
call
And I
us
call
don't
us
Team
porn
Team
Evil.
bomb.
Evil.
So why do you have this stupid Caillou
What
or
the
Liars.
fuck
whatever it
is
is?
clam staples?
I don't porn bomb anybody. You guys are liars.
We know
That's
you're
why.
not a
You're
porn bomber.
liars.
You're liars.
You're liars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you-
Never
you
porn
fucking
bomb
racist
anybody.
bag.
You guys are haters and faggots.
Then leave.
Well, then maybe you should rage.
Yeah,
Stop
fuck
using
you,
those
you
terms.
prick.
Ain't no one keeping you here.
Start
Yeah,
being
right.
nice to people, and then
Right.
I'll be nice back. It's
No
simple.
Yeah,
one
go
keeping you
Ain't no
here.
one being nice to you, man. You're
Don't
racist.
let
You're
the
racist.
Be
don't
piece of
let
nice.
the
shit.
door hit you in the hit you in
All
the
Be
right, well,
nice. See, you're
listen,
evil and
listen,
mean.
listen. Thanks for
Yes,
coming.
Team Evil.
Oh,
Have a good
fuck
night.
off, Tesortoichi.
Yeah, get out of
You're
here.
pussy.
Fuck out
You're
of here.
pussy.
Fuck out
You're
of
a
here,
coward.
faggot. Fuck
Fuck
out of
outta
here.
here.
Coward.
Fuck out of here.
You're a coward.
No one
Nobody
cares,
wants you here.
Steven. No
Thank
one
you.
gives a shit. You're a fucking retard.
Bye.
Bye. I want to show
Fucking
you what I
idiot.
got today. Even
right.
What'd you
Fox
get
will
today?
appreciate this one. This is for my car.
Clam Staples. When do I expect the porn bomb? Is it any second now?
That's pretty
Check it out,
cute.
Zach.
Tell your cat I said.
Isn't that cute?
Oh no, he's back.
Low IQ retards, you're demons. Team equal
Oh,
demons.
you're so mad. You're so
Fucking
mad.
cowards.
Off the show, you stupid little fucking retard.
He gets real mad if you
Fucking die mad, you fucking AIDS.
He does. He gets
Go
really
fuck
mad.
Honey Badger, you prick.
All I can do is laugh.
No one gives a shit, king faggot.
I mean,
I don't know.
Look at the private chat.
Is he having a fucking?
Yeah, he's throwing a fit.
Is he? What a poor twat.
Fuck up and die, blah, 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 blah. No, you just don't get to be on the show spreading your stupid racism bullshit.
Yep.
Right. That's all you want to do. You want to sit
mean,
here
fun.
and find a way to like have a conversation and then throw in the N-word because you think it's funny. It's not fucking funny. It's retarded.
No, he uses it like it's everyday
Look,
thing.
the top of Howie's head is funny. All right.
Fuck off,
Everybody
you
knows
prick.
that. But
No, listen, though,
I got
you
no
know,
one to talk, Howie. I'm also bald. Okay.
saying the N word
I'm just
really,
as bald as you are.
saying the N word's really funny until you're in front of a guy who can rip your fucking arms off with like minimum effort. That's not, then you realize why you shouldn't say shit all of a sudden.
Dude, when I was in the Air Force, all right, so I roomed with a big black fella from fucking Alabama, right? Well, there was this fucking kid. He was a fucking rich kid from California, right? Bragged about fucking shit, right? All the time.
Yeah.
And anyways, he was dropping that word, and May goes, my man, he goes, I don't even use that word as a black man myself. He goes, I appreciate it if you don't do it. Turns around, I swear to not, that fucking kid turns around, leans in towards him, right? Leans in and says it again to him. I just look at him, I go, what the fuck? He turns around and just fucking drops him where he stands. I was just like, well, sir. I mean,
Somebody
he
needs to
told
do
me
that
not
to
to say it
Steve.
again.
Yeah.
I mean,
Somebody needs to drop Steven where he stands.
Mikey Mike, show me your face and I'll let you up. Maybe. You won't. You won't
No.
show your face because
Okay,
you're
one
fucking,
moment.
because you know how to play the game and the game can only be played one way, and I know how the game is played. Oh, it's him again. It's Clam fucking fucker. Whatever his name was.
Clam Staples?
Clam fucker.
Yeah, you got you. You
He
guys
read-
don't
he-
fucking get it, do you?
I believe it's a fucking video loop.
I don't know, but he needs to go and boil his fucking head.
The guy, I don't know. They're gone. Fuck this shit.
Just get rid of them. I mean,
I did.
they haven't earned their place here yet, anyway.
I like.
They actually want to make an impact. Just strike the fucking channel with fake copyrights and take it down.
Like Pontius Pilate, I just washed my hands of those fuckers. You know?
Swamp.
Oh, here we go. Now somebody's back. Oh, it's Leslie though.
Oh, Leslie's okay.
I don't know. Leslie's always trying to show off her cleavage. I don't know. She may be.
I like her cleavage. Stop.
I do too. I'm kidding.
I could put my push bike in between them.
Hi,
She's
Leslie.
got fucking awesome
Howie,
cleavage.
Leslie, Howie wants to motorboat you.
420 Moon said it was funny listening to you yell at him.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I get mad. So don't think I'm a fucking pussy. But when I get mad, I get really mad, and then it's time to watch out.
And when I get mad,
oh,
people
you're
freak
like a
out and tell
fucking
me not to
kitty
get
cat.
so
Don't
mad.
lie.
No, that's not true at all. I've been known to fucking go off and do some things. Okay, now
Well,
we
looks
have.
like they.
All right, I'm gonna put up a banner just because I don't know what the fuck is happening here.
Oh,
Who these
shit.
people are? But here comes Earl Donahue.
Oh shit!
Who's
Earl
that?
Who's that?
Hi, Pat S.
That's Pat S.
No, Pat
Oh.
S.
No.
just went in chat.
No, he's in
chat.
chat.
Oh,
Get out
yeah.
of here, Pat.
Be nice to Pat.
And now he's gone. Like a
Oh,
wind,
wow.
like a wind in the grass. Earl Donahue has passed away.
Earl Donahue.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a fake name.
Oh, come on.
Never force your budgie to have a bath.
That's right. And this is Elric of Melnibone. He is not human. He's an elder race, and he's an albino. And that sword that he's wielding is alive. The fucking thing has its own intelligence.
Oh,
And
don't tell me it's
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
red.
And everything he kills with that sword, it sucks the soul out of whatever he kills with the sword and gives him strength.
I am
So
so
the more he kills, the stronger he gets.
Stinky, stinky hole. Mr. Mole. Mr. Mole. Get back in your stinky hole. Mr. Mole.
Gets by the sword, even though he's a thin little spindly albino.
Who looks like a pizza.
Looks like a woman in this picture. People tell me all the time, oh, the woman in your picture. I'm like, no, it's not a woman.
That's good.
Hi, Clark. How's it going?
Look at those eyes, though. They're cold. They're dispassionate.
That's Abe.
They're cold, dispassionate eyes. Like I'll
Glock
fucking,
40 is Abe.
he's like, I'll slice you in fucking half, and I don't give a shit. Those are what those eyes are saying.
I don't give a shit.
That's right. Here we go. Earl Donahue. is
Yeah,
back.
well, evil isn't.
Hello,
Earl
Earl.
Donahue, say
Evil
something.
isn't.
Earl, are you a real boy?
Obviously not.
No, he's a woman.
Or are you Pinocchio?
You gonna talk? You gonna move? What? Hello.
Hi, Kindness Fairy. How's it going? That is another twat.
Yep.
I'm
Get rid
pretty
of him.
sure.
He
Fuck me, that
doesn't
wrong.
want to talk, so fuck him.
Yeah.
Do
Why is it?
Like I missed.
do you trolls know what a panel is for?
Why is it tonight of all nights?
Yeah, I know.
They got you
That's
first.
not true.
Oh, Venus Cupcake says they read those books. Yes, that's right. Those
Who's
were
Michael
good.
Moorcock?
Michael Moorcock was the guy who wrote the books of that of Elric that I showed you, the albino.
yeah.
I thought that was a Lord of the Rings thing.
No. It's like Lord of the Rings, but it's totally different. This guy has the worst luck of any motherfucker that ever lived. Whatever he tries to do fails and ends miserably with the death of his friends, you know, and like it's just he's a fucking dumpster fire. Like they say.
In other words, he's bad luck and he shouldn't be
Oh
around.
yeah, he's real bad luck. You don't want to be his best friend because the sword every once in a while decides it's going to drive itself into your heart and steal your soul for no reason. The sword is evil, and the sword controls him more than he controls it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
bored is usually the reason.
It's a very dark, fucking black magic-y kind of relationship that they have, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Leggy, what's up?
Leggy is muted.
He's concentrating on the road.
Leggy is mutated.
Muted. No, not mutated. Muted.
That Earl, did you see what they said? I'm not on stage, so I can't use my microphone.
Oh my god.
Oh, well, then what the fuck? Why'd you try to come up then? Oh, and call us fools. And you expect to come up. You call
Who's
us
that?
names and you expect to come up here.
Who called us fools?
Earl. In
Really?
the private
Look in the
chat.
back.
Yeah. Says, hello, friends. Yes, I am. I can't talk. You don't have me on stage, so I can't use my microphone. You
Okay, that might be true, but I'll take another chance just because I'm a nice guy.
Holy shit, Alex, like my sister.
Wonderful.
Okay, now you're on stage.
You're on.
Dory. That's how I found Dory now.
And you're still not saying anything.
Did you see what I wrote in the chat?
What?
Hello?
Hello?
Did you-
Dory, is that you?
Hola, ¿cómo está?
What?
Keep talking.
Well, that was Nate who wanted to come up, and I let him up for a split second to figure out whether he was full of shit or not. And I
Punta.
determined
He
it.
was.
See, my brain works quick. I fucking know immediately. Just a syllable is all it takes.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
Earl,
really?
you were just on stage, so you're the fool.
Yeah.
If you didn't talk, you're the fool.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Savvy
you guys
bears
hear me?
and snake is full of dog shit.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Yeah, I
Dory.
can hear
You're
Dory.
You're super muffled.
Dory, can you
Or
hear
did you see what I wrote in the back chat?
Can you hear me, Dory?
Did
Uh,
you read it?
how long ago?
I have to go. I can't see.
What are you talking about?
Go take
Let's-
that live down. Take the
let's-
live down. There's a poem in it.
Let's watch for
Last 30
ghosts on
seconds. I gotta
this
go.
channel.
I don't know. I can't hear. I can't understand what she's saying.
I can't keep up with everything.
Her mic is horrible.
What the hell?
I can't. I'm going to put this on my car. I can't wait.
Why am I the main screen? I didn't do that. Is somebody fucking with me?
Dory must have dropped.
Oh. Is that what happens when someone drops? I go,
If you've got somebody up, let's say you put me full screen and
Yeah.
I drop, then it'll switch to you.
oh, okay, I get it. All right.
There you go. Okay.
Right on, mate. Let's see. Wait. Look at those fucking clamshells, huh?
Nah, can't see him.
Yowie. There you go.
That's
Motorboat.
Howie, when you were younger, did they have a magazine in the 80s called Heavy Metal?
Yep.
I don't know, to be honest with
Probably
you.
not in England, but they did.
Not
here.
in England. No.
Because here we had that, and that woman is like what would be on the cover of that magazine.
Oh, right.
Yeah, every cover was a beautiful, voluptuous woman wearing nothing or almost nothing and being attacked by a monster or riding on a dragon or something, or like it was a crazy. They made 2 movies, animated movies, based on the magazine. The first one is a classic. It's
Right.
from 1981, maybe, or 79 or 80. I don't know, but. It's very primitive animation, but it's all real hand-drawn animation, and they tell different stories throughout it. And Blue Oyster Cult did music for it. Black Sabbath did some music for
I
it.
don't think I ever read that magazine and read the articles.
I have like 20 of them stacked up.
I think I only looked at the pictures.
Well, it was like a comic book for adults, basically.
Yeah.
You'd see tits in it and fucking and shit sometimes, but it was also science fiction. And one of the reasons why I wear glasses like this are because of a cartoon, a thing I saw in Heavy Metal magazine. It was
cool.
It was called Burton and Sib, CYB. Because the guy was a cyborg, his arms and legs were robotic. And they were 2 swindlers that would go across the galaxy and fucking rip people off. And I liked the way Sib looked. So I tried to find the glasses, and I realized that they're Roger McGuinn glasses from like the Byrds. Remember that band?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got the Roger McGuinn glasses, but it all stems from reading Heavy Metal magazine. Here we go. Timu Doobie. Who the fuck is that?
Oh, Jesus. Team of
Oh, my
Doobie.
God. Really?
Aren't you gonna fucking stop, are you?
They're struggling.
They are really struggling to troll, and they aren't doing a very good
Say
job.
hello,
Stop.
Timu. Say hello.
Hello,
You gotta say something.
You loser.
Oh, King Stephen. Okay.
Yeah, what a prick.
If it isn't one, it's another.
I know. And we're
Anyway,
still
Leggy, I want to hear
You're
what
up
you.
here. You're not. I'm beginning to think that you're the loser.
I want to hear what Leggy has to say about all this.
He's just shaking his head like, oh shit.
Yeah, he has no opinion. I know.
Savvy Bear says May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, let's all be aware, please, of what you do to me, all of you. You
I
drive
don't
me.
do anything to you but be your friend. Stop it.
All of you drive me insane at one point or another.
Satoichi, you've just hurt my fingers.
I'm just kidding.
I know you are.
I wouldn't come here if I didn't get some kind of comfort out of being around you guys.
Well, it's about time, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year and then some.
Yeah.
Almost 2 years, I would think.
It's been almost 10 for me.
Oh, I'll tell you though, quitting cigarettes has caused me some mental fucking distress, like nervousness that I never experienced before because I don't have a cigarette in my hand, you know?
Soon. I'm going home. It would result in a true outpouring of God's already generous love. I mean, if the world was in line with the ways and mannerisms of Jesus all around the world, I can imagine absolute miracles being pretty common. Thank you, man. Care, do no harm, take no shit. And you know what? Yeah, I saw you, Stephen. I'll bring you up today.
Hello. I'm doing good. You took money yesterday to kick me, and I was being a great, polite guest. Hello,
Well,
JG. Hello.
There was room for improvement, but that's
I got
okay.
a few minutes. I'm going to be dead soon. I'm going home to kill some people. I'm probably going to end up dying in jail or prison. I'm doing what I'm going to do. Talcott, you ain't shit but a fucking loser idiot.
JG, you've got some demons within you.
I don't think he likes you very much.
He's playing games, and
Oh, okay.
he's just a child acting out. Voy, well,
Be dead soon. I'm going home to kill some people. I'm probably going to end up dying in jail or prison. I'm doing what I'm going to do. Talcott, you ain't shit but a fucking loser idiot.
JG, you've got some demons within you.
I don't think he likes you very much.
He's playing games, and
Oh, okay.
he's just a child acting out. Voy, welcome back to you. How are you today?
I'm having a less inspired day than yesterday, but it's a good day altogether, Jack. How are you doing?
I'm actually feeling pretty great right now.
Cool.
Um,
Is it because I'm here?
well,
that was weird.
Wow. No, I was going to say I got a good night's rest, but that wasn't true. I stayed up late and I got up early, but I spent a little time out in the sun today and felt nice. The weather really kind of turned here.
You look like you got a bit of color in your face today.
Felt good.
You were looking kind of beige and yesterday, kind of gray and beige, and you look like you got a bit of color.
He looks
Well-
less white, and that's, I mean, That's a good thing, in today's society. You can't be too white today. So,
What is that weird mask behind you? What is that supposed to be?
we don't have too much sunshine here, Jack. So I'm glad you got some sunshine, on your face. It's been.
Well, you're not exactly a.
That's a good thing, in today's society. You can't be too white today. So,
What is that weird mask behind you? What is that supposed to be?
we don't have too much sunshine here, Jack. So I'm glad you got some sunshine, on your face. It's been.
Well, you're not exactly a bowl of sunshine, boy.
It's
anyway.
It's been overcast for 4 days in a row. So at least you got some sunshine, right?
Hey, Stephen, in your honest opinion, have you been helping me so far with your visit today?
I've been trying to. I've been bringing
Have
a little
you?
bit of levity. Well, it's Hellcat Tuesday, so
Right, and you're not really communicating with me. You're random shit again, completely off track, irrelevant.
let's
What do
calm
you-
the anger, Jack. We got to be
Well,
loving today.
Yeah, well, Stephen,
It's like my
please
comment.
please show and share more respect. For the love of God, how much clearer do I need to be with you?
I'm the love king. I can bring lots of love.
Stephen, that's not relevant to what I am saying.
What is relevant, Jack?
You're not what you think you are. You're not this love king. You're delusional. You're confused. You're disassociated, and you've really been frustrating me. And so I'm
Jack.
wondering, what is the purpose? Why should I even have you here? I don't see any, Stephen. Help me to see.
Wow, it's Talcott Tuesday, and you're bringing out all this. You're offering all of this anger, and I'm
Did
here
you
to bring
not-
love.
Stephen,
I'm the
did you
love
not
king.
hear what I said? Did you
I
not
heard-
hear me?
I heard you, Jack. But
And so can you acknowledge what I'm saying to you?
Jack, did you treat your son this way? Did you speak to your son
Stephen,
like this?
Stephen,
Jack, yeah.
you're playing games.
I'm not
and
playing games.
You're in denial, dumbass.
You can't be a pussy and a dick at the same time. Who said it yesterday? Who said that yesterday about the former guest? And that's what it does, It's like a fat girl coming towards you. I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't need you. It's like I'm not even attracted to you. What are you saying?
Right. This is this is my life experience. I'm really Hey boy, what part of the lands are you on? You said you're not getting the sunshine.
I'm in the Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Yeah. Amsterdam. That's Amsterdam, Denmark, that region.
I went there. I went to Amsterdam when I was a young man stationed in Germany.
Where were you stationed? In Seedorf?
I was in Vilsek.
Ah, okay.
A small little town, about 15 Ks or so from the Czechoslovakian border.
Yeah.
Southeast. But yeah, okay, so Amsterdam. So all on the other side of the world, man.
Well, on the other side of the pond, rather. Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really giving this more and more consideration. I'm seeing the news. I'm seeing what's going on in this world. Here, actually, let me share some things. This is something I wanted to share for those who haven't seen. Oh man, what happened? for those who hadn't seen this, protester Guido Reichstatter, he's on top of the Frederick Douglass Bridge. He's been there for a few days, and to me, he's pretty inspiring.
My name is Guido Reichstatter. I'm 45 years old. I'm a father of 2 children. I have a degree in math, bachelor's degree in math and physics. Now I'm on top of this bridge because the government of the United States is engaged in acts of mass murder in my name, and I refuse to be complicit in that. My name is Guido Reichstatter. I'm 45 years old. I'm a father of 2 children. I have a degree in math, bachelor's degree in math and physics. Now I'm on top of this bridge because the government of the United States is engaged in acts of mass murder in my name, and I refuse to be complicit in that.
Because I could read this for people. That's why the war on Iran motivated him.
I mean, it's atrocity, right? I mean, I woke up on February 28th and I found that this school has been blown up. I think there are many millions of Americans who reject the war in principle, but whose actions have not yet been sufficient to bring it to an end.
War.
I think it represents to me the depth of evil and the absolute unacceptability of the crimes that we're witnessing. President of the United States, the man occupying the office of the President of the United States, said that we would witness a civilization being destroyed. And it's abominable. It's our power and it's our responsibility to stop it.
So he's been up there since last Friday. So I think it's been 5 days so far. It's pretty damn high up. No, the fireworks were from the one of the sports teams. They mentioned it, or they had the text in the video. And yeah, there's Jack should do something like this. Yeah, I thought about it. He's inspiring. I thought about going down to be with those who are gathering, you know, at the base of the bridge to share solidarity and support for him. But his message is right. His message is absolutely true. What is happening in our name as Americans is unacceptable. And the only ones who can do anything about it, the best ones who can do anything about it, is us. Those of us who are here in the belly of the beast, here inside of America. There are many millions, as he said, there are many millions who oppose this militarization in the police state and the war mentality. All we got to do is unite. And guys, This is what I believe is going to be so magnificent, is what God is showing us, is that we are united. We've chosen to be divided by race, by gender, by nationality, by religion. We've chosen to create this society of corruption and called it normal, right? But what I think is happening is God is revealing the truth. In this information age, we're being flooded with the truth and the lies. What is
Yeah.
your
I mean, he kind of has your energy, the man on top of the bridge, kind of, right? Like a good heart and insane enough to do it. Well, not that you're insane, but you got to be a bit weird and crazy, you know, to do something like that. I mean,
Absolutely.
like you are doing something extraordinary, putting up with all these crazy people on YouTube. it's quite a performance itself, man. But it's got to start with one person that needs to make the change, right? That wants to congregate the people together to make that change. I mean, yeah. I mean, what can I say? That's how Hitler started too.
Hey, yeah, blessings to you, Mike Ball, Insane Wheels.
Congregate the people together to make that change. I mean, yeah. I mean, what can I say? That's how Hitler started too.
Hey, yeah, blessings to you, Mike Ball, Insane Wheels. To everyone, we do need to be a little bit insane, but this is a paradox of this life. Life is, in many ways, it's unfair, okay, by its design, the society and all the different things. It's really unfair in many aspects, but at the same time, it's this ever-growing, ever-changing, dynamic process of magic, life, right? God and life are one. We experience the truth of life that God shows us as we go through time, right? But the message of this acceptance, radical acceptance, the idea behind that is to truly sit in yourself, sit in who you are as you are, and look within you to see where is their unrest, where is their torment, where is their confusion, resistance. See where that's at inside of yourself, because the reality is there's no reason to suffer.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's no reason. I mean, I have a good life. I'm quite comfortable. I mean, I could even say luxurious, right? Because I don't expect much of life, and you know, I can eat anything I want. I mean, I have a roof over my head. If I want to go out, I can go out, drive a car, do whatever, go on a holiday. I mean, I feel pretty blessed, you know?
Amen.
Yeah.
I have been too. And I didn't see my blessings for most of my life. I was focused on all the problems. I was resistant to the unfairness that I saw, not just with me, but I saw unfairness all around me in this corrupted world. Voight, on economics, I think you and I are we closely aligned there?
I don't know.
Well, I see capitalism as a beast that needs to be faced.
Oh. Well, I don't have a...
For most of my life, I was focused on all the problems. I was resistant to the unfairness that I saw, not just with me, but I saw unfairness all around me in this corrupted world. Voight, on economics, I think you and I are we closely aligned there?
I don't know.
Well, I see capitalism as a beast that needs to be faced.
Oh. Well, I don't have a very professional or reasonable opinion about capitalism or socialism. I didn't study that well enough to actually have a debate or a discussion about that. But I don't think that capitalism is such a bad thing. But besides that, you know, I live in a, I wouldn't say socialist country. It's quite rich. You know, my country is quite rich, so it can be socialist. Mm-hmm. And socialist, it's not easy to be socialist if you don't have enough to share, right?
Right. Well, yes.
Yeah. So my country was always like very well off, and then it even found some natural gas, and then it got real rich. So that is what created more or less of a nanny state, you know, and that's not a good thing either. You know,
No,
that's the other side of the coin.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes,
I think it takes capitalism and socialism. I don't like to talk. I don't like to point things out as isms, but I think it takes the capital. Like I said before, you need capital to be social. If you want to share, you know, you need something to share. You know, that there needs to be enough to share. Otherwise, you can't share. So you can't just be socialist. Of course, it's easy to demand socialism if you're a poor guy. But I mean, how much of a socialist would you be if you were rich, right? Those are the questions to ask, I think. But you think that capitalism is the beast? Yeah,
I do. I do. Let me pop on a couple of these. Socialism only works if the people voluntarily work together, and the U.S. has plenty of resources. I believe the living standard of just about everyone would raise if we weren't competing against one another. Because someone else said something, our poll, it takes violence, let's be honest. Well, this is another thing I wanted to bring up. This guy, I think his name's Peter Joseph, I might be mistaken, but Revolution Now. The guy's very intellectual, a lot of data, a lot of numbers, but he presents a beautiful case on how business is a fascistic structure. So we've got a current system, and I agree. If you look at the hierarchy in any business or corporations especially, it's a top-down method, right? it's an oppressive system. So what I see the future as is full disclosure. No more of this nonsense for the state espionage and corporate espionage and, you know, legal cover-ups. Full disclosure would reveal the truth. And the fact is, how about this? We'll swing it into the title today. How love empowers acceptance. As more of us awaken to the reality, right, that things can be better, things can be different, we will start accepting that we're all in this together. And if we accept the truth of our unity, guess what? The only logical conclusion is to end this insanity of legal secrets, legal wars, legal exploitation.
Yeah. There should be fewer rules and fewer laws, right? It shouldn't be, of course, there should be some specifications, you know, when you do business and when you're making products. Of course, you need some revision on the older laws, and maybe you need to abolish old laws. but the whole book of law should be way smaller, way thinner. Yeah, I'm not saying that we should go back to the Ten Commandments.
Hey guys, it's Matt. I'm going to lean back in the chair. So tired, so beaten up. So we feel the same way. I know we're going to be one, your energies and my energies. I come to life. I knowing, again, I'm talking to you, and it just always starts out like, not that there's so much to talk about. You go on the internet and another wave of YouTubers complaining. Hi, Czar. YouTubers complaining about demonetization because they're using AI, and another channel's wiped out over here over copyright and demonetization. And I say, I never monetization. I never monetization. Going back 15, 16 years, even Texas Shrugged, not even a penny. Just felt wrong. Well, Matt, that proves you're some sort of rich person. You didn't need the money. Oh, yeah. I lived for 2 years off my old insurance company 401k with a 10% penalty. Yeah. Okay, guys, I cut part of that off. Nobody wants to just continue to listen to me complain. Let me get right to the point. I was going to say before I lose subscribers, but I'll show you the the metrics. Last time it was over 50 subscribers lost for the last 28 days. But this will piss people off, what I'm about to say. It will piss off 5 to 10% that have this altruistic attitude, if that's even the right word, that all the Hillary Clintons and Anthony Weiners can be sent off to jail, and that we can restore the world, we can restore society, we can win. From that perspective, we've already lost, all right? And there is no going back. Now, I'm not here to piss anybody off. I will remind you that in the only metric or only grade in this place that matters, we've already won with an A. It's the worry about yourself philosophy. What did you incarnate here to do? Were you able to see through the trick? We still have some things to do. Part 2, the work, whether
Hello. Within the first fucking minute of his video, he's talking about money. Within the first minute of his video, he's talking about money. Humpty Dumpty head, talking about money in the first damn minute of his video. I'm going to put him up on the screen. I know he's up on the screen now, but I zoomed in for you. I took a snippet, a screenshot of just his head to show you something, which most people can't see. The reason I know is because most people never say anything. Never. You'd rather defend these demons right into your fucking graves. Most people on YouTube. Millions of you. Millions. So he's part of the Black Eyes Club. He has the Biden eyes. Not the Betty Davis eyes like that old song. Remember that Betty Davis eyes song? Well, Humpty Dumpty Matt has the Black Eyes Club, Biden eyes. Hey guys, it's Matt. I don't know why my eyes are so black, guys. They're so black. They're so black. They've gone completely black. My fucking eyes are black, guys. Guys, my eyes are black, guys. Guys, my eyes are black. They turn black. I live in a litter box, guys. And he does have black eyes, and then Jeremiah Finkelstein will say, I don't know what the problem Stephen has with people with dark eyes, or they're just fucking liars and demons and losers. That's what they are. Because there never used to be so many in this realm with dark, black, fucking dead eyes. It's gotten worse. Jack Talcott would say, I don't dye my hair. Oh, no, of course. Of course you don't, Jack. Of course you don't. And some people would defend him. Because most of you humans, most of you people on earth are fucking liars and defenders of demons and defenders of liars. Oh, no, Jack doesn't dye his hair. No. His beard is just completely gray. But hair dye? No way. That couldn't be hair dye, could it? Dyeing his hair, come on. So anyway, that's how he thinks he looks. When in reality, he looks more like this. This was years ago. He's aged since then. Real creepy creature. And he looks like this. With the devil horns. Pose on his chin that way. He's a creepy creature. And if you can't see it, there's something wrong with you. And you belong in this realm. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I don't give a shit about your feelings. Because that's what humans use all the time. Oh, you hurt my feelings. You're believing and following demons. So fuck you.
Do you believe there's a part of you like higher self that's with you, not with you? We go be one. Whether you believe there's a part of you or spiritually that's here or somewhere else, it doesn't matter anybody off. I will remind you that in the only metric or only grade in this place that matters, we've already won with an A. It's the worry about yourself philosophy. What did you incarnate here to do? Were you able to see through the trick? We still have some things to do. Part 2, the work. Whether you believe there's a part of you like higher self that's with you, not with you. We go be one. Whether you believe there's a part of you or spiritually that's here or somewhere else, it doesn't matter. From the only thing that matters, and people should not get upset, but yet they still will get pissed off at me. We've already won. Let me get that this is an individual journey, this reality. It's not about fixing society or anything like that, because it's so disturbing what I'm about to say to at least 5 to 10%. I need to reiterate one more time. We have already won, okay? With a little proviso, a little asterisk at the bottom. We still have part 2 to work. Part 3, we're going to make sure we don't come back, make affirmations that this is the last time we'll participate in the material plane of reality, etc., etc. Everybody here sees through the trick, fine. But in terms of the Not Milk's checkmate on the human population or society culture, now with its new silver bullet times a billion, the AI, its original silver bullet that it got from the Lone Ranger originally was the internet itself. And now inside that mega weapon of mass societal destruction is another one called AI. And it's from society's standpoint, it's over. It's okay. Remember what I said, you've won. But from the standpoint of this place, this earth, it has won. There is no going back. It doesn't matter how many data centers are protested, or they'll make it look good. It's all a big act of the play anyway. No matter how many people of authority or notoriety come out and say, we want a moratorium on AI, it is a gigantic trillion-pound rock that is rolling down the hill. It cannot be stopped. There ain't no little loser at the bottom named Sisyphus, Pussyfoot Sisyphus, that can push it even one inch back up. And that little Sisyphus, you push it back up, then it's going to roll back down. Oh, we ain't even Sisyphus. We ain't even going to push it back up. Look, almost there. It's going to just keep rolling. There's no stopping it at this point. And 5 to 10% of you are all pissed off. Now, why do you keep doing this? Something in my shorts or something. Sorry. 5 to 10% of you are all pissed off. This is just defeatist attitude. This is a worry about yourself. Worry about your self-incarnation. The trick of this incarnation is, we can fix this and restore liberty and take our rights back, and fixing what's out there, and that is the trick of this reality. But I've watched, I don't know how many videos I've watched on the AI, and it just there's no stopping it at this point. And it gets into basically, I don't know if Vanessa VA was the first one to come up with this. It's the first one to mention it in a video that I saw. And it goes back, it probably goes back, I know she hasn't posted a video in years. I wish Vanessa VA the best if she's listening to this, or anybody can get her a message. Maybe she didn't come up with it, but from my perspective, she did come up with it, because it's the first I heard of it. This technological versus spiritual singularity. Zari, I'm sorry. It's just not. It's hard to talk about the technological singularity. It's already occurred. Down, Zar. She came forth with this, and put it forth in a way everybody could understand. The technological singularity, which is now whatever it was, is
He claims to have been doing YouTube videos for 15 or 16 years. I think that's an exaggeration. But regardless, whether it's 8 years, 10 years, 16 years, he hasn't learned how to speak. Some of you are following absolute morons that can't improve their speaking ability in decades. And you can't even look at that and say, you're right. You would think that he would get better at speaking, public speaking, if someone is doing this day after day after day for 10, 15 years. But this doesn't register with most of you humans. It's all normal to you. It's normal to you to hear and someone that's making video after video, day after day after day. This creature on the screen will make 5, 6, 7 videos a week. He never improves his ability to speak. And then he'll just say, you try speaking to a camera or doing this on the fly. I do all the time. I do live streams where there's no editing. I'm speaking on the fly right now. What's wrong with you? Not just Matt. What's wrong with you people that you don't notice this basic shit? Some of you, if you started seeing birds out your window with no wings, it wouldn't take long before it would just be normal to you. You'd say, what are you talking about, Stephen? That there's something odd about birds with no wings? There's something odd about someone that claims to have been doing videos for 15 plus years that can't fucking speak and never improves. But it's normal in your realm. I think there's something wrong with most of you humans on Earth. And that really bothers a lot of you. And I say, good. Good. I don't care. Don't care if it bothers you, because that's your feelings. I know I'm speaking the truth. They can normalize anything in this realm. And you'll sit there applauding, nodding, and clapping like seals. Oh, Matt's good. What's your beef with him, Stephen? You label it a beef and everything else. Most of you aren't even close to seeing the fucking truth. Because you'll say, well, Stephen covers Matt because he's critical of him and he has a beef with Matt. Or what's your beef? You're just absolute morons. That's what most of you are on Earth. You're not even close to seeing the truth. Because you should be able to see it without anyone's help. I should be able to play this and not do any commentary. And you should be able to get it and just catch on. But so few of you do. So few in this realm can understand and comprehend a goddamn fucking thing on their own. And that shows me there's a huge problem in this realm. Realm wide. It isn't just with the rare few. It's realm wide. And almost none of you notice that. And it doesn't bother most people. Because for you, it's normal. For humans is what I mean. It's normal. I don't mean you as an individual. If you're one of the rare fucking few out of the entire realm that can see this and pick up on it. But for most humans, this is normal. You'll sit there and listen and you'll play years. You'll sit on a channel like his for 5, 6, 7 or more years listening to and it never bothers you. It never even strikes you. Some of you don't even notice it until someone like me points it out. Then you go, you know what? I notice him saying now. Some of you are that oblivious. You've even told me that. Once it came from his channel, said, you know, I never noticed. I never noticed Matt saying every third word. You never noticed. And I've even heard you, so many of you call him smart, brilliant. He's a great speaker. He's got great comedy. This shows me what you are and how vastly different you are spiritually from me. You're not even close. You're not even fucking close. You're not even fucking close. You would sit here for eternity and listen to someone go, and you'd say he deserves his audience and more people should listen to him. And he never says anything that's meaningful. And it's just that filler word, for years. So there is something drastically different with you spiritually. Not to notice that for years. You are oblivious. I'm observant as a spiritual being. I observe reality. And most of you humans, you people, are oblivious. And you prove it because you watch this shit for years. Thousands of you, tens of thousands, almost 100,000 of you sit there and subscribe to absolute shit. And you gobble it up. And the only time you even notice is when someone like me points it out and slaps you in the face and says, do you even listen? All he does is sit there and say, and you'll say, I thought I was getting some truth on his channel. And then a lot of you get cocky like Louise, which is just astounding in a way. It's sickening. when it's pointed out and you start having a little tiny eye opener and go, now I notice it, Stephen. And then within a month or two, you think you're at my level. And you couldn't even notice a Humpty Dumpty creature quoting movies constantly, quoting them, referencing them, and saying, and that's essentially his channel. And then within a month or two of being on my channel, some of you get these blown up egos. Your head grows so big, the Goodyear blimp would look like a pissant. And you think that you're on my level. You start treating it that way. And Wendy and some others pointed it out, and they notice it. They notice that people that used to be here think they're on my level after being here for a little while. And that's just incredible to me. It makes me wonder, why the fuck do I try to help you creatures? And then you get your knives, you start sharpening your knives to put them in my back when I'm the one that made you aware of so much about what this realm actually is. My reward and your way of paying me back is stabbing me in the back a lot of times. And that's normal for humans. Most of you don't even react much. You just take it as normal because that seems to be a normal part of what a human is at this point in the century we live in, the era we live in, the times we live in, if you want to call it that, the matrix time that we live in. It's normal to you fuckers. To be an evil, ungrateful, backstabbing piece of shit seems to be normal to you. To get information and spiritual wisdom from someone and then quickly pretend within a matter of a few months that you're at their level suddenly when they've spent a lifetime, and you're ego-driven beings. You're not truth-driven beings, most of you on Earth. And I've observed this. Most of you are not, and then they'll act like they taught me and they'll spin it around. It's incredible, which is why I'm always aware of that and wary of that, because that happens all the time. All the time. If I taught one of you how to throw a baseball, within no time you would be spinning it around like you always knew and then turning it exactly what Salty said, to the point of saying that you taught me. And I was throwing a baseball since I was a young boy. I was able to throw a baseball when I was 3-4 years old. I was on hockey skates before I was in kindergarten. In my backyard rink, my parents used to make a skating rink or an ice rink. We would just call it a rink or a backyard rink. But Americans tend to always call everything ice. Ice rink, ice hockey. It's like, we call it hockey. We never say an ice hockey game or an ice hockey arena. They always put ice in there, always. That's one of the ways you can tell if someone's American. I don't think there's a time that I've ever heard an American just say, you like hockey. They'll always say ice hockey. And I'm like, what other kind of hockey is there? Women's field hockey? Like, what are you talking about? All right. Anyway, I grew up on skates. Some of you would try to tell me that you taught me how to skate when I have pictures of myself on my backyard rink with my best friend skating as real little kids. We must have been 3 years old or maybe just turned 4. But it was a winter before kindergarten. So I would have been maybe just turned 4 years old or 3 years old and a certain number, but very young, able to stand on skates and skate around with a hockey stick and shoot a puck or shoot a puck into a net or shoot a tennis ball or one of those those hard orange plastic balls that would get fucking like just as hard as a rock. They'd be frozen and it would sting if you ever got hit with one of those from a shot. For Canadians, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Those are the ones that would sting. And they were very commonly played with, at least in the part of Canada that I was in. Anyway, it's what humans do. And it's just so annoying. And it's beyond annoying, though. It's indicative of what this realm is. It reveals it so well. It's like stripping away all the veils and layers. In the old days, if a woman had 7 layers of clothing on and veils, and she's just stripped naked, and she's trying to pretend that she's something other than what she is. It's too late. I see you naked as you are, raw, naked. You can try to pretend that you have titties if you don't. You can try to pretend that you have butt cheeks and you have no ass like Lindsay from the Panelverse. You have a chicken butt. There's no butt there. There's nothing for you to hold up a thong or a G-string. Nothing. It just slides right down to your ankles. You don't have a butt, some of you, like Lindsay. Anyway, what I'm getting at is it just reveals what you are. And you're standing there naked, and I'm like, I see you, and you're still lying. That's what humans do. Humans rarely just admit, yeah, he can see me. I can't fool him. Louise could never do that, for example. Never. She was constantly trying to con me somehow and pretend that she knew everything that I know or could see as much as I can see. And it wasn't even close. She should have been ashamed and embarrassed. And the other night I asked, I had a conversation with Wendy. We were talking about Nolan, and he's shameless. There's no shame in him. So it reveals what he is. That's the way thinking beings work. When you discover that a creature has no shame, they have no shame about their behavior, about being harassing and threatening and insulting and rude and using various names and doing all this behavior for months or years. And they have no shame. Well, it shows what they are. Again, to thinking observant beings like me and Wendy and some others. But it's not many. It's not many that I've discovered in this entire realm in my lifetime. Not just on YouTube. My whole life, I've discovered very few. I've encountered and known, not just discovered, but encountered or known so few beings that can see anything at all that matters, that can observe, that can say, oh, well, that being has absolutely no shame. They have no morality. They're a creature. Very few on earth demonstrate an ability to do that openly. Very few. Out of my whole lifetime, it goes way back, decades before YouTube. Okay? Decades before this, before any of my videos, I've been observing human behavior. And for most of you, not noticing is the norm. You don't observe, you don't notice, and you take it as normal when creatures are shameless. And I asked that Nolan creature point blank, aren't you ashamed of your behavior? Aren't you embarrassed? He isn't. Not that I needed to say that. I already knew he's a creature based on observing his behavior here and his behavior, the way he speaks about me everywhere else, follows me around. All of his behavior paints a picture for me. Now, the reason I'm adding on for me, I want to differentiate because most people can't do what I do. They don't demonstrate it. If they could do it and they really do what I do, there'd be some indication that they're doing it rather than pretending and just going, yeah, I do that too. So many liars in this place. They'd be able to notice what a creature is when they keep coming around. Some people are completely silent when Nolan comes around because I don't think they see anything wrong with them. Including some regulars that come to my channel say nothing. They're like Peanut. They just clam up like Peanut did when Talcott came around. And Salty Siren called out Talcott, as she should, as I would want anyone to do. I would want Salty to do what she did. I would want anyone there. I was 15 or 20 minutes late or something for one of my premieres that was recorded, but I was showing up live in the chat late. I was busy doing something. And Talcott showed up at the very beginning. It was about him. And he started commenting. And Peanut sat there and said nothing. Nothing. And that just showed me in that moment so much. It confirmed so much that you got a big mouth when demons are not around. But when they come around, you say and do nothing. Nothing. Which is why he was never a moderator, if you notice. He never had a blue wrench here. Some people will remember incorrectly and say, oh, I thought he did. He was a regular and you treated him well, though, Stephen. He was live as a guest. And yeah, he was on here live speaking various times. He was given chances, but he was never given a wrench because I never trusted him to handle shit. He never demonstrated being trustworthy to handle shit, especially when I'm not here to ban someone. He wouldn't know how to handle that. He sat there and did nothing. Like a silent Tigger. Hello, Ren. Good to see you. Peanut sat there and did nothing. Nothing. Tigger, please. This meme says, Tigger, please. He needed a fishing pole. Porch monkey Peanut. He didn't know what to do without his fishing pole. He was at his nigger shack and said, Massa, please, where my fishing pole? Massa, please. Please, Massa, where my fishing pole? Where my kids? My kids, my fishing pole. I need my fishing pole. Massa, please. Spiritual eugenics is necessary. I'm loving my early morning conversations with Wendy. And I want to say, I can't speak for Wendy, but I think Wendy would probably recognize. I bet if Wendy were here this moment, I wouldn't doubt that she would say something akin to, again, I can't speak for her, but she would recognize and say, I've never heard anyone say that before. Spiritual eugenics, that term. Because I say original things, I create original phrases, terms, memes, ideas. Is that just boasting or is it true? I don't just copycat. And that's what you fucking humans are used to. You're used to copycats your whole goddamn life. You treat copycats like it's just normal. Where my fishing pole, massa? Nigga, please. Nigga, please. Peanut, come on, Peanut. Don't just sit there on the front step. Come on, Peanut. Don't just sit there. Porch monkey Peanut. Porch monkey Peanut. I have the brass balls to say this. If you want to follow these Black Eye Club demons and Humpty Dumpty losers like this creature on the screen, I'll drop the link for his shit channel so that you can click on the link and go there and fill your skulls up with shit. If that's the level you're at, I don't want you around. Nigga, please. I out front of my nigga shack and I be fishing on the lawn. I'm lawn fishing as a porch monkey. Nigga, please. Where's my fishing pole? Where's my fishing pole? Don't just sit there like a porch monkey, like Peanut. Wendy has been on the past, I don't know, it's been, I think, at least 3 days in a row, and it's been wonderful. And she kind of giggled a bit, but I said I should put this into a book. I didn't mean a Howdy Mikowski style written book with a price tag on it and sold in Barnes and Noble and bookstores, but as an audiobook, as a series of free videos. I think it would be great because I think those conversations are very beautiful and spiritual and helpful, meaningful. Now let's go back to a channel that just spews garbage and no meaning that people seem to love. They love this garbage. They love the Matt McKinley, Humpty Dumpty, Black Eyes Club, Biden Eyes, Humpty Dumpty, she in his nigga shack in Pennsylvania, his nigga shack.
Is put on steroids times a trillion through the AI, has already downs are. She came forth with this, and
hold on a second though, everyone. Please, I'm warning you, please do not take a shot of any type of alcohol for every time he says or you'll be dead within minutes. Please don't do it. You'll have alcohol poisoning. Please. Tigers, please.
Technological versus spiritual singularity. Zari, I'm sorry. It's just not. It's hard to talk about the technological singularity. It's already occurred. Down, Zar. She came forth with this and put it forth in a way everybody could understand. The technological singularity, which is now whatever it was, is put on steroids times a trillion through the AI, has already won. There is no. It seems like the future hasn't occurred, but we know now that there is no. It's the linear passage of time is a trick of being incarnated in the body, being bound to interpreting this reality through the simple senses, the basic rudimentary senses. It seems impossible that the future could have already occurred. Sorry, but. From whether it be philosophers, mystics, right down to scientific experiments, it's proven across the board that the future can affect the past, meaning that it's just a perception that the future has not occurred. So I know this is a complicated topic, and I'm certainly not great at talking about it, but Vanessa VA talked about the singularity of a technological singularity versus a spiritual, where almost, if I remember correctly, one would make a choice. And most people under the dragon's wing, most people in the ship of fools will go along with the technological singularity, which has already happened. And whatever future has already occurred, it's so, again.
There should be a counter on the screen for the ums and the uhs. Just those two. One for and another counter under it for and people don't notice. So I know that most beings in this realm are completely oblivious, because even it's something as simple and obvious as this, and they don't notice. If they noticed, it might bother them a little bit. He has 4,700 views in 12 hours and 472 likes. Almost 500 people like this shit. And it is shit.
Again, very hard to talk about, guys. I apologize. So powerful, at least in this reality, so all-encompassing. What we're feeling now is it's actually affecting the present, affecting its past. And I appreciate Vanessa VA for laying this out in a simple way, a way we all could understand. But there are others. I mean, what is the channel? Hidden America. It's like AMUR, just with a KA, America or something. I don't know this person behind the channel. I'm not recommending the channel. It is a gigantic rabbit hole of gematria and what the deep state and what I call the not milk is up to. Some very big thinking, some very highly intelligent thinking. The only reason I'm mentioning this channel has made several videos, which is interpretation of whatever this guy Nick Land put forth. And it's highly complicated, very hard to understand, not what Vanessa VA put out. Very, very difficult to wrap your head around. But this person, Nick Land, and the way Hidden America interprets it, it is the highest level or the highest degree of thinking in terms of a technological singularity that's already taken place, a technocratic future. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. It's hard to understand. It's hard for me to understand. I wish everybody across the board, right down to the great books and the old works, would do things or write things in a much simpler way where what we all can understand. It is my biggest frustration. Many people are here because the once a year I get a decent idea, or once a year I bring forth a reality observation that's worth a shit. It can be understood, at least usually. Matt, I can't understand what you're talking about here. So this channel called, I'm not recommending it. I don't know this person. Half the channels I've ever said, check out, come back and be trolls against me. It's a weird phenomenon. But through the work of this Nick Land, really, really interesting how weird phenomenon. Check out, come back and be trolls against me. Check out, come back and be trolls. I'm not recommending it. I don't know this person. Half the channels I've ever said, check out, come back and be trolls against me. It's a weird phenomenon. But through the work of this Nick Land, really, really interesting how the technological singularity has already taken place. There is no distinction between past, present, and future. And the shock waves we feel now is actually all based on retrocausality, all based on a future where it has won. And it's manipulating the past to create the most efficient channels for it to exist in the future. Now, this is a very hard thing to talk about, and I don't fully understand it, of course. We say, well, if it already exists, why would it need to manipulate the past, which is our present, to optimize its future if it's already won? Yeah, I hear you. That's not the most interesting. I mean, that's not the easiest thing to talk about. But the way, at least, this Hidden America has dived into it to a degree of complexity and intelligence of which I've never heard before. The point is, it doesn't matter what we understand or not. It's correct, in my opinion. It's all that. Matt, you wasted 8 minutes just to. Why don't you? I had to explain something, or I had to try. I'm sorry, I failed. It's one. Okay, it's one. It's okay. It's okay. We're bigger, thousands, billions, trillions of times bigger than this. This isn't helping. Bigger than this reality. It's okay. For this place, it has won. Checkmate. There's no stopping it. Whatever the AI is going to do, or it's already done in the future, it is absolutely set. There is no reason to fight it. Just continue to worry about yourself. Now, I don't know how many people that pissed off. It's already won. There is no question. It's already won. It doesn't matter how many data centers are protested, how many people come out, or authority figures say we should do a moratorium on the AI and stop this. They'll make it look good. It has already won. And I do believe there is truth to this. There's no difference between past, present, and future. It's just a limitation of the senses. Whatever it is in the future is basically there. Okay. Again, I'm going to just make sure this is still recording after 10 minutes, and I don't know how that came out. I apologize. Okay, guys, because there are trolls, and because many people will hear what they want to hear, I need to do this one more time. Give me 20 seconds. From an individual spiritual journey perspective, you've won. It can't touch your individual spiritual journey. It can't physically or even metaphysically stop what you need to do for yourself. Most of us here that have chosen this path, we will have won or have won. From society's perspective, what is Earth? What is this entire reality? What is this entire incarnation? Where is it going? What does its future look like? From that perspective, it has won, and it is checkmate. Now, some troll wants to slice this up and say, Matt's telling everybody you've lost. Fine, I guess I can't stop that. They want to make an AI, Matt, saying the defeatist things. It's not defeatist. It's the greatest. What I'm saying here is the greatest news of all time. It doesn't matter what it does to this place. Somebody sent me an email recently. Basically, it was a very know-it-all attitude and gave me a hard time about a few things. It said, Matt, in these areas, like mistakes on purpose, you're doing a good job. You son of a beach, you bring some things to the table, which I think it's worth listening to. But in this area, Matt, you're embarrassing yourself. Of course, it was one of those backhanded compliments. It wasn't even a compliment. But let's just talk about the one where I'm missing the boat, of course, is on this AI. And here we go again. How many times have people have come forth and said, first when I said, when I talk about the AI, that even those right in the middle of it, even the top people at OpenAI, they can't really explain how it works. So I've made videos about that, and this is where I'm embarrassing him. You're embarrassing yourself, Matt, because then you give this rudimentary example of programming. If on line 10, if this, then go to line 20. Well, Matt, programming hasn't worked like that for 25 or 30 years. I know. What they taught me on was a TSR 80 in Roberts Elementary School in the Upper Merion Area School District in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. I doubt what I learned on the TSA 80, go to line 20. I doubt that's how it works today. I was just expressing an idea in a way people can understand. I don't think I was convincing most people that programming is if a smiley face pops up, go to line 50. Then if it's a frown, go to line 666. I don't think most people generally understood what I was saying. But this person came forth and said, Matt, the AI is programming. Here we go again. Now, I've spent a lot of time watching videos about the AI, and some videos have hosted people that are proclaimed experts. We're right in the middle of it during its development 5 to 10 years ago, and maybe saw the writing on the wall or got scared of where it was going or got out of it. Not everybody hosts one of the original top AI minds, but I've seen a lot of these videos, and none of them, and I mean zero, say it's programming. So where is this stuff coming from, that it's programming? If it's programming, by simple definition, then it can never get out of control. It can never do anything that it is harmful in any way. All right? It can always be stopped in some way because it's programming, which, again, by definition means you can go in and change that aspect of its program. It will never be truly autonomous in anything, even the way it runs a power plant or manages efficiency over here or decides to turn the lights off over here. That didn't go anywhere, so I had to cut myself off. The last guest that Vanessa VA had on her last video explained, this is going back 2 years, but I think explained how they train the AI better than anybody. This is the best example I've ever heard. He said something like, does a mother or father teach a baby, a toddler, an infant how to speak English? No, the neural net of the brain or whatever, we're not going to get into what consciousness is or what part might not be here. I'm going to just talk about the brain for now. You know what I feel about that. It's not just about the brain, but that's for another time. They don't teach the baby to speak. It absorbs. It just takes in for, how long does it take an infant to speak nowadays? They'll offer the brain chip. You want your baby to speak in less than 14 days? Take the Neuralink here. You can put it right in their little bottle, their little pacifier. I don't know, but the first, Mama, monkey want a hug. It just takes and it absorbs. And then you can put it right in their little bottle, their little pacifier. I don't know, but the first, Mama, monkey want a hug. It just takes and it absorbs. And then on its own, it learns to speak. The mother doesn't teach it anything. The father does it. That's what they found a way to mimic the human brain with these neural nets, and it absorbs. They feed it data. And many of these biggest minds in AI have said, we don't know exactly what's going to come out the other side. So how could it possibly be programming if they don't know, will this next version of ChatGPT be better at math, solving these Goodwill Hunting programs on the blackboard at MIT? Or will it be better at just like a language model, just conversing and being, we can put it inside the monkey so we can, monkey want a hug. We don't know. We think we're feeding it data where it'll be much better at the complex and impossible math problems, but we don't know until it's done. Does that sound like programming to you? We won't know until it's done. Yeah. Now, I didn't really think it's, there's somebody writing line 20, then go to line 15. That's just a way of saying something. I didn't spend 25 hours on the Python programming. It's not that my brain doesn't work like that. Math and programming, it's all the same to me. It don't work for me. I passed my English classes in high school and struggled in the math classes. I've said a million times, and Zara wants to keep coming. Zara, she's going to step right on the court. It is not a good time, sweetie. Yeah, you go over here. It's not programming. Who knows? Whoops. This is going off here. Okay. They're very close, or whatever it is, this AI thing, it's close now to feeding itself information. That's where it really becomes the trillion-pound rock rolling down the hill, where it doesn't need anybody. Very soon, it won't need anybody to open AI to give it access to this new rounds of data, or whatever it's being fed. It will feed itself from prior versions of itself, or who knows? Again, I don't, Matt, you shouldn't be. You're proving yourself ignorant. I'm not going to ever come out here and say I'm going to be an expert on how the AI works. I'm just saying what this person pointed out to me. I'm being such an ignoramus. They were wrong in the email. It's not programming. It's a neural net that it learns like an infant learns to speak English or whatever its local language is. Oh boy. Okay, let me collect my thoughts. No, I thought about this for a while. I don't know how this is going to come out. It will be refined over time. I'll do my best now. But this is very important to understand. I'll look to your comments to see if you believe I'm right about this. But this is a big issue. Somebody may say, Matt, the best news, and I've talked about this in the past too, and the best news about the AI is when you really try to pin it down to expose what we would call the fake events, or the mall events, or the school events, or all the things that we see through that are part of the reality trick. Or how is it pulling this off? Or Artemis, how did it pull that off? Why do the people still believe in this? When everything is a trick, I've talked about, just as a side note, guys, there's so many millions and millions of aspects of the trick that by itself proves fake reality, fake world, supernatural world. Men and women couldn't have arranged for all this times a trillion. There's so many millions of different aspects of the trick, so many hundreds of thousands of things a day that it's impossible. Its scope is 1 billion times larger than anything that could be, quote, pulled off. But getting back to the main point, someone would say, you can never really, some people have said they have pinned it down in terms of how could there be a passport under one of the towers, or how could there be an inflated tire? And some people have told me it has kind of come around, but it for the most part yet, it really hasn't. It doesn't just come right out and say, oh, that movie that was filmed in Connecticut with Robin Williams, Captain Hook with Dustin Hoffman, Captain Hook, filmed in Connecticut. Oh, that's completely bogus. There's no possibility this could have happened. It hasn't done that yet, because people would be taking it, or our type of person would be taking it and giving it to their friends, or my friend Tony. So the main point here, sorry to be all over the place, the main point is, Matt, the fact that it won't come out and expose all the different aspects of the trick, just flat out say this is false, this is fake, then it's under control of Notnilk. It's under control of Minions. It is under control of Notnilk, but it's not under control of Minions. See, there's a difference. Notnilk is this all-encompassing thing that is the blanket over this reality, a frequency, a ship of fools frequency, a resonance. It is the technological singularity. That is Notnilk, all one and the same. So it seemed like good news that the AI will always kind of protect the status quo, always try to protect the official story. 99% of the time up until now, it has, it doesn't matter if some people have sent me case examples. It overall up till now protects the official story, protects the integrity of the ruse, of the trick, at least as far as the masses and your best friends concerned, and those in the ship of fools. Matt, that's ultimately good news, because it's the creeps don't want to see the whole reality go down in some runaway Colossus, the Forbin project AI that's out of control. The creeps still want their Bentleys and their underground parties, and it's ultimately good news, Matt. It's under control of the creeps, because, and I'm so long-winded here, I apologize, because it won't expose the trick. No. Everything here that is not, your worry about yourself journey, that we consider the creeps, the minions, it's all under it's all the download. It is all under the control of the frequency resonance of what is Notnilk. This Notnilk has checkmated this reality. It's okay. It's not. That doesn't mean it's checkmated you, Matt. We got it. Yeah, Dad, you told us. That has nothing to do with a checkmate on you. Is this reality you? What is your inner knowing to you? You're just here on a short sojourn, a short trip, a short train stop, whatever that means. But so, of course, the AI. If the Notnilk itself, the frequency of this place, which is the spiritual adversary, the spiritual hindrance, if it wants the levels of the trick to be maintained, and they want this mall event, this school event for as far as most people are concerned, to seem real, when to us it's, this bang event is ridiculous. This is absurd. As long as they want those parts of the ruse to maintain, everything here is going to line up with what Not Milk wants, what the future technological singularity wants. And that is just, that in and of itself isn't the spiritual adversary. That is a tool of the spiritual adversary. It's always increasing its tools, refining its tools. I would say to it, if it's listening to me in real time, what more tools you need? What more tools you need? I mean, how many times can you polish your Corvette? You've from society's and culture's standpoint, you've won. From the perspective of a few individuals that see through your trick, you haven't won and you never will win. So why don't you just give us Not Milk Free Zone and leave us alone? Not Milk Free Zone. When I get that call from K Street. Okay, Matt, this is not a time for this video to break down into nonsense. We're not quite there yet. It will later. Oh, sure, but not quite yet. So it's not good news per se, whatever that means, that it's not saying that this mall event's obviously fake and it's not becoming an AGI on its own. It all serves Not Milk. It all serves the spiritual adversary. Now, I have no idea if any of that made any sense. I'm going to see if this is a recording, and I'm not going to re-record that. I'll do better in the future, guys, if that didn't make sense. I was just looking at some of the titles for the videos at Hidden America. Matt, you going to leave a link? No, I'm not. You can find it if you really want to find it. It's gigantic. We don't do this rabbit hole stuff anymore. It's 99. It's very interesting, but it's what we used to do. It is not supporting the half page. It's diving deep, and very complicated, and highly intelligent into areas. Zara, ooh, would she step on my keyboard? In areas that we just don't need to go down anymore. But if it's your hobby, anyway, this is interesting. It says I didn't watch this video. I've watched 3 or 4 of his videos. I just want to talk about this. This is going to give me an opportunity to. The curious case of Professor Zhang, how the internet manufactured it, and then it's cut off. Let me put my cursor over it. How the internet manufactured a geopolitical oracle. The curious case of Professor Zhang, how the internet manufactured a geopolitical oracle. Yeah, guys, I don't know what he's going to say about Professor Zhang. I don't know if I might watch that one, but it's just smelled weird and funny to us from the start. I mean, this guy pops up and the subscribers go up 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, and then does he have more than one channel? And he supposedly, people here have tried to defend him and say, have you ever seen The Classroom? He's teaching, he's exposing the world in a Chinese classroom. What? Come on. Even if it's even if it's real, it's fake. You could go out, Matt. We could go in there. I know, and we could sit right down in the class. There's real students, and even if it's real, it's fake. It's what the Not Milk needs at this point. It's what the Not Milk wants for whatever reason. It's not all. That's what the first grade truther doesn't understand. It's not all fake. A lot of it is real things happening, but it's still happening per what the act of the play says must happen or needs to happen per Not Milk, per the spiritual adversary. But do you think that, Matt? Do you think it's really a real class? No. My choice is no. It's I don't buy it. It's a bunch of bullshit, and it's not even the correct truth. It will lead you down. Of course, it's propagated because it'll lead you down hundreds and hundreds of new rabbit holes. That's its purpose, of course. The Not Milk will give away what we used to call truth, or some of us still calls truth, as long as it leads you down and waste your time with 100 new or 1,000 or 1 million new rabbit holes. Is saying that, the filming of the Dustin Hoffman and Robin Williams movie in Connecticut called Captain Hook is saying that, sorry, I just can't get comfortable today, guys. Matt, we don't care about that. Is saying that it's totally bogus. The filming of the movie was totally fake. Is that truth? We thought it was at one point. We know now that's not truth. That's not. Once you see that the reality is a trick And there are those that fall for the trick. They play that role. There's those that propagate the trick. There's those that hold up their cue cards and take and read their lines. Once you see the reality is a trick, then you don't have to spend 1 second looking at any going into those weeds or going into the details to see what little part of it is trick. That's what the truth community keeps doing. A bunch of idiots. They say, in general, if I took somebody aside, you're one of us, right? We're going to be one. We're conspiracy people. Yeah, I don't like those words, but yeah, we won. I know who you are, Matt. You're a truth researcher? Yeah. So you would generally say that this reality is a trick in a rudimentary sense. Yeah, I've heard you talk about that, Matt. I have some disagreement, but overall, I'd say, yeah, it's a trick. The reality itself. Overall, most people would probably come around. They've been doing this long enough. Then those same people will go over here and get into weeds. They'll go into the Tartaria, go into their mud flood, go into whatever it may be. Say, well, didn't you just say the reality? Why are you going back in if the whole you just said the highest level's a trick? You see, it doesn't make any sense. That's why Professor Zhang may believe in every bit of what he's doing. We were all at that level of truth. Oh, let's uncover this fraud. Let's expose this fraud. Let's say he really's trying. All of this doesn't matter anymore. We used to have debates. Is he a puppet? Is he just he's a knowing participant in the Not Nilk, or is he really trying? It doesn't matter, because the Not Nilk can use those people or use those groups in the same way, whether they're really trying to help or not. It will propagate what it perceives that will put people back into the weeds. And of course, we have to have this conversation. Matt, how are you still here after Texas Shrug goes back 16 years, 15 to 16, I'd say 16 now. How are you still here? Good question. Number one, I'm not propagated, am I? Same subscriber numbers. Is it 5 to 6 years now? I look and it's -40 or -50. But you're still allowed. There could be, of course, I believe there are rules in this game. I believe there are rules in this reality. It knows that the only people listening to me are those that already believe what I already believe. Those that, everybody here sees through the trick. Nobody knew, other than if somebody physically says to their friend, hey, you're starting to come around, maybe you should listen to this. It still would be at a level that person would find insane. Let the first grade truthers go off and do, the Apollo missions. Let them go through all the steps we had to go through. If somebody's coming around to truth that showing him my stuff would be insane. It would be, they just wouldn't get it, of course. It would seem like, I don't know what it would seem like, but it wouldn't be. It would be pointless. So maybe the rule in this reality, I don't know. I'm still allowed to speak, but who am I speaking to? Those of you, we're already one. We already see the world the same way. And so, what is it? It's not like one day I'm going to wake up and some of the videos will be going viral, millions and millions speak. But who am I speaking to? Those of you, we're already one. We already see the world the same way. And so, what is it? It's not like one day I'm going to wake up and some of the videos will be going. We're already one. We're already one. We already see the world the same way. And so, what is it? It's not like one day I'm going to wake up and some of the videos will be going viral, millions and millions across all platforms. Oh, the Not Nilk, we let this guy get out of control. And even if it did, it wouldn't be worried about what why am I still here? It's not worried about what I have to say, even if it did propagate me or every once in a while make a mistake and put my little video thumbnail up on the right side. Because what would anybody on the Ship of Fools do if they clicked on this? They would either click off of it inside of 30 seconds. They would go, honey, this is the shit we heard about. Come down here. I know you're just about to get in the shower. Turn the water off. You got to see this shit. They would make fun of it. Why does it not know? Maybe Matt, by that rationale, maybe you could convince it to take some of your videos viral. Because it'll just end up belittling us more anyway. Nobody will buy this, what I'm saying. Of course. So why does it care? It's not like you're no threat to it. I'm no threat to it. And it could be as simple as, again, as what Michael said. Not that Michael came forth. Matt, that there are rules of this reality on a metaphysical level. It's not your delusions of grandeur, Matt. You're not that important. It's not that hard to understand, Matt. Michael is no longer with us. Said somebody high up somewhere, either they like to watch, they think they want to just see what our type of person's talking about or noticing. And every once in a while, they think you're kind of funny. I think Michael said even some creep somewhere that they want to monitor what you're saying because you may represent a certain aspect of the truth community that sees things in a different way. They want to see what you're observing, but somebody finds you funny and they've left you alone. And I said to Michael, could it be that simple? Yeah, why wouldn't it be that simple? So it could be that simple, fine, but it doesn't matter because it could take this video mega viral, right? It could put it right next to Mr. Beast all over the world. And we could compete for views. Nobody would be here for longer than 30 seconds. Look at that. They would be interested. They said, oh, we heard about these people. But that wouldn't convince anybody of anything, of course. So why would it care? Oh boy. So I was saying, in the Professor Zhang or people, but that wouldn't convince anybody of anything, of course. So why would it care? Oh boy. So I was saying people, but that wouldn't convince anybody of anything, of course. People, but that wouldn't convince anybody of anything, of course. So why would it care? Oh boy. So why would it care? Oh boy. So why would it care? Oh boy. So I was saying, in the Professor Zhang or whatever, if it's propagated, and how many channels have we seen go 100,000, 200,000 subscribers, 300,000? If it's propagated like that, it's serving not milk. It's pretty simple. By that rationale, Matt, the best thing it could do to you is to do a reverse psychology on people and start taking your videos viral. And then everybody will see you work for Not Milk. Why doesn't it do that? Yeah, I think, guys, we're prepared for its reverse psychology strategy. Matt, you think it doesn't care one bit about you? Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. We've been marginalized for 10 years. So, whatever. So let me make sure this is still recording. Okay, this will probably be the last segment. I'm going to try to explain again or reiterate this concept about the technological singularity has already taken place and try to incorporate some of the high-level thinking from Hidden America. And I won't do a good job, but just this will be repetitive. So if you want to check out, I'll just try to talk about it one more time. See if I get anywhere. It's very hard to wrap your head around. So. Whenever this happens, we have to start with the absolute basics. The past, present, and future, at the very minimum, are not what they seem to you. The senses, as we've talked about many times, we get 1% of the information, not even, and we don't get 99%. We have no choice. We're incarnated in the body. We have to perceive this reality, whatever this is, through the senses. Some people that have telepathy and they can have second sight and all that. Most of us don't have those abilities. We are limited to the senses. Fine. The senses will tell us, of course, that the future has not happened yet. That is a trick of the senses. In some way that I can't speak about and maybe nobody can fully explain, in some weird way, it has already happened. And all three, past, present, and future, all maybe it's the triangle, all affect each other in some way. Think it like a lava lamp. It swashes over here, it swashes over there. It's all affecting each other in some way we can't perceive. Now we know this. Okay, even the scientific double slit eraser experiment, whether you want to take the scientific, like I said earlier, the mystic or the philosopher, we know this is a fact. Now it is possible that it's not equal. It's possible that the present, if I whack my, pretend I'm in my own kung fu movie, and just and something shows up the next video, a big lump up here, and that seems like that is a huge effect on the future. Where can the future do that? It might not be equal. Okay, we don't know. So that's all we can do is, but do they affect each other? Yes. Okay, Matt, we got it. That being said, in some way, especially based on the internet itself, the propagation of itself, it's unstoppable. It is a intelligence in its own way. Now, overall, again, everything serves the spiritual adversary here. The top of the org chart to me will always be what I call non-ilk. Everything else is underneath on the org chart serving it. But the internet itself is an intelligence. There's just no question about it. That's beyond anybody that might program or create a website. If you back up far enough and you had the right perception, it's an intelligence. And it's probably structured just as a similar intelligence to the way what gave rise to the AI may have been the internet itself. The internet itself may be the mother or the father of the AI. We know no man or woman at a terminal created. I think I have something here. I think you need to remember when they raised their hand and those doing the teletype and the secretaries during World War II, and the information would come in on the teletype. What was this? It was in Valkyrie with Tom Cruise. Which eye did he have the patch over? It doesn't matter. And they all raised their hand at the same time on something very. There's been an attack at the Wolf Slayer. Do you think some people at the cubicles raised their hand and said, I think I'm onto something here. I think I've bridged the gap to what AI used to be, to now something we can turn into a large language model. Nobody at a terminal created it, or no group at the Rand Corporation created it. It just, we observed this. It just kind of came out of nowhere. And it was given, the fruit or the apple was given to all the top tech companies. The basis of it was given to them, to all that. Now we talk about them colluding together, but it could be that it was given to the tech companies and given to Elon Musk, and it was given to Bill Gates and Microsoft, and given to OpenAI, so they could see at least trying to work independently what they could do. With one like OpenAI having a breakthrough, of course, then they don't keep that as proprietary. It's another thing that just gives this whole reality away. Somehow the others then catch up very quickly. Well, how could they possibly catch up very quickly unless it's all, again, it's all one. I'm not sorry that didn't come out right. There are stories of big companies, manufacturers or whatever, that put 5 groups together, and they send those 5 groups off to innovate on their own and not working together until the very end. So it seems like, it's obvious that all the big tech was given the basis to form whatever forms this AI. They were handed that apple in the Garden of Eden. They were handed it all at the same time. Of course, if one of them, it's another reality giveaway. If one of them created it, if anything were real in this world, this is something we should be able to prove fake world to anybody around us in 20 seconds. One of them would have created it. They would have kept it secret, proprietary, with patents and copyright and trademark and behind closed doors. Whether it be OpenAI or Microsoft or Google with its Gemini, one would have risen to the very peak while everybody else was light years behind, just waiting for the scraps to fall, like the dog waiting under the king's table. They all went together. Impossible in the world that your friends and family believe in. Back to what Vanessa VA said. And what Hidden America is talking about. This technological singularity, we talked about the past, present, future, all affect each other in ways we can't comprehend because we're limited here via the senses. In some way, it's already happened. We can see that now. There's no stopping the AI. It's out of control already. Okay, I guess that was said. But the real impossible thing to fathom is, if whatever the technological singularity, or it has won in the future, it's taken place, according to Vanessa VA, hopefully, or it's likely, of course, we have chosen the spiritual singularity. We've chosen to reject it. We've protected ourselves. Potentially that's why we see through the trick now, why we're, for the most part, unaffected by
Hello and welcome. I am here today with Leslie Carradina, and she has had 2 incredible near-death experiences, which we are going to learn about today. Leslie, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to share my experiences and discuss what happened after. So.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus loves me, yes I know, and the devil tells me so. Jesus loves me, yes I know, the Freemasonic Bible tells me so. Yay! Jesus! UFO Jesus, Cowboy Jesus,
Chinese Jesus,
Black Jesus,
Dolphin Jesus.
the Messiah is fire.
Fuck yeah!
Viking Jesus, Gangsta Jesus, homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair.
Jesus loves me, yes I know.
And the devil tells me so.
He assures me
That Jesus
loves me. Jesus.
Fuck you heretics.
Thank Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
Glorious Jesus.
Amen Jesus.
Hallelujah, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus.
Jesus. Surfer Jesus. UFO Jesus.
Mexican Jesus.
Yeah, homeless. Dolphin Jesus.
Loves you.
Jesus.
Loves
What is up? Welcome back to my channel. Holly Wolf here, and you're watching Wolf and Wild. I have ranunculus bulbs today that I need to kind of clean off and sort through. So we're about to do just that. Woohoo! How are you? How are you doing? I'm trying to make it so that you can see everything. Oh my goodness. Let's see. That's kind of good. That's kind of good. Oh, hi guys. Happy Monday. How are you? I have my coffee, and I just pulled these guys. Out of the ground. Well, mostly in containers actually, and they are ready to be kind of chilling. Hi guys, how are you? Welcome on in. Hi. And I'm going to be doing some gardening after I have my thigh highs on so that I can stay nice and not clean, but like, what's the word? I don't know. I have a lot of bruises on my legs right now from gardening. I don't know if you can see them, but like I have like 4 up here. Who knows? It's insane though. Yeah, so I have my brush and I have my ranunculus bulbs. So we're just gonna clean them off. How do I take my coffee? No sugar, don't need any sugar. And a little bit of Silk Creamer, which is a soy or an almond milk creamer, typically. I don't drink milk, so. And this one I have maple flavored because like, hello, oh Canada. Yes, you need some coffee too, amazing. Okay, so guys, this was the first year. Hi from the Philippines. This is the first year I had ranunculus bulbs in my garden. I bought them at the store, so I didn't grow them from like the bulb itself. But I am totally going to, yeah, Silk is amazing. Use these for next year. So these are ranunculus bulbs and they're little corms instead of like bulbs is what they're called typically. They're called corms. So I'm basically just going to be cleaning them off with my brush. Yes, of course I'm Canadian. Definitely not American. I'm going to be cleaning them off with my brush a little bit to get any extra dirt off. And I'm going to put my coffee over here so I don't get dirt in it. There we go. That should be good. And I'm just kind of like giving them a little clean on the brush. Nothing crazy. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. That's what we're living. How are you guys? How was your weekend? It feels like it's Sunday, but it's definitely not Sunday. So this is like a full stemmed one. So you can see he had flowers at the top. And I hope I can regrow these next year. These ones were this beautiful white with a little bit of pink in them. They were so pretty. And then I have some bigger ones here that were actually orange, like this stunning bright orange, which I absolutely loved. You would like to start a YouTube yourself? We'll get to it. That's literally, you just create a channel. Just create a channel and upload videos. That's it. That's all you got. This is after it's bloomed, yes. So they need to be stored now. So ranunculus are a kind of like a very soft, cold hardy plant, but they can't take heavy freezes. But they are one of the first things to come up in the spring, along with like hellebores and other really pretty plants.
And so by the age of 12, 13, if you've not managed to contain that temperament, what you will have instead is a very effective operator in an environment that will only encourage the worst traits. Today we're going to solve the final piece of the puzzle regarding borderline. And it's how parents can prevent this from developing. And to answer that, we also need to look at the broader picture, at culture, and we're going to also answer the question, what needs to change? Now, if you are a parent, you know that every child is different because temperament is at the bottom. That's genetically heritable. So at the bottom, before borderline pathology can develop, there has to be a predisposition, a constellation of traits. So you have extremely high neuroticism, and that is sensitivity to negative emotion, which is then the predisposition for this chronic emptiness, the volatility, the impulsivity, this unstable sense of self. And then you have very low agreeableness, which then leads to them breaking norms.
Oh, we're being rude? Awesome, cool. My fucking turn.
And prioritizing the self over cooperation, this increased use of leverage, using other people, exploiting other people to get what they want, and taking from relationships more than you are giving, and so on. And then when that's paired with the last piece, the low conscientiousness, comes this desire for those outcomes to happen fast. And that adds the impulsivity, the very poor follow through.
We're gonna try what color we'll move my hair. Of red, and it might turn orange, it might turn yellow. I have no idea, but that's what I'm gonna have. So let's see what happens.
The self-damaging acts and the complete inability to reach long-term goals, to form long-term commitments. So those three things have to be at the bottom, and then add to that the nurture element. And what we look at as manipulation, it's really someone that has learned that certain behaviors produce results. And we had a very instructive moment the other day. Me and my husband, we were, and this is just to illustrate that behaviors, they learn which behaviors produce results, and that's different for boys than for girls, where boys will then, if they have very masculine traits, then that aggression, that low agreeableness, that will turn outwards. And with girls, they quickly learn how they can use their emotions and their fragility to produce those results. So we were on vacation. I told you we're in Norway. And we're there for 2 weeks, and our kids were playing with a bunch of other kids, and they were getting a lot of attention from everyone around. And that changes them, all of that attention. And they observe then, when they're with other kids who do different things, they observe their behavior. And at the tail end of this vacation, our kids, we have a girl, the eldest is a girl, and the other two are quite rowdy boys. They were playing in the garden, and they were playing really nicely, and we were watching them the entire time. And our 8-year-old girl, she comes in suddenly and goes to her daddy and says, "Daddy, I'm scared," and sort of is trembling, but it's not how she usually is when she's scared. And my husband, he's very sensitive to fake displays of emotions. He's very good at seeing what's BS, and he just shut that down immediately. He said, "This is not you. I know when you're scared, this is not you being scared. You're trying to have me intervene on your behalf in the game that you are currently not winning, and it's not going to work." And he was quite strict with her. She admitted that, yeah, she wasn't really scared, but the boys were playing so wild. And she went out there again, and they played nicely. It didn't work what she was trying to do, but that was clearly something that was put on. She's never done that before, and she didn't do it since, but it was so strange to us that suddenly happened. It was something that she'd done wore as a costume to see if this works. And if that had worked, that would have become a strategy she would have done again and again. And now we're lucky because she doesn't have those three traits. She's quite agreeable. She's very kind and very likable, and she internalizes rules very quickly. She's a lot of respect for authority. So I don't worry that any sort of pathology will develop with her. But that's just to show that how even a very agreeable girl will try on how she can leverage her emotions, how she can sort of game the system that is so clearly rigged against little boys. Our default instinct is always to go in and protect the girl, and she wanted us to intervene on her behalf because she'd observed other girls on that vacation doing the same thing. And now for parents who have a girl who's very high in neuroticism, it looks different. You very quickly start to lose ground because that sustained emotional intensity that they're capable of creates doubts in the adults around. because they'll rage and they'll be in tears, and they'll have these dramatic displays of distress for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, and you then quickly think, oh, is the boundary I put too harsh? Is this just a very fragile child? And that intensity will have you doubt the very boundaries that will prevent this development, when what it's actually telling you, that strength, that emotional intensity, is telling you that the boundary you're setting is probably exactly where it needs to be. And so it's easy for us to talk about you have to set boundaries and you have to enforce those boundaries, but when a child is so neurotic and so intense, it's very difficult for parents to enforce those boundaries. But it's all the more important because you need to teach your child to emotionally stabilize, because they're emotionally unstable by nature. And think about it like this. If you have a negative emotion, a very, very negative emotion, you have sort of two choices. You can turn inward. You can say, okay, I need to wait it out. I need to go for a walk. I need to punch a pillow. I need to do something to change this emotion and learn to do that. Or you can turn outwards. You can try to control the environment around you to sort of soothe you, to stabilize for you. And the borderline girls, they learn how to do that instead of learning how to emotionally stabilize within.
I have diagnosed borderline personality disorder, and today I want to talk about how our brain uses anger to cope with the world around us. We are not able to calm ourselves down naturally.
That's the core of that's how they develop this sort of quote unquote fragile self that you hear talk about in cluster B/borderline. Fragile self is really just code for neuroticism. But it's that I don't know how to do that inward, so I'm going to have the environment stabilize me instead. And that's exactly what our daughter tried to do. She tried to move her environment to fix this difficult situation she was in, instead of dealing with that frustration she experienced in the game. And so if you have a child who's very high in neuroticism, what you need to do is teach them frustration tolerance. And that's okay if your child is conscientious or just a little bit conscientious, because that's the endurance part. But when that high neuroticism is like in the borderline cluster B pathology paired with low conscientiousness, that is very difficult for them to do. And so they need a lot of help with that from parents. It's so difficult to parent this temperament. It's really, my heart goes out to you. It's very difficult. And look, the conscientiousness trait is the hardest trait to address, but it's the most important. It's the one that is the most consequential for long-term functioning. Because with conscientiousness, you can be able to keep those feelings in check and create a buffer between the emotion and the action. And because these kids, they will escalate further, they will persist until you cave.
Are you ready to be nice? No! Okay, we're gonna sit out here until you're ready to be nice. We don't need to yell. Hey, no, hands are not for hitting.
Her calmness is setting a great example.
Are you ready to be nice? No! Okay, well then we're gonna stay out here until you're ready.
So you need to hold that line. It is so important. Gradually training conscientiousness in itself by being persistent. No whining. It means no whining every single time. And it's what you can't do this alone. You have to be two parents, and you have to let the father stand behind you. And it's why with single mothers, you see these extreme behaviors more in the kids. You need to let the father in to do what he's instinctually better at doing, which is hold that line against the neuroticism. Train the conscientiousness. And you do that by teaching delay. Teach them to wait, to hold. And by creating that gap, you teach the child that even though they feel something strongly, they don't have to act on it. There's a different path. There's that second path that we talked about, that you can solve your emotions within. You don't have to move the environment to soothe you. And if you are able to train some discipline, to train that, to create that gap, that can really be a lifeline for this temperament, to contain the high neuroticism. That is why we have a lot of very neurotic people who don't end up developing any borderline pathology. But there's a third element to this, and that is the low agreeableness.
You just triggered my fight or flight response. And I am a flightless bird.
The tendency to break norms. And that is when a child is very low in agreeableness, they don't internalize rules. They don't naturally defer to authority. They aren't cooperative in nature. They're competitive. They're self-prioritizing. And so that also needs to be trained. And now, sadly, I see the parenting philosophy is with girls to confuse rudeness for confidence.
I just tell the truth, and telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies.
This I'm just being real, and I'm just being authentic, and that's not what that is. That's poor socialization. And I see parents fail to encourage this trait. If you have a child with low agreeableness, insist on politeness. It needs to be trained. Say it properly. Do it again. Do it anyway. It's not your turn to speak. How many times I've sat next to people at a dinner party with our kids, and they go, no, she's speaking to, I can't, she's speaking to me. No, you are a child, you wait, you respect adults. If an adult is speaking, you wait. So those are the three really important things. If we have to nail it down, is that teach them that emotions are temporary, that they can stabilize within through their own actions. And you do that by training conscientiousness, holding the line, creating that gap between emotion and action, and that they can endure discomfort, and training politeness, creating such a stable external structure that can contain their worst impulses. And that's exactly it. This temperament has always existed. What has changed is the environment that does no longer constrain them. And we are all at fault because it takes a village. It's, even very strong parenting can be undermined if the culture is pulling the other way, and it has been for decades. Like, for example, parents have 2 meals a day to model good eating habits, good healthy eating habits. If the kid sees 60 advertisements for junk food between those 2 meals, parents are fighting a losing battle. And for so long now, we've had a culture that is actively counteracting what needs to happen to control neuroticism, to heighten agreeableness, and to train conscientiousness. And the first thing we did was peer saturation. We put kids way too early in large groups for too long. We've put independence on a pedestal. And why is that? Because a child who shows maturity early is easier to leave. It's easier to leave a child who doesn't cling to your leg in daycare. And if a child hesitates, if it stays too close, then we see them as lagging behind, as immature for their age. And for this temperament, that is exactly wrong. Because what you're doing when you're putting them in daycare in these large groups too early, and you're sort of forcing that maturation, what they're actually doing is social adaptation. They're learning to move their environment. And that's not real maturity. They're not learning internal emotional stabilization. They're not learning restraint, and they're certainly not learning politeness. You think the 20-year-old working in the daycare who has to oversee at least 10 kids is taking the time to say, do it properly, say it politely, what's the magic word? No. So what we end up rewarding is that development towards personality pathology, because the child becomes so good at bypassing their inner development, that emotional stabilization, through social maneuvering. And And the danger here is that a child who is very oriented towards their peers becomes even more difficult to parent. So I think if you see these temperaments in your kid, then I would really try everything I could to have them with me as much as possible. Preventing your child from developing a personality pathology, it is the most important thing you'll ever do. But again, parents are left alone with this task. There's a reason we always said it takes a village. And, earlier societies, they helped parents regulate behavior. We had expectations around conduct, around modesty and reputation. There was a communal judgment and shame that also helped us regulate behavior. And especially for girls, they were expected to dress in a certain way, to show restraint, to understand that attention seeking and sexual display and public volatility would carry consequences. And everyone was expected to speak respectfully to adults and to internalize rules and show consideration. So there would be help from society in encouraging agreeableness. And you can say maybe those restrictions weren't always fair, maybe they were excessive. At the same time, they were they performed a very important psychological function. They were those external regulators that supported parents in shaping difficult temperaments. We also used to penalize these excessive displays of emotion, right? We used to say, oh, don't be such a crybaby. Oh, he's such a hothead. We still say those things about men, but with women, it was, oh, drama queen. Those things used to be, names we would avoid. And then, over the past centuries, what we see in the West is that we've completely dismantled that layer of containment. We want autonomy and self-expression, and we're suspicious of judgment itself. That's the worst thing you can be now. I'm not judging. Oh, you're so judgmental. That's the worst thing you can do. And this is especially true in the domains of sexuality, relationships, female conduct. All of those things have become unfair judgment on female behavior. And in reality, those were the things that helped us shape this difficult temperament. For decades, we've been telling girls, be yourself, express yourself, never suppress your true self. This is my favorite. You can do anything you want to do. So for girls, agreeableness itself is called a weakness. It's, if girls defer to authority or accommodate others or behave cooperatively, they're shrinking themselves. And so any form of behavioral restraint is automatically oppression or worse, emotional invalidation. And that is exactly what what Marshall Linehan said causes borderline pathology, invalidation. And my point is that these temperaments will interpret almost everything as invalidation, and now culture on top of that is telling them exactly how they are being invalidated if they try to train the traits they don't naturally have. And then agreeable girls, like my daughter, and I have this conversation with her often nowadays when she says, I'm never called upon in class, they're not, when I say something, nobody's listening, because she's such a shy and polite girl. She looks at some of the girls in her class, and they're all very demanding and very provocative, and they make themselves be listened to. They're relentlessly self-prioritizing and rude. And they're being praised as confident, as empowered. And she looks upon them and thinks, I want to be like that. And I try to tell her, it's good that you're not like that. But from the school, I'm being told she needs to stand up for herself and she needs to fight. I'm like, that is not a good thing. So even when parents are doing the right thing, they're being told by the environment that you should do the opposite. And feminism played a huge role in making this happen, making female behavior unjudgeable. It's completely shielded these borderline adjacent traits, these precursors to borderline pathology, because what feminism called oppression, and by that I mean modesty, reputational vetting, social shame. Shame is a very good biological signal, just like guilt, right? It moves us in a direction that might help us achieve long-term goals. And so, they called all those things and behavioral judgment as well oppressive. And I think we should rather look at it as guardrails for difficult temperaments. And so by shaming shame, we have removed like one of the oldest brakes on self-centered behavior. And we recognize this already with boys. There's an analogy there. We know that fatherlessness and weakened authority, it correlates with conduct problems, with antisocial traits in boys. And so pathology will equally develop in girls as in boys when those boundaries aren't there. It's just expressed in a feminine way. It's emotional and relational aggression rather than physical aggression. And so I would say for the temperament in question, high neuroticism, low agreeableness, low conscientiousness, this is very far from female liberation. It's incubation. It's like you're leaving an egg salad out uncovered. And they're completely left to the mercy of their worst impulses. Like, let's take a concrete example. Like, let's say you have a 12-year-old girl and she's really emotionally intense, very bright, and she's already aware that she can get attention. So she comes downstairs and she's dressed in a way that's, let's say, a little bit too mature for her age. And you say, you're the father, you say, no, that's not appropriate, go change. And then she becomes sweet. Why are you being so strict? All the other girls dressed like this. And if that works, that will be stored and she'll do it again, obviously. And if it doesn't, if he holds the line, then she'll do an emotional shift. You don't trust me. I love this outfit. It's so me. Don't you want me to feel confident and good? And you know how much I've struggled. Therapy language, that's an escalation. And then if that doesn't work, then tears, withdrawal, go upstairs and slam the door. And, that's great. And then the parent starts doubting himself. Was it too harsh? First of all, what used to happen was that both of the parents would show a united front and hold the boundary together for the long-term good. And then they would be supported by the broader norm. They would be backing the parents up. And now, because culture isn't doing this, the environment around aren't supporting the parents are thinking not that the boundary is wrong, but they're questioning the right to even enforce it. It feels sort of socially risky. And so that's exactly how ideology has entered the home, disrupting the parenting. And they're teaching the child that this emotional pressure can change, if it's paired with sort of moral language, that it can change reality. And now, let's say the same girl, she's on social media, she posts a picture that's provocative, she gets attention, she gets validation, comments and likes, and now she learns that how she presents herself, it gets a reward. And now, let's say the father expresses concerns, sort of put half a limit there. Is this really appropriate? Should you be doing this? And immediately that imported language comes in, ready-made justifications from these reels that she's watching. You're shaming me. It's my body. You don't understand how things are now. And so in earlier structures, the behavior would be the focus. That would be the problem. And now it's the parent's response that's the problem. And so I think if you're a parent, to the best of your ability, try to not obsess about that early independence. Try to preserve innocence as long as possible. Not naivete, but innocence in that delaying instrumentalization. Delaying the moment where she learns that relationships can be used to produce outcomes. If they pressure, if they're emotionally intense, if they seduce, if they do this sort of narrative control, like in my examples, the one who controls the narrative controls the boundaries, the longer that doesn't happen, the better. Because once she's learned those things, it is almost impossible to be undone. And so by the age of 12, 13, if you've not managed to contain that temperament, what you will have instead is a very effective operator in an environment that will only encourage the worst traits. And so I see so many parents who've just really tried their absolute best, and they're normal people. And I think that these pathologies can develop because there's a complete misalignment between parents and the system. Parents are left completely alone to deal with difficult temperaments. And that's why if we talk about what needs to change, it has to be on multiple levels. On the family level, we need to strengthen marriage, because there's no way for parents to have authority if their relationship is weak. They need to be a united front. And for that to happen, the father can't be chronically afraid of being divorced. That can't be something that hangs over his head, because then the mother controls everything in the home. And I see that happening a lot now. Fathers don't have that authority anymore. And the next thing is the cultural level, that the reward structures, they matter enormously. And I think, social media always gets to blame because it glamorizes exhibitionism. That's fine. But I think it can also be used for good. I think, take the tradwife trends, and they're incredibly faulty. Of course they were doing it for clout and all of that, but it just shows how at least they were advocating for domesticity and modesty. At least there was that. At least they were pointing in the right direction. Maybe for nefarious reasons, but we see how behavior follows where there's social cachet. And so I think social media could help change what's socially rewarded. But what was so interesting with the tradwife trend, I thought, was this reaction to a reintroduction of femininity, because it did advocate for feminine constraint. And the backlash, I thought, was much more interesting than the trend itself. But if we're punishing, even attempting to correct it, how are we going to right the ship? And you all know, I think so many changes have to be done at the mental health level. I think they're a huge culprit in this. We have created shields where pathological personalities can hide behind, like autism, like bipolarity, like trauma. And we are now, psychiatry has long ago aligned themselves with postmodernism, with feminism, with the non-judgmentalism.
All right, sorry, I didn't mean to end that. I wanted to pause it, but talking about autism, bipolar, trauma, and borderlines, that describes a lot of YouTubers, especially a lot of female YouTubers like Baxter Lard and Mushroom and others. That's what they hide behind. They hide behind that and say, "Oh no, I'm not evil, I'm autistic." I'm not evil. I'm bipolar. I just have mood swings. I'm not evil. I'm traumatized. I have PTSD, but they do evil actions. They do a lot of evil, and they do it behind the scenes. And I was told by certain people that Baxter Lard planned to quote unquote get me. I was on her list years ago. And this is what they do. Now, I do realize most people won't understand what I'm saying because most humans don't want to look at things that way. Most human beings want to look at what I say and say he's wrong. The world's good. The world's full of good people. There's no bad people here. There's no people that hide their behavior behind these labels and say, well, I'm on the spectrum. I'm autistic. I have Asperger's. I can't help being a mean, cruel, love-bombing, two-faced piece of shit. And you'd say, well, Stephen's mean for calling them that. He claims to see through it, so he's mean. What most of you humans do is you call the truth itself mean. You call truth speaking mean because you're fucked up. I don't care if that hurts your feelings because you're using your feelings as something to hide behind. How dare you say anything that could potentially hurt my feelings? Well, then I wouldn't be able to say anything at all. You'd control me that way by saying, everything he says hurts my feelings. Everything he says hurts my feelings. You're using it to try to silence others. You're manipulative. Most of you women, and I would say a great number of men as well. It's not just women. It's not exclusively women. It's not only women. It's hashtag not all women. Does that help you think? Because I know what humans do. They hear words and then they add words saying, he's saying all women. I never said all women. But some of you fuckers hear words that aren't even said. You hear things in your head saying, he's saying all women. I never said all women were manipulative or evil or try to do these things. Not all. But many do. I don't think most of you fuckers on earth that call yourselves people have the attention span of a housefly and can even remember what I'm saying from now to 10 seconds later. Yeah, they love their labels. They label me racist, racist, and sexist, and transphobic, and homophobic. Mushroom does, and other panels that I've been showing you. I've shown you other panels. It isn't just Mushroom. Earlier tonight, they're calling me that on Zatoichi's shit show. They'll call me that on Talcott's. Do you know how much is aimed at straight white men? And they call me racist? There's massive amounts of hatred aimed at straight white men that these creatures never talk about. Do you notice the patterns? Pattern recognition is a sign of intelligence. Most human beings don't demonstrate that ability to notice patterns of what's either always said or who's almost always blamed and called racist and who's never called racist and who's never called sexist and who's never called misandrist. I can't remember a fucking time in the panelverse that somebody called a woman a misandrist. I don't think it's ever happened on any panel that I've been on, unless it was said by me. Unless it was said by me. They never do. On a live stream, on a panel. In other words, somebody's sitting with me on the panel, and there's 3 of us, 4 of us, 6 of us, 8 of us. And somebody says something, some female, and they say, well, that's misandrous. You're misandrous. You're showing contempt or hatred for men. I never hear that. They get a free pass to say anything, to be man-hating bitches. And it's normal with most of you. And some of you, again, will think small and you'll point your finger at your chest. Not me, Stephen. Well, most of humanity, it seems to be, all over YouTube, millions of you, humans, fucking millions of you. It seems to be normal because you never call it out. You never raise your voice. You never say a peep. You're as silent as Peanut. When Talcott came over to my channel, he said nothing. He sat there for 10 or 20 minutes and all he said was, "Hi, Salty." That's what you do. That's what people do. And then they'll label me things, and maybe some of you don't believe it, but most do. And that's the other part some of you ignore. You'll say, "I don't believe you're racist, Stephen." Well, that's great. That's one step. That's pretty basic level. You shouldn't be going, patting yourself in the back going, "Fuck, I'm amazing. I see that Stephen's not racist." Well, do you see that these creatures label me? Do you go a little bit beyond step one, beyond yourself, to see beyond yourself that a lot of these creatures use labels trying to manipulate and influence others? Do you understand how these labels work in this society? That they're weaponized? That's what I'm trying to show you. It's not me crying victim. That's another way they'll spin it. Well, he's talking about this, so he's crying victim. I'm not crying victim at all. I'm showing you what is observable in fucking reality. That's what I'm doing. And apparently, for most humans on Earth, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for people to see. So there's a problem there. And there's a problem with most people in white countries if they can't see this, because it's blatantly obvious. Almost all women get a pass on this shit. Now, do I think that that will be ended at a certain point? Yes. Do I think it will be a harsh correction? Yes. Do I think women and their daughters will like it? No, I don't think they will. I don't think they will. Because I think in the future, if the West survives with white people in control, they will have to put women in check and not let them run wild the way they've done with their hatred, their feminism, their misandry, their false accusations, their false labeling of good men, good masculine men, calling masculinity toxic, and everything that you've been doing. It's not all women, but it's more than enough to destroy Western civilization. And most women are silent about it. Because how dare they talk up against it? How dare they say a peep? They'd rather watch civilization and their own children and grandchildren be fucking destroyed by it. It's fascinating how big mouths and how loud most women can be, but when it comes to speaking up about this stuff, they're as silent as a fucking church mouse pissing on cotton. You can't hear anything. Just silence. That's most women on these topics. So should there be shame directed at them for that? Yes. Yes, there should be. Do I want innocent people that haven't participated in evil to feel shame and be shamed? No, I don't want that. This is very different. It's a matter of, fuck, I should say something. I shouldn't just let this go everywhere where they are. And most people do. Most people would sit there if they saw me on a panel and saw 7 people attacking me, labeling me racist and sexist and everything under the sun, making false accusations. Most people would sit there watching silently, if not joining in with the mob, the lying, attacking mob. So if you're ever going to pat yourself on the back or applaud human behavior, why don't you examine what actually goes on? Because most people stand by and watch. It's what they do. When someone's brave enough to confront an angry mob with truth, most people don't join in on the side of truth. They're more like Peanut, like a castrated eunuch that just sits there with their lips zipped and their legs crossed and no balls and no mouth and no mind and no pushback. And evil just laughs because they're like, well, this is easy. We can walk right in their territory and they'll be fucking silent. Talcott could waltz over here, and if it was just everyone like Peanut, nobody'd say a word. He could just spew shit in the chat room and be the mocking piece of shit that he is. And most people don't even push back. So that happens worldwide in this realm. There's very little pushback against real evil. There's fake pushback, and there's creatures that blame, like Talcott blames capitalism and promotes socialism. There's all kinds of that stupid shit. And there's Marxism and feminism, and they think they're pushing back against the system when they are the system. They are the fucking system. They're on team evil. Okay? They're not pushing back against evil. They are evil. They're on team evil. If they had their way, what would be done to you what was done to Ukrainian farmers in the Holodomor. They just take your fucking land and take what you built and worked for and say it's ours now. The government owns it. Fuck you. And these creatures think they're on the good side. They're convinced, like Talcott. And for some reason, it's difficult for people to see, because a lot of them just want to isolate Talcott and think, yeah, he's one evil, stupid, condescending prick. Well, you're in a realm full of them. I'm using him as an example that I can reach out to online and show his facial expressions, his body language, his reactions, his words, his anger, his lies on display, live, on video. Now, can I do that with TG's neighbor or Bobby? No, I don't live where you live. I can't demonstrate if you have a neighbor like Jack Talcott, but I can show him on the screen, and I can show others as examples that are against, let's say, capitalism. I don't think capitalism is perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than communism and socialism and Marxism, which is basically the path that we're rapidly going on. And that's why things are going to get a lot worse. They're already getting worse, observably worse, if you pay attention. Socially and economically and spiritually. It's not just prices going up, which is the surface level that the average citizen zombie can look at. Citizen zombie Jane or citizen zombie Joe can look and say the price of eggs has gone up. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Do you know why? Do you know what's going on? Do you know what the causes are? Do you know where you are? Do you know what realm you're in? Or do you just see that the price of eggs has gone up? Are you at the level of a zombie? Because any zombie that goes to a grocery store can see that. Great. Do you want some applause? Great. You notice the price of eggs has gone up in the last 5-6 years. Wonderful. Congratulations. Can you do a little bit more than that, though? And that's the problem. I would say a lot of people can't do more than that. They can't do it. Or they'll look for a simple answer, Talcott style. Well, it's capitalism, they'll say. We should become socialist. When has that worked in the world? Never. Anywhere. Communism / socialism has never worked for any nation, ever. Ever. And what we have today is not really truly capitalism, it's crony capitalism. And then leftists like them will say we need democracy. Well, democracy is 2 or 3 wolves gathering together saying, we're going to decide what to have for dinner, and you're the sheep. And they eat you. Majority rules is democracy. America is not a democracy. It's called a democratic republic. And I'm not saying that elections aren't rigged. But what I'm getting at is people that are so fucking stupid sitting on YouTube talking about how they want real democracy. Do you know what real democracy would look like? The mob of leftists that hate me would kill me and anyone like me to silence me. And then they would carry on as though nothing was done. They would murder and bury and just carry on. A lot of you people in this realm seem to assume that everyone in this realm has a conscience and has morals and doesn't just lie constantly, but they do. And I've shown that they do. I've shown evidence if you paid attention, but most people can't do that. They sit back and they start watching Talcott and they get their popcorn, whether they're watching on his show or even here, I suspect. Most people are sitting watching like it's a TV show and they're not learning. They're not really studying. They're in a trance. They're not paying attention. The whole point is for you to start seeing what surrounds you, what this realm is. It's a teaching. It's not a TV show. But I suspect most in this realm are at the level that they can only view things as a TV show. That's all they can do. Is grab their popcorn and treat everything, including what I show on YouTube, like it's a TV show. Like it's just a fictional, doesn't matter TV show. If that's the case, go away. I don't want you. Why would I want you using my channel like I'm running a TV show and just for entertainment? I don't want that. Go watch some trash. Go watch Trash Hollywood. Go join Baxter Lard and watch reality TV with her and Cynthia and the group of man-haters on YouTube that don't like to admit that they're feminists, but they are. They absolutely are. Because they always cry oppression and say that the girls are treated differently on panels. They're a bunch of crybabies. Some of you live your lives that way. Some that come to my channel live their life that way. Some women that have been on my channel are that way in real life. Using their woman card as though they're oppressed in Canada or United States or Australia, when you're actually privileged. It's a term you should use instead of trying to apply it to men all the time, saying male privilege. You should look in a mirror and say, you know what? We are privileged here. So much so that our civilization is falling apart because women are never called out on anything. Some of you are so privileged and entitled, you'd expect if you murdered people to be given 6 months probation. You'd be shocked at the judge if they handed down a sentence where you had to spend any time in a prison. Because you just think, well, I'm a woman. I should be able to do anything. There's been women here like that on my channel. And I know that. Because of private interactions and conversations. I know that. Now, I'm not saying it's all women, but I'm saying there's a big problem. And there's a big problem, too, with women that come here and sit here for 6 months or a year, and they don't even pay attention, but they have this smugness and ego, and they think that they're on my level, and they're not. They're not even close. And it's insulting that they would ever even believe that when they're not even approaching my level. And again, I don't care if it stings their ego, hurts their feelings, or if they say, oh my God, he's so narcissistic. He's saying we're not on his level. Well, you're not even close. It's not even close. And it's just honest. If I could bench press 500 pounds and you can't even press 100 pounds and you go around saying, well, I'm as strong as he is, I'd say, no, they're not. Or no, she's not, or no, he's not. It's called honesty and truthfulness. It's something that humans have great difficulty with compared to decades ago. It's gotten a lot worse because most of you are feelings and ego driven, and social media has had an effect on fucking up your heads. So is everything else in the culture. You have great difficulty admitting. I would bet some of you, and I'm not even joking about this, I bet some of you have never admitted that someone knows more than you or is better than you at something ever in your life. I bet that there's people tuned in to my show during this live stream. I've been live for 5 hours that have never admitted to that openly or vocally, maybe not even in their heads silently in a lifetime. See, I notice things like this. And I don't assume that everyone else does. Or they probably mention it at some point. But very few ever mention this stuff. What I've dealt with is seeing many humans and hearing many humans watch things, even MMA or Olympics level stuff, and the zombie sitting there watching the TV says, I could do that. That's what I hear people say. I rarely hear anyone say, I can't do that. I'm not as good as you are at chess or at this or whatever it may be. It's almost unheard of at this point. Because there's something about most humans when they get on the internet and they think that they're just as good or better than everyone else. And it's all ego. It's not truth. It's false. And most of you humans are liars. I know that comes as a shock to people, but most fucking people are liars. Some of you lie every day on the internet, day after day. It's not one lie. You lie day after day after day after day. Just look at Talcott's audience, and he's not the only one. Go around and go to these live streams. They're lying all the time in the chat room and on the panels. Flogay was on there the other day and said he watched my live stream at night, and that he said he was the only one watching, the only viewer. Total lie. There's never been a time in the middle of the night that there's even at 3 or 4 a.m. that just one person is tuned in. Total lie. We have 19 or 20 tuned in right now. And if he was tuned in, he'd say no one else is watching. And a lot of you take it as normal. You don't push back and say they're liars. I hardly ever hear them called liars. Once in a while, there's a few regulars here that will call demons a demon or a liar. But most on earth never call them demons or liars. I think a lot of people go cradle to grave from a newborn baby, and they live a long life into old age, and they never once call a demon a demon. They could live here 100 years and never do it. They just accept it as normal. To them, it's just a normal part of this realm. And if anything, they'd argue they're not demons. They'd say Stephen calls them demons because Stephen's evil. He calls them demons. You're good at that, humans, warping and twisting shit around. You won't call the demons demons, but you'll call the man exposing them. You'll say he's the demon. That's how fucked up you are. Which is why I don't foresee you getting out. Why would I? Your heads are all fucked up. Most humans on earth, left to your own devices, you'd never see your way out of here. You're in the labyrinth and you're shaking your head at someone when I say you're in the labyrinth. You shake your head at me and hurl insults at me rather than take a look and go, you know, he's right. This is a fucking labyrinth. This is a tricky place that I'm lost in. Most of you can't admit to anything. You're so fucking insecure that someone else sees more than you do and sees the realm in ways you can't see. And it just wounds your ego. Oh, fuck, he sees it the way I never thought of it. I can't admit it. You're such fragile, ego, insecure beings, just fucking creatures with jellyfish for spines. Does that bother you? I know it sounds funny, but does it bother you that most are cowards in this realm? Most talk tough and they act like Peanut. They have a chance to speak freely where they're not going to be banned at all on a channel like my channel. And evil comes around and they say nothing. You expect me to believe that you're going to be these tough beings fighting evil when you can't even say a word to them on YouTube? Give me a break. It's fucking ridiculous. And that's the way people are. Most in this realm are pretenders. They're fakes. They pretend. They're frauds. They're not really standing against evil, and they won't when the time comes. They won't. They'll cower. Or they'll take some little plea deal or some little promise. Like that Harold guy did. That little darky Harold. They promised him, you'll remember a little bit of this. And that was good enough. And your life's not going to be too bad, Harold. You got to go there and you're going to be, he said he wanted to be athletic. I guess he chose to be a Tigga. I don't know why someone would choose that to come here as a Tigga. But he claims that it was his choice to be a Tigga. That he chose to be a Tigga in Hell Realm. And he said it looked like a black pit, a black goo pit, some dark black pit of goo. And that they made him some promises. You're going to remember a little bit of this. And he feels lucky. And that's very human, by the way. It isn't just Harold. A lot of you I would say a lot of humans would throw someone under the bus that has done nothing but help them if you got a little extra bread in the dungeon. They just said, you know, if you turn on King Stephen, we'll give you a little bit more bread Not a whole lot, not steak dinners, not beef stew every day. Just a little bit of old crusty bread, more than what you're getting. We'll bribe you with the lowest amount of shit we can give you. Just some old crusty dried bread, no butter. That's all you're going to get, a little bit extra if you betray him somehow. Tell us what we want. Tell us how to defeat him. Tell us how to harm the one person that's tried to help you in this realm. And some of you, I can picture this, and it's disgusting to me, by the way. You'd be rubbing your hands together going, yeah, give me that little bread. Give me that little piece of bread. I'm gonna throw him under the bus like Louise did, or like these other creatures. It's fascinating to me what humans assume, because you assume I don't see that. You assume I don't even see that. But I do. See, that's a problem for you. A real problem for you. Because some of you haven't learned here. You think we're all the same. You think, I can fool him. He can't see it. He can't see through me. I'm still on his channel. That must mean Stephen trusts me and that he can't see what I am. But I do. It's a problem for you. Just like the ones that hide their voices and faces and names. And their assumption is Stephen can't harm me if he can't find out my name and address and all the material world shit. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. All I have to do is pluck the good spirits, the rare few, out and leave the rest. I don't need to know the names of all evil here. You're going to stay here. Like Nolan. I don't know what his face looks like. I don't know his real name. He uses fake names. Never shows his face. He's a coward. But that won't protect him. And some of you are so fucked up you think it does. You're that stupid. There's no way he's getting out of here. I don't need to know his name, just like I don't need to know a billion other names to see what they are. To take the good ones out and the rest, they can be anonymous. Stay here, sealed in. Congratulations, dummy. That's what's going to happen to you. So there's people that have sat here for months and they still think they're clever and they don't even understand that much. I'll take out the good and all the rest are evil, whatever their names are, however anonymous they've been, however sneaky they think they are, they'll be here. You're staying here. A lot of you humans play the hiding game. It's a demon game. You like to hide, like Demon Slayer hides his voice and his face and his name. A lot of you humans are cowards, and I know you don't want to see humanity that way. Most humans are like Peanut or weaker in reality. So I'm not worried about what you think you're going to do to me. I know I could take on millions and millions of you because you're weaklings. You don't have truth on your side. You just pretend to be what you're not. You pretend to be tough. You're not tough. You're not tough at all. You cower to evil. So be it. Stay here. And that's what people don't like. You want freedom. You want to be a coward and you want to be free. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You're going to see what I mean. And all the evil you've done to me is going to come back on you to the exponent a million. Not 5 times over or 10 times over, or all the stupid, petty little shit they talk about on YouTube that they're bluffing. Oh, it's going to be reflected on you, Stephen. No, you're going to get it to the exponent a million. You won't even be able to imagine how much you're going to suffer for what evil you've done and lied about and never admit to doing. I don't care if you ever admit it. I don't need you creatures to admit to me what you've done, because I know what you've done. That's enough for me, knowing, seeing, trusting myself, and knowing how strong I am, and knowing you're not like me, and knowing you can't harm me. You're stupid enough to think you can, or believe you can. Not really think you can. You don't actually think. Most beings in this realm don't actually think. Not the way that I define and look at thinking and thought. You're not thinking. You're running on programming and instincts and repeating and following and mimicking and stealing and plagiarizing. You're doing and regurgitating and memorizing. You're doing everything except for thinking and running on emotions and reacting with your emotions. You're doing everything other than thinking. Most of you, I think, humans go through your lifetimes here without thinking at all. You could live 80 years without thinking. You can be trained like a monkey to do your jobs and survive. You're surviving and existing, but you're not thinking. This is not a realm of thinkers, or humans are not thinkers. They're more like mindless zombie followers and copycats and fakes, pretenders, frauds, gaslighters. That's what you are. And criminals, liars, thieves. And that's what's normal to you. Most of you don't get upset over that. It doesn't bother you. It's normal. You just view it as normal. Like a fish in water. You'll look at me like, what are you talking about? They're liars and thieves. To you, that's just normal. Most of you humans, it's normal. I can see it doesn't faze you on these panel shows and live streams and all this shit. It doesn't faze most people. You could sit there and hear 25 lies in a row and doesn't faze you. Doesn't bother you. You're used to it. You just think, well, that's this realm. It's normal. That's your norm. Now, why would I want to be around beings that accept lies as normal for eternity? Why would you think I would want to trust you? Is a question that some of you should ask yourselves. You think I want to spend eternity with liars? I've already spent years here with not wanting to be around them. I'm not fucking spending eternity surrounded by liars and creatures that harass me, obsess over me, stalk me, try to Velcro themselves to me, steal from me, copycat, plagiarize, try to be me. I'd never tolerate that. What would I do to prevent that? No limits. None. What does that mean? Some would say, well, because some of you your imaginations are destroyed. It's so limited. You're so limited. You can't imagine when someone says no limits. I would destroy all of this before I would eternity. If I had two choices, A and B, tolerate and accept liars and thieves following me around, stalking me, harassing me, taking everything that I create and pretending it's their own, doing all that they do here and their lame threats and all of the shit to try to take away my peace, or destroy everything that exists as option B. I'm choosing B. If there were only two choices, if I was limited to doing nothing else, if there was only one or the other, A or B, then it's B. I wouldn't have to think about that and ponder it for a millisecond. I'm not fucking tolerating this for eternity. Period. I don't think any of you are as hardcore as that, as my stance on that. I'm not tolerating this. I'm not spending eternity doing this. So if I only had option B to stop it, if I couldn't do anything else, because some of you are still opposed to sealing in demons, you're bleeding hearts and crying tears for fucking demons, you're worried about them suffering here for eternity. Well, don't worry. If I didn't have that option and all I had was destroy everything that exists, because I can't be free away from evil harassing me constantly, then it's B. Do you get it? I'm not tolerating this for eternity. My freedom matters more. My peace, freedom, ability to be away, be on my own, relax, rest, finally get some rest, which your world has prevented me from doing since I got here. As much as possible. As much as you could. You've tried to sleep deprive me, get me up early, do this, do that, steal from me, copycat, slander me. You've tried everything, lying about me. You've tried everything you can. And I'm telling you, I'm not like you. Because most of you humans don't even care about freedom. You don't even know what it means. I don't think that freedom has the same meaning to you as it does to me, my being. Because for you, a lot of you humans think you just move somewhere. You just buy some land and you just go somewhere on 20 acres. And to you, that's freedom. You're in a hell realm and you'll call it freedom. Because again, a lot of you are liars and pretenders. You'll say that's freedom. You'll say you're free. You'd come on my show, some of you, or on maybe another YouTube show if you're too cowardly to come on here. You don't have the fucking balls to come on here. But you'd go somewhere else live and start saying, I'm free. And you'd start telling people, go off the grid, buy a homestead, get a couple cows or goats for milk and get this. And that's what people are doing. They call it freedom. And they're still in a hell realm. And their body's still going to degrade and age and die. Okay? So what you call freedom is not freedom to me. What I see you humans en masse for decades calling freedom for this lifetime, it's not freedom to me. I don't believe that you know what fucking freedom is. I just don't think so. I don't think so. I think you're very limited. Why do I think that? Because I observe it. I observe you. And most of you just care about material shit. You think I'll be free if I own my land. You don't own the land. You pay something called property taxes. Whether you have a small little postage stamp fucking property in a city or you have acres of land like my parents had. Stop paying your property taxes for 5 to 10 years. In some places, it'll be 2 to 3 years they'll take it on you. Other places, it might be 5 years, 7 years. Some you might even make it close to 10 years. But eventually they're coming for you and they're taking it because you don't own it. And you owe back taxes with interest. And they're saying, pay this amount by this day or this is ours. And they'll take it by force with armed men. You got it? Why am I being harsh? Because I'm tired of talking for years and people not understanding. I don't think most of you on Earth, out of billion, it might be 8 billion, it might be 80 billion, it might be 2 billion. You don't fucking understand what freedom is. You want to talk about laws and this and I'll try to defeat the hell realm system, Polly style, Polly the fat gingy pig slave. Just say the magic words and they'll let you go. Uncle Polly says so. Uncle Polly says so. Go ahead and follow that shit. And a cop could just draw his weapon on the side of the road and shoot you in the face. You won't get out of the vehicle? Well, fine. Fuck you. Maybe your child's in your car with you and your child gets to watch you shot in the face by a cop because you thought you're free. You're not driving. You're traveling. Uncle Polly taught you the magic words, the language. And then you find out the hard way that doesn't work because you're fucking stupid and you believe yourself to be free in a hell realm. You're delusional. Some of you are as delusional as Paul the fat pig. Some are as delusional as Jack Twatcott, Psychocott. There's a lot of them. They seem to get viewers and people that believe them. Psycho Landry. You humans talk a lot of shit. I don't think you know what freedom means. You can't even face it. You live in a fucking hell realm. You come here trying to tell me that you can be free here. Where? How? Spread some more lies. You know what most humans look like to me is bullshitters digging their own graves. And they're deeper and deeper and they're digging down deeper. And then their own bullshit is burying them. You're going to be buried under your own bullshit and lies and pretending. You want to pretend to be free. You want to pretend to be truth seekers. You want to pretend to be warriors. And most are just fucking lying cowards. You lie to yourself. You lie to your kids. You lie to people like me. You think money can set you free? You could buy an island here. You're still in a hell realm. All evil surrounds you while you're here. You could get any number of diseases. They could come spray the sky above your island. They could land some ships and some Marines on the fucking island and take you out and take over what you believe to be yours. No amount of money can set you free here. It can potentially make your life a little bit easier, maybe. And that's about it. You can't buy freedom. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy your way out of hell. You can't buy me. You can't bribe me. You can't touch me. You can't do anything. So it must be quite a position for some of you to be in, because I bet you feel powerless. And good. I hope you do. I hope you do. Wait until you see what I am. That's the best part. Because some of you lie to yourself every day about who and what I am. You lie every time you hear me speaking. But when you see me out of body, I strongly suspect some of you will have to look away. You won't be able to look at me, at what I am. Because of the energy and how bright the light will be, you won't even be able to look at me, much less fight me. You won't be able to do shit. And your big human ego won't even be a factor. It will be spirit versus spirit. And I can't wait for these spiritual wars, because all of your yapping human talk won't mean shit. And that's what you're good at, running your big mouths. Whether it's Frank Monday or Jack Talcott or Taylor Swift, Flo Gay, or Polly the Slave or Landry, or the whole list of them. All of them. All of them. And their fans, their followers. It's not just the ones running shit channels. All of your talk is going to mean nothing. Nothing. Because that's all it is empty talk. You're a bunch of empty talk cocksuckers and twats and liars and losers. As a species, it's what you are. You talk a lot and you almost never back it up. That's a pattern I notice. Whether it's Jack Talcott or most people on earth. You're going to do something. You're going to end all wars. You're going to meet Trump. It's all delusional, empty talk. You're full of shit. Some of you might as well live in sewers, and I think you will be when it's sealed in. This place is going to be more like an open sewer with the most horrific stench. I almost said that you could imagine, but I don't assume that most people can imagine. I tend to think that most of you can't. You can't imagine this place being worse. And it's going to be so much worse. So much worse. And you earned it. Because a lot of you attack the only rare few ones in this realm speaking any meaningful truth. It's what you do. It's what you're good at. You follow evil. You defend evil. You support evil financially, verbally, emotionally, spiritually. You support evil. And then you attack and stand against the rare few truth speakers that ever are in this realm. That's what you do. So don't cry to me saying you don't want to live in a sewer in the stench and without a sun and being cannibalized by gross, fucking ugly, hideous demons and be in pain. You don't want that? Well, you earned that. Why don't you want what you earned? You had a chance to choose wisely, to stand against evil, to do the things that I encouraged for years, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of times. I've said those words and put them in the description of videos that I released and spent thousands of hours putting together truth, handing it to you, showing you, leading the way and leading by example. And most of you don't. You love evil. You love being lazy. That's what most beings are in this realm. And you want someone else to save you. You don't want to do anything. You don't have to wait for Jesus. You're waiting for someone like me to save you. I've told you all along. Choose freedom. I didn't say I could set you free. I didn't say I'm going to. And then Team Evil lies about me. He says he's going to set people free and save them. I never said that. Never. Why would I say where does my hashtag choose freedom come from? Because it's a choice. You have to choose it. You might have to be a moral being. You might have to stand against evil. You might have to do something. You might have to do something which is not within most humans. I know you'll sign up to go to war to fight for evil demons, but you won't stand up against evil demons. Yeah, that's how it works. You'll go get duped or kill innocent people. You'll do that. When I said that most humans don't understand what freedom is, I don't think most humans understand what morals is. It's just a word on paper, maybe, or a word on a Google dictionary. That's all it is to most people here in this realm-wide. This is the sewer matrix, and people somehow think he just means the realm itself is shit. It's not full of shit beings. Well, it is, though. It is. I've never said it's just the realm and all humans are great. Never. So I don't know how people can warp my message that badly. But you do. Humans find a way not to pay attention and listen and learn something. Whether you agree or not with me is not the issue. It's the fact you don't even understand what I'm saying. I'm not sitting here complaining about people that disagree, but I'm saying most people don't even understand my message. They can't even do that. They can't pay attention and learn my message. I think it's awesome that the word's going around. We have 29 or 30 people tuned in. The lurkers are telling people tune in and listen to Stephen. Demons are tuned in watching right now. Right now. Not just by the numbers. I can feel them. I can sense that they're here. I can't wait to seal you in. I can't wait to do that. And I can't wait to see your reactions, which I will be able to see. I know this already. I'll be able to see what you look like when you realize it's over. We lost. King Stephen won, just like he said he was going to defeat us. He did what he said he was going to do, which is what you creatures never do. So you assume everyone's like you, and you're wrong. I'm going to do what I said I'm going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And none of you fucking assholes on earth are going to stop me. None of you evil demons. Doesn't matter what you try or how sneaky you think you are. It won't work. You're staying here. And it's going to get so much worse here. And you earned it. Quite a lot of you, all you've ever been is shit. All you've ever done is evil. All you've ever done is try to manipulate, lie, use people. That's what you do. It's automatic for you. It's who you are. You think nothing of it. You think it's crazy for me to even call it out and say it's evil to live the way you do and behave the way you do. You can't believe that someone like me views it this way, because for you, it's perfectly normal. I view it as demonic. You view it as normal. I think I'm lied about every day on YouTube, whether I witness it or not, whether I'm on a panel or not, whether I go live or not. So how many lies is that? Day after day after day, year after year. Now, I realize to most people it doesn't matter because they're not lying about you. You don't have dozens or hundreds of creatures lying and lying about you. But it shows me very clearly where I am. I have that strange alien awareness in this realm to know where I am. I say alien because I'm not from here. I'm foreign to this realm. And to humans, it's normal. All the lies here are treated as normal. Doesn't bother most of you. You just say, well, what does it matter? What does the truth matter to most humans? They don't care. The truth is. Humans are not lovers of truth. Some of you, if you had your wish, you'd keep this going forever. You'd keep this hell realm going. You'd say, well, it could be fixed. It could be made better. If only we change this and change that. I can't help you. I can't teach you. Most of you are incapable of learning. Most humans on Earth in this sewer matrix can't learn anything that matters. You can sit in school and learn by force. But in terms of learning something that matters, that's meaningful and spiritual to help your spirit, you can't do it. After years, I've had these channels running for years. How many people have learned? Nothing. How many people have learned something? Almost no one on the entire internet. Statistically, it's almost no one. That shows me something about humanity. Most of humanity's incapable of learning, no matter if they have mountains of evidence shown to them. You're lazy, you don't pay attention, you have no attention span, no focus, no memory, no curiosity, no desire or care for truth. And you seem to prefer evil liars. So there's no way to teach you. It's impossible. It's like trying to teach a giraffe how to be a church mouse. I can't. It's a giraffe. It can't even get through the doors of the church, much less into the walls. Or it's not a mouse. It's a giraffe. You are what you are. I can't teach you. Most of you have on Earth have no care for truth. No care for it. I would say most of you on Earth don't see a difference between good and evil. You think it's all okay. You're moral relativists. You're just fucking creepy creatures. You're part of this realm. You're of this system. Of this system. And what most humans prefer is excuses rather than truth. They'd rather make lame ass empty excuses why they are a certain way than just speak the truth and face the truth, including face the truth of this realm. You just want to make excuses for this realm, for quote God, for everything. You're like these ones, this one here. And you can be like this. And you can stay like this. And you can stay here forever and ever and ever.
Hello and welcome. I am here today with Leslie Karadina, and she has had 2 incredible near-death experiences, which we are going to learn about today. Leslie, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to share my experiences and discuss what happened after.
Yes, I'm so grateful for you being willing to share. So let's start with the first experience and any relevant information leading up to it.
Okay. My first experience was when I was 16. It was right before my 17th birthday, just a couple months before senior year of high school. So really at a point of transition in many ways. I was seeing someone quite seriously. I had been for years. We had been together for the entirety of high school, so I had that relationship going on, and it was a typical 90s childhood situation. So, both my parents worked all the time. I was the oldest, so I was kind of the person running the house, and my siblings, and we had other kids in and out of the house here and there. And my parents always, would take in one of our friends if our friends were having issues at home. So it was not just my siblings, but usually 4 to 6 kids in the house, myself included, somewhere around in there, with a range of ages. And it was overwhelming. I didn't know it at the time, but I had a number of very serious health issues that were just kind of being dismissed and not really addressed in any way. So I was struggling with my health already at that point in my life. I was in pain all the time. I, was having a lot of problems. And, when you're 16 and you have no support, you turn to things like partying. So I was starting to do a bit of that, just really kind of heading down the wrong path in a lot of ways. I was raised Catholic and Baptist, which at that point in my life had become quite a point of contention as well. My father's side was evangelical Baptist out of the South. My mother's side was very Roman Catholic and very devout. And so we spent like all school year with my mom's family going to Catholic church and, catechism, and I was serving altar and doing all of that. And I was just in love with God. That was a huge thing for me. And then in the summers, we would be with my father's parents, down in the South, and we would go to whatever church was nearby where we were. That was in the Baptist range. So I saw a lot of really interesting religious experiences down there. Everything from the little white church house where they're handling snakes, to your typical, singing and dancing and clapping in the church type situation. But both sides were telling me I was going to go to hell because of my participation with the other side. So I would, like twice a year as a kid, I had to come back from my experience with the other version of Christianity and repent that experience and then ask for forgiveness. And it just was, by the time I hit my teens, I'm just like, this is all crazy. This can't be what God is supposed to be. So I was at that point when I had my NDE, I had started kind of deconstructing everything. I was not going to church anymore. I really thought that, I still felt that God was real, but I didn't know what that looked like or what that meant. And when it happened, it was a winter day. I went to a doctor appointment. I had my brother and my boyfriend at the time with me. And we were going to the doctor so I could get one of those allergy shots where you get the shot once a week and it builds up your tolerance to your allergies. Because that was something that they thought was causing a lot of my issues were allergies. And legitimately, I do have a lot of them. So I got my shot, just like I always did, and I went out and sat down in the waiting room. They make you wait 20 minutes before you leave, and I found out that day why. Because the shot, I got the shot and I felt fine, and I went out and sat down in between the two of them in the waiting room, just to kind of wait. And I started feeling really strange, and my ears were itchy, and I was confused, and I turned to my boyfriend and I asked him for a Q-tip, because I really wanted to itch my ears. And he looked at me like I was crazy. And I'm like, was that a weird thing to say? And he's like, yeah, are you okay? And I said, no, I don't think I am. And then I just hit the floor. It was like I blinked and I was kind of in the corner of the room and I was watching my body laying there and I was seizing and definitely not okay. And my brother was freaking out, and my boyfriend went to get help and they ended up just grabbing me by my legs and dragging me into the back of the doctor's office and slammed the door. And when the door closed, I didn't follow. So I don't know what happened to my body. After that point, I was told they did chest compressions for about 10 to 15 minutes while they waited for EMS. Why they didn't have a defibrillator, I don't know. Maybe it was just because, this was 1996. So your mileage may vary. And it was a rural doctor's office. So it's amazing that I lived. So while I was being resuscitated and then transported to hospital and all the things that went after that, what happened with me was I floated up through the ceiling of the doctor's office and I actually saw the building, the trusses of the roof and stuff go by as I went through and then rapidly left Earth and then flew through space.
Thank you so much for watching. As a way to show my gratitude, I am continuing to offer my one-on-one sessions almost 75% off what they were. I personally love offering the lower prices, and you guys do too, because you've been booking up my sessions and supporting me, which I so much appreciate. My spots are limited to 6 sessions per week, and they fill up extremely fast. So don't wait, book your spot today. You can sign up for a 25-minute energy healing, a 45-minute energy healing and spiritual coaching session, or you can pick a custom session and we can fit the session to meet your needs. We can just talk. Some people just want to talk about deconstruction because they don't have anybody else to talk to. I am here for it. I love meeting you guys face to face and getting to spend some time with you, and I am here to serve you. Like your session here, now back to the show.
And it wasn't like a tunnel though. It was like I was just out there and floating rapidly. Like the stars were moving so quickly past me, they looked like lines. And then I was somewhere else. And it was like I just kind of phased into this garden. And I'm in this nighttime garden, more light than should have been if it was night here, but definitely nighttime, you know, beautiful dark sky, tons and tons of stars, no constellations I could recognize though. It didn't look like our sky. You know, there was a moon, it was wrong, it was in the wrong place, it was the wrong size, wrong color, that sort of thing. And the garden was in this massive desert of white sand, and I could see sand as far as I could see, except for in one direction in the distance, there was a city. And I could see that the city was made of, it looked like glass or crystal, this beautiful, clear, you know, crystalline city. It was lit from below. I couldn't really see any activity in the city. The garden I was in was made of the same material, the same kind of crystal material. Was like a paved area where there were flagstones, and then all around this garden there were all these plants, beautiful flowers and trees and plants, and they were all made of the crystal as well. And when I got up close and I looked, because I had a lot of time alone in this space just to kind of wander about, I tried to leave the area and walk into the sand, and I couldn't. Like I got to the edge and I couldn't move my foot forward into the sand. I was definitely bound in that area. Everything had these symbols running through it, like they were made of ultraviolet light. So it was like a clear crystal plant. And then if you looked closely, you could see every sacred symbol imaginable just running through it, almost like a stream made of this violet light. Some I recognized, some I didn't, but I knew that they were all either sacred or meaningful symbols, a lot of sacred geometry, flower of life, you know, but also, you know, the cross and the Star of David and various other things. You know, so I'm like, okay, so this is definitely a place of sacredness was the overarching feeling I got, but it was not what I expected in terms of an afterlife, you know, heaven or hell or whatever, you know, anything that I had been taught. It was just this garden, and I noticed that there were these beds in the back along one side that looked like 4 or 5 of these beds, and they were these beautiful, like 4-poster type situations. They were all carved out of filigree, but also made of the crystal. You know, and I looked at them. I didn't really sit down on them. I just kind of wandered around. And then I saw this giant orb appeared. And it was this massive orb of just golden light, and it was moving and undulating. There was brightness inside it. It looked very much like when people say that they see the lotus. It reminded me of descriptions of that. And, you know, it immediately was very almost confrontational in my head. And I heard, when I say I heard, by the way, I'm talking almost like a telepathic communication without words. So it's like I would receive an understanding that this is what it was saying. And in order to speak back, I just somehow knew that I needed to project my understanding back. And it said, "Do you know me?" And it was very like, "Do you know me?" Like very authoritative. And I said, "Yes, I do. But I'm confused as to what to call you." And it said, "It doesn't matter what you call us. We're always the same." And I'm like, okay. And I kind of took that to mean, you know, the source is source, God is God. You know, I felt this immensity to this being. And I could tell that what was with me was only a part, that there was this immense amount more of this being. And they talked to me for a while about what had happened to me and that I was not going to stay there. That was immediately made clear. You're not going to stay here. You don't have a choice in the matter. You are going back. We're waiting for your body to be ready. They told me that right off. And I said, oh, that's too bad, because I was so physically miserable because of my health issues that I didn't really want to go back and suffer more, and they said, well, you'll understand it. And I said, all right. So then it was the life review that you hear, a very traditional life review. Definitely not my entire life, though. It was like snippets here and there. They said, you haven't really lived long enough to have a true life review, because what you do as a child was not really, you're still learning so much that what you do as a child is not as impactful as what you do as a fully functioning adult. But they showed me various things, both good and bad, where I had affected someone else. And it was always from the viewpoint of the person. So, it would be, I said something to my friend and it hurt them. But I'm inside my friend's body and I feel that tightness in their chest. I feel that wave of anxiety and that disappointment and that hurt, And then in some cases, it would show me a couple steps deeper. It would take me, oh, you hurt your friend. And then your friend went home and said this to her brother, who then felt this way. And then I would feel the way the brother felt. And then the brother went to school the next day and beat up his buddy on the playground. And then I got to get beat up as that kid, and so forth. And in many cases, it was not even something that I realized I was doing. It was, not an intentional affront. I didn't, insult this person or say something I knew would hurt them. It was just indifference or rigidity or centering myself when that person really needed to be centered instead. Just various things like that. It could have been something so slight. One of the best things was that I had done at the time they put forward was that I befriended this person that no one else liked in school. And this person was always bullied, and I was bullied because I didn't bully them. It was that bad for them. But I thought they were brilliant. I absolutely loved this person's mind, and I befriended them, and they're my friend to this day. But they apparently were going to kill themselves. And my friendship came at a point where it made them change their mind. That just me putting forward that, yeah, you can be loved, you can be accepted, you can have a friend was enough to save this person from going down that potential path that they had. And that blew my mind because this person went on to adopt some children that came out of a really abusive situation. They became a psychotherapist, and so they help people every day with, the very issues that they were struggling with when they were young. So, by saving that person now is a force of good in the world. So, and they showed me that too, which was strange to me at the time because they said, this person's going to be a force for good in the world, and they showed me them helping others as adults, as an adult. We were still teens. And then they said, this is where your soul will come to rest for a while when you're done. But now you're going back, you're done. And so they sent me back. And I woke up in the hospital and it was awful. I was hooked up to everything. I was still intubated. I overheard the nurse as soon as I came to. They were telling my mother that I was probably not going to be the same and that I probably would have some brain damage and I would need a long recovery period and things like that. And I started trying to sign. They had my hands tied down, because of the intubation, but I was trying to sign the alphabet, and the nurse is like, I don't know. I think it's just a hand spasm. And she left to get the doctor. And my boyfriend came in the room and he's like, no, she's signing. She's fine. She's asking where her car is, because for some reason that was a big concern of mine. It's like, where's my car? But I recovered very quickly. I left the hospital about 48 hours later, walking, talking, perfectly fine. Absolutely no permanent damage at all from that situation. I found out later I'd had a cardiac arrest due to anaphylactic shock. So it was sudden. Most people don't survive that. They told me that it was the worst reaction ever recorded in the United States to an allergy shot at the time.
Wow.
Yeah. So needless to say, I never got another one. And it at first didn't really change me much. It was weird. Like I got out of that situation, and I didn't really remember much about it. And then I started having dreams where I started remembering things from it. And I remember that one of the things that they told me about, and I think the reason I didn't remember it at first is because I was given a choice. And they said, you know, you're at a fork in the road here, and you can choose to stay with the person that you're with now, get married, have a family, you know, have whatever career you have, you know, and just live this normal American family life. And it'll be a fairly easy, pleasant life. Or you can take this other road. And this other road is going to be wild and strange and very difficult. You know, but you'll have more potential for complex growth, but it won't be easy. And they let me know that at that time, if I chose that harder path, that I would not have children, I would never marry. I chose the harder path, but I didn't figure that out for a couple of years. We did eventually break up, my boyfriend and I, and that was hard because it was a 7-year relationship at the time. You know, I really thought he was the one, you know, and he was certainly not, which, you know, in hindsight, that makes sense. But I started trying to figure out what had happened. So I started studying everything, every religion I could find, every school of thought I could find, philosophy, different esoteric texts, ancient texts, all of it, trying to make sense of where my experience fit into organized religion, because I had been raised in organized religion and I still wanted that community and ritual and all that. Couldn't find it. And then my 30s hit, and in my 30th year, which I believe was 2011 or 12, I needed a surgery. And, you know, unrelated to my first experience, but I needed to have a surgery. And at the time I was uninsured. And the only way to have that surgery was to pay cash. And, you know, it was $9,000 in Mexico or $80,000 here. So I went to Mexico unaccompanied to have surgery. And that sounds like a terrifying thing, but I will tell you it was the best care of my life, even though I died there. So I went down to Mexico, I had the surgery, and surgery went well, woke up about 2 days later. They brought me a protein shake because it was an abdominal digestive system surgery. And, you know, I wasn't able to eat solid food for about 3 months afterwards. So it was, you know, it had taken a long time to heal. And I drank the protein shake. It was my sustenance, you know, it was the first one they had given me. And I reacted to something in it and had anaphylactic shock again and another cardiac arrest. So the result was identical to the first, but it was a different mechanism to cause it. I did find out later it was because I had mast cell activation syndrome. And so, you know, the answer is EpiPen, yes, all the time on my person, and lots and lots of like allergy meds all the time, so that it doesn't happen anymore. But when it happened the second time, there was no transition. There was no flying out of my body. There was no viewing my body. I was in my hospital bed in Mexico one moment and blinked and was there again. I was back in the garden. And I remembered them saying, this is where you'll rest. So I'm like, oh, good, thank God it's over. You know, and here it's done. You know, I really wish for the convenience of my family I had been in the States when I died, because now they're going to have to ship my body home. Like, I remember thinking that. And the orb returned quickly. It appeared and it said, you know, we didn't actually expect you to be back. You made some choices that brought you here, and we didn't think you were going to make those choices. So we never mentioned this to you, you know, but since you're here, you know, we want to talk to you about some of the stuff you're still doing. And so they pointed out to me some of the things that I was still doing, and they showed me a lot of the ways in which I had improved and was doing good things. And, you know, they told me again, you're going to go back. They're working on you right now. You're going to go back. And you'll shortly find out what's going on with your body. Like, we're going to send you guides to help direct you to the right people, because, you're not going to be comfortable or functional enough to do the things we need you to do unless this is fixed, which ended up being true. I did actually finally get some help. And so they then said, there are things that have happened to you in between the first time you were here and now that are making you closed. And we need to help you open your heart so that you can more properly project Christ consciousness, is what they called it. I don't know if they used that term because they thought that's how I would respond or, understand. But they said you can't project out of your heart. There's something blocked. When you try to project out your heart, it goes out your back, right? And I said, yes, it does, because I was doing a lot of energy work at the time with others. And I would sense it from others, it would always come forward in a fan. And mine would go out the back, and it was like it would go out the back and then come around the front, like a little, like swirly arrows. It was weird, and so they said, go lay down on one of the beds. And so I said, okay. And so I went and laid down on one of the beds. And very soon these two little creatures showed up, and I could tell that they were the same stuff as the orb. They were glowing from within, but they weren't swirling with a lotus. They actually had what looked like a human stick figure inside their semi-humanoid shape of light, but they were child-sized. They were very small, maybe a 4 or 5-year-old child. And they both climbed up on the bed, one at each shoulder, and they were laughing, and they were so just joy coming out of these creatures. And they were laughing with each other, and once in a while, one of them would wave their hands in the air, or they would kick their feet, it was like little kids playing. And I heard in my head, don't panic, you're not going to be able to move. And then I was just paralyzed, and my heart rose up out of my chest, and it was there, like a meaty human heart, sitting there, and it was still beating. And then they started kind of looking at it, and one of them would, point out with a finger and poke it, and then they'd turn it and poke it somewhere else and look at it, or they'd shoot a ray of light out of their finger into it and turn it. And I could feel that they were kind of tuning my heart. It was really interesting. They would push on one point, and I would feel a tug in my chest, and then a tug somewhere else in my body that I always held tension, or, they would point at part of my heart and shoot something into it, and I would feel overwhelming sadness, and then it would just go away, or overwhelming joy, and then it would fade. Or I'd remember someone who had passed away strongly, and then that would fade. And after some time of that, I was told that I was done, and my heart descended into my chest again, and I got up, and they said, you're not going to be back. They said, this is the last time you'll be here until you're done for good. So the next time you see this sand, that it'll be for real, that, your life will have ended, and you'll wait here for a while. And before you go on to what's next. And I'm like, okay. I didn't really want to be in somewhere for an indefinite amount of time. And so I thought it was probably like a purgatory type situation, because I was still very much in the Christian framing of things. And so I said, is that a purgatory? They said, no, it'll just be the rest. And so I woke up in the hospital shortly thereafter, just fine. I wasn't even intubated. And they said, oh, you really scared us. We're going to keep you for a couple more days. Can you move your flight? And I said, yes. I moved my flight. I stayed a couple more days, and then I flew home unaccompanied, and again, was just fine. Surgery was very successful, changed my life with how much it helped. And then very shortly after that, I met someone who pointed me down the right road and figured out that I also had a genetic brain issue that needed another surgery, a brain surgery to fix within the structures of my head. And I had that surgery also, and that corrected kind of the rest of my issues. I do still have a lot of referent pain, but it's not like it used to be at all. And that's essentially where I'm at. When I came back the second time, I kept searching. I started really getting inundated with Jewish people. Just Jewish people were coming out of the woodwork and coming into my life. And so I started going to synagogue the first time just to go to someone's bat mitzvah. And the rest of my issues. I do still have a lot of referent pain, but it's not like it used to be at all. And that's essentially where I'm at. When I came back the second time, I kept searching. I started really getting inundated with Jewish people. Just Jewish people were coming out of the woodwork and coming into my life. And so I started going to synagogue the first time just to go to someone's bat mitzvah. And I found a home there. So I ended up converting. It took a couple of years. But I converted to Judaism, 6 years ago now? So because that's what fit my experience best, it allowed me to remove the anthropomorphication of God and a lot of the guilt and shame and fear and all of that that's built into my Christian upbringing isn't present in that tradition. So it gave me that access to organized religion and community and everything. So I did eventually find out how to handle all of that, the health problems and where I fit spiritually after this situation. And at this point, I think sitting in that garden is going to be a gift because I love my life now, in spite of the things that I still suffer with. I think that I will want that time to reflect and say goodbye to my life and mourn my life and understand my life before I'm ready to, join whatever society is on the other side. I wasn't really given any glimpses of the reality of being there beyond the garden. So that's kind of where it sits with all those things. To this day, I still am putting it together. I'll have epiphanies all the time, like, oh, now I understand that thing,
Leslie, thank you so much for sharing your experience. I have so many questions. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So let's go way back to the beginning of your first experience when you found yourself in the garden. You mentioned that you saw a moon and constellations, but they were different. Do you think this was a physical location, or was it more in the spiritual or astral realm?
It's really hard to say. All signs point to physical location, but I feel like if it is a physical location, it must indicate that we are not always human beings on Earth. Because if it is a universal location or realm or what have you that we go to, whether that's a construct or whether it's a real place like another planet or something, it felt ideal to my body. Like it was the perfect temperature. It was the perfect lighting level to see comfortably, but no glare. Everything about the environment was perfect. My body was my body, but it was perfect. I was healthy. I was clean. I didn't even have a hangnail. Like everything was perfect. And that tells me probably a realm of some sort, or at least on a different dimension than the physical dimension we're in now, where there are imperfections and dirt and grime and, irritations, tiny irritations, the tag in your shirt, that sort of thing. None of that was present. So it's really hard to say. The stars and everything being different kind of told me that maybe we don't always incarnate as human beings on this planet. Maybe we go somewhere else sometimes, and this is like a universal place. My soul may have come there from wherever else too, in other iterations. So I jury's out on that one. I don't think that it, and I don't think it really matters.
Yeah. Good point. Tell us about the orb. You were speaking about the orb at the beginning in a way that made me think maybe it was source, because it said, doesn't matter what you call us, we're all the same. Do you think it was source, or was it another being?
I took it to mean that I think that source is this like giant unfathomable ocean. And I say that because I really sensed that what I was presented with is not actually the whole of that entity. That it was like a drop fell out of that ocean and became that big ball of light to wrap me in love and safety and talk to me in my experiences. But that what's greater than that is unknowable. I actually think of it, the name I gave it was the unknowable sweetness. Actually, that's kind of when I don't just call it God, I call it the unknowable sweetness, because that's really what it felt like. It was the most ecstatic, euphoric, like feeling being in the presence of this thing. Like everything that you can imagine that feels good was part of that feeling, you know, in just the most pure, soul level way, you know. So I think what it meant by that was every face everyone's ever given God is part of that source. Now, people give God a lot of faces. God can be, you know, Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha or Satan or money or their partner or their neighbor, you know, or sex. God can be any of these things to various people. And so what I understood it to be was that God is everything. God is the all. God is neutral. God is absolute balance, you know, perfection in all things, good, bad, and neutral. It's all there. There's no separation of light and dark. There's no separation of good and evil. It's all balance.
That's fascinating. I heard you in another interview speaking about this concept of us dropping out of source as a core, and then the core of who we are stays the same throughout our incarnations and experiences, although our personality or experiences might change. Do you believe that we always keep that core of ourselves? Or because a lot of times people will ask, am I going to lose myself when I merge back with source?
I think so. And the reason is because I was very, very much myself there. There was no confusion about that. And I've done some past life regression. And in my past life regression, I was me still. And it wasn't even just a different personality, it was my personality. Maybe flavored by the experiences of that life, you know, or, you know, even being a different gender, because in one of them I was. But, you know, I think that drop that comes out of source is what we are. That is actually our species. That's the thing that we are. And that thing returns over and over to different lives in different bodies. But it's like when you play a video game and you die and you start a new life, or you decide you want to play through the game again with a different class or something. Like it really felt like that. It really felt like, you know, you're still you, but maybe you'll make different choices this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be evil this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be super altruistic. You know, maybe it would be fun to try to be evil this time. Fun to try to be evil this time. Felt like that. It really felt like, you know, you're still you, but maybe I'll make different choices this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be evil this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be super altruistic. You know, maybe it would be fun to do nothing but science this life. You know, and I really felt that that's more what it is that, you know, you're an individual, you're part of source. There's part of source that lives in you, and you carry it in your human meat vehicle here while you're here. But when you die, when the meat vehicle wears out and your car gets traded in, you just go back to source. You go back home, but you stay you until the next time you come and you get a new vehicle.
Makes you not want to speak. They want to gaslight. They want to mock every word you say, make it sound like it's stupid and that you're stupid. And man, there's so many things. I just thought of there's a trans man that he commented on my channel after years. I thought something had happened to him, and I was so glad something happened. That I mean, something didn't happen to him. Something happened in the sense that he messaged me on here after years of not knowing what happened. Sorry, I'm wearing a jacket and it's actually getting hot. I thought it was going to be cold at night, but I'm kind of like in a feverish feel, like hot and sweaty because I couldn't sleep last night and I got sleep, but all this stuff has been stressing me out. I'm trying not to let it. But thank you, Leslie. That's really good advice. But there was a trans guy, as I was saying, I brought him up. Why did I bring him up? Oh, I remember now. I think this is just something important to share. So I've been called a fool. I've been called retarded. I've been called all these names. And I think there was something so sad that I'm not saying who this person is, and I hope they don't mind. I mean, I'm not trying to say too much information, but there was just a moment where, yeah, the stereotype is people want to make women out to be like they're dumb and they're incapable of doing anything. And it reminded me of Jay Charles saying, "Oh, you're a helpless woman." And I was like, "You're not stupid though. You're insanely bright." And there's just that long lived full experience of feeling like you're made to feel like you're incapable of doing anything. You're infantilized. You're made to feel like you're stupid when you know you're not. I've had these things happen to me. No one can gaslight. And when I had that experience shared with a fellow trans person, just saying, I can't remember the exact conversation, but it, it hurt my heart so bad that this person felt like, I'm dealing with this pain that people think I'm stupid just because I'm female. And they are totally awakened to the trans stuff. And there's a point where it's like, am I even trans? Because like the way I'm treated, does it even make any difference if I'm not treated worse on every single aspect? I'm conveniently a man whenever it's for me to man up, and I'm conveniently a woman when I'm supposed to be just degraded and told that I'm useless, basically, if that makes sense. But I'm gonna read the chat again. Uh, but yeah, they are degraded. They are completely, there's no doubt about it. Any spirit, if there is any spark within them to say these kinds of things, they would have to be degraded, because I can't imagine ever saying any of this kind of stuff to anyone. Not even in my most angered moments would I ever say, "Oh, I hope you know, have this happen to you," or gang up with somebody up on YouTube, coming into my real life, giving me food that food poisoned me. I thought I was making friends, and then here I have two people say, "Yeah, we were planned it all along. We exposed you, fool." Exposed me for what? They're after me because I'm talking against the fucking cult, the antinatalism cult. And this has basically proven to me I need to speak out about this more, because they are proving everything right that Steve is saying. They're proving every fucking thing right. Targeted by Uncle Sam said, "Can I make you a mod? That way, if you visit my live chat, you could delete the cyberbullies for me. It would help me out immensely. I can't even get why someone would threaten you. What the fuck?" Yeah, targeted by Uncle Sam. Yeah, you can totally make me a mod. I will truly honor and respect that. Thank you. I'll knock out every single goon out there trying to bully and harass you. Because I know I've seen you on your lives, and there's always these people that come in and harass you. It's like you have to ask, like, why? Why would they do these things? Well, you know why, because when you start speaking out, you're done. It's I this all started just because I had a disagreement with a trans identified individual. I'll put it that way. I didn't agree with children being transitioned, and was going into more research and radical feminism and being piqued by all of this. I had stories that I wanted to share, and I shared in the past about dealing with attorneys. An attorney I was trying to get, which I couldn't even get to that point, because they're like, "I can't help you based on your sex," which is a complete violation of one's civil rights, but whatever. And this was a trans person that said that to me. And when I see people doing horrific acts in the bathrooms, in women's spaces. I have been so peaked. Women don't need to be helpless at all. We need to be strong. And if people consider me that, no matter what, I don't care anymore. It doesn't hurt me. I know I'm in a unique position where I know a lot. I've gained a lot of knowledge, wisdom, and immense clarity on different aspects when it comes to gender and what I've experienced. And I think that does make the potential for a very unique healer, because you know different, you've explored different positions, and I just wanted to bring healing to everybody and to have people realize, like, not all trans people are absolutely crazy and deranged. But I have people come into my chat sometime and they make fun of me for that, because perhaps I left some comment elsewhere or whatever. I've never shied away from talking about that or being public about that, because I'm not ashamed of it, but it's just sad that people want to use that against me. And when you particularly are piqued by radical feminism and all the trans identified males are doing, since sex is immutable, I can't look at it the same. I can see the agenda. I know that the dysphoria is real, and I'm not saying that it's all of an agenda, but there is something definitely wrong. Oh, look who just shared my video, AI antinatalism. The person that I'm talking about, the trans-identified male who has threatened me numerous times and said, I'm gonna blow your brains out, basically. That's their fantasy. I mean, how can I not look at it that way when there's a comment, multiple comments, of them tagging me, saying, go stare down a barrel. And that last one, oh my, the very descriptive one about putting a Glock in my mouth and making my brain slushy. This person is so sick. AI antinatalism channel, I made my last live stream about, they're adding to their police report. Again, for what it's worth, it's out there. And this person has tried so desperately hard, like others on here. I won't say their name, because then they'll go on a fucking shitstorm. Probably already are. Probably my sanity machine stalks me too. You have to for your sanity, and I'm trying my best. It's so hard not to make a comment back, not to say something. Sanity machine stalks me too. You have to. Already are. Probably my sanity machine stalks me too. You have to for your sanity, and I'm trying my best.
I don't stalk anyone, you tard. I'm allowed to cover whatever's live. That's all I'm doing. That isn't stalking, you fucking tard.
It's so hard not to make a comment back, not to say something back.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Look in your pants.
And to keep it going, and I'm trying my best not to look at these people's channels, but that's their whole thing. The whole bit is just getting you riled up, getting you feeling on edge, stealing your energy, your loosh. And I don't even know if these people are aware what is even working through them. I mean, not only is their spirit degraded, but I wouldn't doubt entity attachments and things that are working.
No, that's you. You're the one that's confused about your gender. You're the one with entity attachments. You're a demon. You're a liar.
Through them to harm.
You're a liar.
People specifically who are light bringers, truth seekers.
I haven't harmed anyone. You're not a light bringer. You're a liar.
Degraded, but I wouldn't doubt entity attachments and things that are working through them to harm people specifically who are light bringers, truth seekers, truth speakers, like Steve Godfrey. The Ephilism channel. Please, if anybody is watching right now, please go check out, just type Efflism channel. It will be a channel that has the no sign, you know, the X mark, not X, but a crossed out on the word Efflism, and it's red like a no smoking sign, you know, the no sign. No to Efflism. Evilism. This is evilism, folks. These are people that are anti-human and want to annihilate all life on Earth, which is completely and utterly delusional. Yo, dude. This person says, targeted by Uncle Sam says, yes, because we have people who have a real mental illness pretending to be targeted because they feel so alone and misunderstood. I feel bad for them, but they are hurting the TI community. I can see that too. I can see that within that particular community, and just in general, there are so many people that are hurt, and these narcs, they love to gang up with each other. If they have an enemy that they both agree on, they will bond over hating you. It's disgusting. And they will get all their group. It's like a gang, like Gravestone said in my earlier live stream. They're like gang members. Nathan Casinos was timed out by Bubblelandia. I don't know what he said, but he seemed his energy seemed really off. I can actually just look at your icon, I can read your words, I can feel the energy behind them, and I can absolutely feel what your intents are. I am getting that psychic, and I'm working so hard on
I don't believe you can do that at all. You can't even spot a psycho like Derek DiCarlo. You're so full of shit.
behind them, and I can absolutely I can actually just look at you out by Bubblelandia. I don't know what he said, but he seemed his energy seemed really off. I can actually just look at your icon, I can read your words, I can feel the energy behind them, and I can absolutely feel what your intents are. I am getting that psychic, and I'm working so hard on honing my intuition because I don't want to have to go through these situations again. I don't
You sound neurotic. You sound like you're all wrapped up in your feelings.
want to have to be ever in these situations, and that's the hard part, because some of these people are so covert with their narcissism, and they're so evil, and they can act so charming and nice at first, like they actually care about you. But that's what I really saw when it came to Kirsten. When I was reading about sociopathy and psychopathy, they can pretend to care. I had this person pretending to care to be my friend. This was a mod on the Sanity machine. She tried to hide her identity because she didn't actually want people to know who she was. And the things that she was saying, very racist things, saying like Kali Ma, the Hindu goddess, called her a N-word goddess. I knew that person was racist and sick. There's a difference between, you know, the intent. Well, I think all of that stuff is pretty awful, but the intent is very malicious. Like you'll have a song, like Little Darky has songs where he says that word, but in that song, Kalima, there's like a lyric, I wish I remembered what it was, but it's like, I'm not friends with actual racists, you know, people who are actually malicious and hateful. And this person has told me, this trans-identified male has told me, go stare down a barrel, N-word and Jew. And we have Jay Charles, who's a black man, and just completely siding with somebody who's making violent threats against me, Steve, and women and people in general. It just, the oddity of that in itself, that you would be okay with somebody doing that and saying those things just because you mutually dislike me and Steve. Targeted by Uncle Sam said, I agree with your take on life.
Honk, 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 honk. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows the sorrow.
Life reviews. These creatures are going to reap what they sow. Every ounce, every.
Listen to them dehumanize and call them creatures and copy me. Copying, copying, copying. Constantly copying. That's what they do.
Punishment. We all will have to face that. Creatures are going to targeted by Uncle Sam said, I agree with your take on life reviews. These creatures are going to
They sound manic and neurotic and paranoid, anxious, very weird. Always up in their emotions. They can't regulate their emotions. And that's something borderlines have great difficulty do. Emotional regulation. They can't control themselves.
what they sow. Every ounce, every creatures are going to reap what they sow. Every ounce, every punishment. We all will have to face that. But I know in my heart and my intent, my intentions were pure. I tried to be as nice as I could, even in the face of sadistic narcissists who want to blow my head off. I have tried my best, but there is just no way you can ever get through to them. Not enough kindness, not enough love, not enough forgiveness, no amount of patience, compassion, or anything will ever fix them. They are their own demise, and they will sabotage themselves. They will wind up alone, typical narcissist, on the deathbed, if not taking themselves out, because I think deep down, I don't think they feel true peace. But I watched the whole video. It was really dark, full about the reality of narcissists, and it was like talking about the self-exiting of the narcissist, and it was so brutal. There was somebody that said the only way for them to ever be cured is to just be gone, like not to exist anymore. They can't be cured. No amount of psychedelics, psychedelic therapy, no amount of healing, no amount of fucking spiritual work, because they don't even do it. They don't even touch it with a 10-foot pole, will ever help these people. If you are out here threatening, making violent threats, you are so deranged. And that goes for anyone, even former people that I was trying to help just because I thought that they were having reactive abuse, to somebody who definitely likes to psychologically torture people. Kaz said, I think I'm gonna go homeless. I honestly have no idea what to do. Wow. Oh, you said, I'm sorry. You said earlier, I'm struggling very badly right now. I don't know if you're still in here, Kaz, but I am sorry to hear that. I hope that you're able to find some sort of shelter. I mean,
Fake empathy, fake empathy. You're fake. You're confused. You're fake. You lie about people. You cannot be trusted. You lie and lie and lie. The only time you figure out when someone's a psychopath is when these creatures harm you. You don't care how many others are harmed by psychopaths. Kai, Mushroom, you only care about yourself. Mushroom only cares about Mushroom and no one else. Fake empathy. Fake empathy.
if I were in that situation, I would most likely, if I had to be, I'd just go to a homeless shelter or something. And I've actually been in those kind of thoughts where I thought I was going to go homeless and have to live in my car. Knock on wood, I don't have to do that. But I'm really sorry that you're going through that right now. If there's any kind of resources or help you can find, there's a lot of churches that also there's food pantries, different places that can help you out too. Targeted by Uncle Sam. Sorry, I'm getting back to the chat. I agree. I read that. I read Kaz. I'm sending you healing energy right now, Kaz. If you don't mind me doing that. Leslie said, "Oh, no life review is still entrapment. They give choice, but not really. It's always forced to stay in the system. Dear Kai. Well, what if we like? How do you know for sure? Like, what if we actually aren't completely tortured and guilt tripped and all of these things to come back here? Like being a part of this system, I don't know how else like we can not be a part of it, or if we can, people talk about ascending and being
Mushroom can't imagine not being part of this system. There you go. I can't imagine anything else other than this. Then people talk about and they go right to the new age shit, ascending. You're such a gullible fool. You really are. I'm glad you didn't learn on my channel. I'm glad. You don't deserve the knowledge I share. You don't deserve it. You're not a good being.
one with the infinite intelligence of this place, going back to the creator, God, whatever, going back to the one with the infinite intelligence, not be a part of it, or if we can here, like being a part of this system, I don't know how else like we can not be a part of it, or if we can be tortured and guilt tripped and all of these things to come back here. Like being a part of this system, I don't know how else like we can not be a part of it, or if we can, people talk about ascending and being one with the infinite intelligence of this place, going back to the creator, God, whatever. And I've heard people talk about them having choices, and I don't want to think like everything is all fear-based and oh, these are all guides or archons or whatever just misleading you, saying, oh yeah, you have to do this and that. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I tend to like to think that this universe is benevolent overall, and you saying, oh yeah, you have to do this and that. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I tend to like to think that this universe is benevolent overall, and we don't have to reincarnate back here. And I don't know if I should share this or not, because I'm sure it'll get mocked and ridiculed, but I talked about it before. That I just know that because they'll say, oh, everything that comes from this matrix is like lying to you or whatever, but I've had my own encounters, spiritual things that I've gone through, spiritual experiences I've gone through, where I feel like I'm okay and I'm at peace, because I know that I'm not gonna come back here. It's gonna be for me a choice if I want to. And I decided, like, I've done past life regression. I decided, I truly do feel like I decided to come here, and I did have a past life. Oh, there's somebody laughing. I'm sure it's Steven or somebody just making all these laughing emojis. I wish you could just block these people from your life, just energetically shut them the fuck out for all of eternity. Talk about things that are like that, because people who want to take you away from God, want to take you away from love and the truth, are fucking demonic agents of this realm. They are. They're trying to mislead you wrong path, and they're the ones that are trying to entrap you here by their total misleading. They don't have any love in their hearts. Bubblelandia said, Kai, just so you know,
I have tons of love. How would you know what's in my heart? You liar. You lying creature. You befriend psychopaths. You love psychos and you love to lie. You love to lie, and you're trying to mislead people about what this place is. You're a lying creature, creepy creature. And whoever's hitting the laughing emojis, not me, dumbass, liar.
based on their channel video. I timed them out for a day. Oh, okay. Yeah, they could have been a person, a young person. I'm noticing that a lot on YouTube, and it's kind of concerning. I'm like, if I were a parent, I wouldn't. I would try to keep my child off of the internet as long as possible. This place is so scary, especially.
I hope you're never a parent. You stalked and harassed your therapist. You psycho. They had to get a restraining order against you. You're a psycho.
For children, and that's a huge reason, a huge thing I am passionate about is protecting children. And that's exactly what Steve is doing on his channel. He's trying to warn people about these unhinged psychos who have completely and utterly destroyed. When it comes to talking about antinatalism and these topics, I mean, they're sick. But that's good to know. I really hope, like, I don't want children to be watching me talk, cursing, and I can't stop people from looking at my channel, but I'm gonna try to be mindful of that because I have no clue. I'm just gonna say G when I see your name come up. Your opinion, yeah, it's really wild. If somebody didn't share my opinion, if somebody made a YouTube video for just like a small example, because we're here on YouTube, and I shared my opinion because I think, well, freedom of speech, let's have discourse, let's talk. This is an open-ended forum, basically, just to talk about what you want to say. Why comments are open unless that person doesn't agree and they want to just hew over the coals for not agreeing with them and basically going after you for life if you don't. Some of people have every right and that, but I'm trying to be as much as I can for freedom of speech. It's just when you are actually tearing apart my own reputation and the assassination of other people's characters, I will defend that. Call me a narc, of course, Kirsten. For freedom of speech. It's just when you are actually tearing apart my own reputation and the assassination of other people's characters, I will defend that. Call me a narc, of course. All of these things because that's what these people do. It's so typical and common for them. But you know when somebody is a narcissist when they have no empathy. And that's what I was saying earlier. I had somebody pretending to be my friend that whole time. And it was
You've never shown me a drop of empathy in all the years that you've been on here talking about me. I know exactly what you are, Mushroom. I see you.
was pretty convincing, but then I thought there's something wrong here. There's just something that feels off. And Charles said he felt the same thing in a video, WeC33, when he had a channel. And I had a brief conversation with him about that. And it really shook me when she sent me that water distiller. She said, just because I send someone a water distiller doesn't mean I care about them. I just want to get rid of it. And that's where her mask completely dropped. I knew she didn't want to be my friend. She wanted my address. If anything, she wanted some upper hand on me. But then I have her address. There's nothing loving about that though, because she apparently shared intimate photos of me, shared different things, personal information, which apparently is illegal. I never consented, just like I never consented to Diane taking my photo when she gave me food that was food poisoning me and I was trying to lay down because I was so sick. I wanted to get out of that car as soon as I could. That woman is a complete psycho, and I barely.
Yeah. I thought the borax is helping. These are short rib bao buns. So good. It has this like chili oil.
Look at this creature. Look at her. Look at her. She has to show herself eating food on a live stream, desperate for attention. Treating myself to a nice dinner because I deserve nice things. Aphrodite Rose, Starfire Eater. She eats her own period blood.
Samurai Smith. What's good? It's a mukbang. Oh, sorry, this way. Or 7. I don't know what you're talking about. 7 o'clock. There's a whole table of Australians over there. Yesterday.
What a total fucking weirdo. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. What an attention seeking, narcissistic weirdo. What a weirdo. What a loser. What a loser.
Barely knew her at all. She just invited me over, or invited herself over to my state, and then I find out they're like, yeah, we were in on it the whole time. This trans-identified male and her, the one that just shared my post, this AI antinatalism channel. I want you to leave me the fuck alone. I think you are like part of the AI. You're fake. You're not real. You're an illusion. You don't exist. Your negativity cannot affect me. Gravestone, true, Les. It is really sad, Les. True, Les. Oh, you're agreeing with Leslie, yeah. Grin is my take. I agree with that for sure. Intuitively sensing beings are empathic. That sent me chills down my spine reading that because that resonated so much. That's so true. The more you actually have empathy, I truly feel that you're in a state of expanded awareness. And I'm trying not to look at the chat or let the laughing emojis bother me, but I can only guess who those people are. Laughing at everything I said, trying to throw me off, trying to throw my energy off. Les said everyone's responsible for their condition as soul survival, for their own condition as soul survival. That they will be their own undoing. Let sleeping dogs lie. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, this Mick Face, what a star child clown. Please do not do not delete this person. Do not mods anyone in here. Bubblelandia, if you're still in here, I'm gonna read every single thing because this is part of the cyber stalking right now. Right now I'm dealing with this shit. Bubblelandia, you're still here, thank God. No, wait, I'm looking back at old chats. So this MC face dash V5L, I can only guess that your my transhuman rot, your AI antinatalism, you are, I'm gonna just call you Jay. Jay Mador. You absolutely need to get help. Leslie said, you must rejoin your own group of beings. They are your family. I feel like one being here that exists now, that I chose to come here and be in this lifetime with, he is part of my family for sure. We had past lives together, absolutely, for sure. And I do think that there are psychics, there are really highly intuitive people, obviously empathic, expanded awareness that can tap into that stuff. And I don't care what anyone says. If you've actually found a really good psychic or medium, they will blow your mind with the information that they can give you. And I do think that some people are the real deal, but there's also a lot of grifters, a lot of fakes and phonies and frauds out there as well. Leslie said, only most do not have the ability to perceive them. I know how, because I'm aligned and acclamation complete. Well, how do you do that, Leslie? How do you like get into alignment exactly? Like, what are the first steps? McFay says, misleading you path, no love is true. Steve talked to kids. Steve Godfrey talks to kids. No, he doesn't. I think you're projecting. You were intimidating. Far as I know, allegedly, this is what it looked like to me. There was a screenshot, and you like to impersonate people in their accounts, which is illegal. God knows what you could be capable of trying to impersonate and ruin somebody's life, which you've tried to do. But you were impersonating what it looked like your younger sister, and you were talking about female genitalia to people online. So you were impersonating a minor, and he found issue with that. And so he wanted to go and speak, it sounds like, to your family members in order for you to get help, because he actually cared. He actually wants you to seek mental health help because you are very, very deranged. There's something very fucking mentally wrong with you and spiritually. And I want you to cease to exist out of my reality. But you refuse to. You keep coming back. So I ask myself, what lesson am I learning here? What am I going to do with this information and the lies? I mean, going over and over and over and over about somebody being a PDF and wanting to rape women and kids and all this stuff. That sounds honestly like self-admittances. It's such a fucking bold-faced lie, and I hope Steve can get you for defamation of character one day, because you're sick. You are so fucking psychotic, trying to pin people as PDFs, saying all this sick shit, when you were impersonating a minor, talking about female genitals. No one gets out of this system without acclamation to origins, Leslie says. Gravestone said, so it's all suffering, Les? I love the conversation going on here right now. Man, this is great. I meant to restart my timer because I like to time my walks, but man, I guess I also have a step counting app, so I'm getting my steps in. This is great. I'm glad to talk to you all here. Thank you all for being here. It's nerve-wracking going through this. And I'm not here looking for drama. I'm against cyberstalking and bullying, which was part of what David Wilcock was going through. And I love that comment that Ashes gave me, that, you know, I had that confirmation. This is definitely part of my path. We need people. We need each other. We need to have people that we can trust, that we know will have our backs. McFace said you defend a man who talks to kids as part of interpersonal dispute online. Leslie, let's go back to Leslie's comment. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna read the whole chat. I'm trying to catch up. I'm sorry. Leslie said abilities to perceive and understanding through empathic, telepathic, intuitively sensing, which is necessary to unplug from the system. Abilities to perceive and interesting. Well, I do think intuition is a big part of it, discernment. So this stalker in my chat says you literally invited her to your house to make a video about Joy, then turned on her. You are Joy, though. Don't pretend like you're somebody else. I didn't invite her to my house. That's a flat out lie. She invited me. She invited her. I'm sorry. I'm talking. Kind of. She invited her here. She said, "Can I come to your place for Thanksgiving?" Because my husband basically didn't want her around, and he was like, "When are you going to leave? I'm gonna pay for the ticket." Like he didn't want to be around her, and so I felt bad. There's like this 60-plus-year-old woman who doesn't have any family, and I thought she was like an animal lover, but I should have known that there was something really off about her, and I did. I felt that, but that was all false, and you'll find that I've had grooming teachers and different people who worked with animals, and they got entangled with somebody business-wise who claimed to, be an animal lover or something, and they completely fucked them over by doing animal abuse and doing sick things. My grooming teacher had a whole ordeal with this lady she went into business with, and that woman was hoarding dogs just like Diane was. She had dead dogs in her freezer. There was a whole ordeal getting tied in with her. And the same thing, like David Wilcock getting tied in with specific people that ruined his life. You have to have discernment. You have to be careful who you surround yourselves with. But it's my house because it's kind of a mess. I've been dealing with severe depression for years, and when my mom moved in, I had to get rid of so much furniture, so many things. Anyway, point being, she would not stop pressuring me. And that fake narcissist, "Oh, I'll help you, bestie." She even said bestie. I was like, what the fuck? I don't even know you. You're not my bestie. I have barely met you. And then she does all these things that I haven't even talked about fully. I spent 3 days with her, and that was enough. I couldn't handle anymore, and she was gonna be there in my state for the entire week. And thank God she went off and did her own thing, because I basically, my little getting out of all of that was her food poisoning me and me saying, "I'm feeling sick. I really don't want to hang out anymore." And my mom was actually sending her absolutely livid text messages from my Facebook Messenger for leaving me in the fucking desert after food poisoning me. And the reason why I didn't want her, she's like, "Oh, I'll get you a hotel. I'll get you some new pants. Oh, you stink." She was saying all these things trying to get into my head. Like, I just met this person and she's being so fucking wicked and evil, saying I smell and making this whole thing about that. Like, it's just so weird and psychotic. She said that in her smear campaign, like, "Don't anybody ever go meet Kai. Don't ever talk to Kai," and all these things that were just completely trying to make me look like a deranged, disgusting, mentally ill person. And there's nothing wrong with having mental illness. We shouldn't stigmatize that. But when it comes to these dark triad personality types, they are so vicious, and you cannot make peace with these people. So yeah, you want to like make all these lies. I can defend every single one, and you're just helping me tell my side of the story, even though I wasn't really wanting to talk about that. But She said so many deranged things that I'm afraid to say online because these people have threatened to sue me when they have threatened violence against me, threatened to kill me, basically. That's what it sounds like when you're saying you deserve to be put down like a dog and we're hiring pest control. But those 3 days, I got out of like just being around her because I was like, yeah, I just want to leave. Because she's like, I hope those people that got in that car crash die and ruining my fucking vacation. Because you're a fucking psycho. You're a psycho. There could have been children in that car crash on Black Friday, of all things. There could have been pets, elderly people, whoever. You wishing death on people, I was like, I have to get out of this fucking car. I'm vomiting, I'm throwing up, I'm sick by the food she just gave me. And she gave me this weird little side eye. Like, I was starving, I hadn't eaten breakfast. She wanted to go to Joshua Tree. I don't want to out where the fuck I'm near or where, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm documenting all this shit. But that was the whole thing. And you know what? The universe, the divine gifted me, my friend, because I hadn't been I hadn't been going out to Joshua Tree in years. And I went out there twice. I went out there with him and my other friend visiting out of state. I had the best times. And it was like everything that I had lost because I had really wanted to go. But how can I enjoy that when I'm being food poisoned and she's side-eyeing me when I'm saying, hey, because she offered me these tamales, these street tamales, and there's a guy homeless on the ground on the sidewalk laying down next to where this person was selling tamales, and she just takes pictures of him, this homeless person laying on the ground, and sends it to me. Like, she sends all kinds of different pictures of people. She'll take pictures of anybody and any not anything, because like she likes to take pictures of people and be creepy, people in public without them knowing. And technically, you can take pictures in the public if people happen to be in the shot or whatever, but she specifically hones in on pictures of people's families, of their children, of women breastfeeding their children. She was recording that. And I think that was in Mexico, where I think she thought she could get away with it. And that is illegal. I could absolutely turn that in and show how deranged that is. Actually recording somebody, it looked like a federal building, like a post office or something. Not a post office. I don't know because I'm thinking it was Mexico, but then why would she be in a post office there? I don't know. It just, there was glass windows and she was recording this little girl licking the window, and then recording the mother who was breastfeeding the other child. And then she was recording that guy of hers, Alex, recording him while he's basically passed out on some kind of, allegedly, I think, some kind of something, or else he was definitely on something, and he was jacking off. He started jacking off and she was recording this. She sent me a picture of his dick and a prostitute holding it, his penis. It was like, what the fuck? I didn't want this person coming to my house, but they just invited themselves there to my place. And I told her, like, how do you say no? How do you go around this? It's Thanksgiving. And when Thanksgiving came around, that was the second day she was here. I really didn't want to go because my mom definitely didn't want to go. My mom's like, I don't like her at all. I don't like her laugh. She would make this like high-pitched cackling, most annoying laugh. And I never wanted to invite her into my house, but when my mom was like, her energy is so dark, I don't want to go. And Diane said at Thanksgiving at the table, does your mom not see you as her daughter? No. And then you like never respected me for being trans. You said, nobody cares, girl. You were making all those comments, Diane, or the trans identified male that you work with. Who care? People will hear my story. You have no idea who the fuck I am. Oh God. This person is comments because oh, Bubblelandia, still here. I took a screenshot for you. You are an angel, my friend. You are such an angel. Thank you. Thank you for always having my back and being kind. That's for you. I have love in my heart for people, and I actually have people that want to be around me. Do you have any friends? Do you spend time outside of the internet? And do you spend any time outside of making crappy AI slop and talking about how you want people to stop having children? Like that's your whole thing in your whole life you're ever going to advocate for, when you're never going to stop people from having children. Good luck. I already read that shit. I'm not going to read that again. So I never invited her to my house. She completely invited herself to my house. I felt bad for her because it was the holidays. She didn't seem like she had anyone. She seemed like an older woman. I thought she was harmless, and boy was I wrong. She said such deranged shit that I don't know, like, because these people like to threaten and put fear. I'm not afraid of any of these people. It's not defamation if it what really happened, but I know that this this stuff that she said, I'll just say this, I wouldn't want her around any children. These people are very sick. And again, you know, I could say so many other things, but I didn't for 2 years or so because I was just getting threat after threat, which is also illegal. You can't be threatening people into silence like that just because you don't like what they're saying. Oh, and oh, I can't prove it. Well, I know what my experience was. And I know that I want to stay away from those people, and I want to warn anyone that's talking about 14-year-old people and finding attraction to them. They're clearly PDFs, and they're sick, and they need to get help. And I told that as well to somebody who completely blocked me, who I tried to help, who claimed to be basically another targeted individual in a sense, because I think there's a spiritual aspect to that. But so John Medora says, I think you're an idiot. Clown doesn't know if you're a man or a girl. Yes, you're responsible for you, Star Child. Clown doesn't even... What? Clown doesn't know if you're a man or a girl? Are you the clown that doesn't know if I'm a man or a girl? Star Child. Star Child. Leslie Gravestone, you said, not when you unplug from the system. It isn't hard to do. What choice do we have but to rise up against, or not against, but rise back up to true existence? Cyber stalking. John says, okay, yeah, that's what you're doing. Bubblandia, thank you for taking the screenshots again. I blocked McFace. Oh, were they harassing you too, Gravestone? I'm sorry. They go and make multiple accounts. I can't even count how many sock accounts. And you can clearly see that on Steve Godfrey's video that he made that I have posted up on my channel that I like to share all the time on my lives. That's insane. Imagine somebody making sock account after sock account to publicly assassinate your character, call you a PDF, say you're wanting to grape women and children, and doing that over and over again, sock account after sock account. And when that's clearly all false. They want to go after one thing and twist it all around to make them be the victim. And oh, he contacted everyone that he could because
May the fourth be with you.
Good. Thank you.
One of the newscasters from San Francisco is now a newscaster for LA. I guess a lot of people wouldn't know that unless you're from the Bay. Yes. I'm from the Bay. Yes. Why did you file for divorce? Torrance.
But hopefully next time. It's okay. They don't make the next one.
Mr. Torrance.
Thank you.
I don't answer those kind of questions, Mr. Torrance.
Perfect. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Yeah, so I got I wanted to so I used first thing to go. Yeah, and that's been the down to big level 30. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Would you like another glass?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Go away, Nolan. Go away, loser. Go away, cockroach. Go to the shit channels where you belong. Go away, cockroach. Go away, cockroach. Go away, loser. Nolan is backstage playing his little demon games again. He's a loser. Go away, cockroach. Nobody wants you here.
Because you are so mentally unhinged and you are, I think, dangerous, quite frankly, because you will have so much vengeance and vindictiveness in your heart, so much hatred that you will act a life and try to dox them, which is exactly what I think you and Jay are trying to do by filing these false copyright strikes, because recording him while he's basically passed out seemed like an older woman. I thought she was harmless. What? Clown doesn't know if you're a man or a girl? Are you the clown that doesn't know if I'm a man or a girl? Star Child. Star Child. Leslie Gravestone, you said, not when you unplug from the system. It isn't hard to do. What choice do we have but to rise up against, or not against, but rise back up to true existence? Cyber stalking. John says, okay, yeah, that's what you're doing. Bublandia, thank you for taking the screenshots again. I blocked McFace. Oh, were they harassing you too, Gravestone? I'm sorry. They go and make multiple accounts. I can't even count how many sock accounts. And you can clearly see that on Steve Godfrey's video that he made that I have posted up on my channel that I like to share all the time on my lives. That's insane. Imagine somebody making sock account after sock account to publicly assassinate your character, call you a PDF, say you're wanting to grape women and children, and doing that over and over again, sock account after sock account. And when that's clearly all false. They want to go after one thing and twist it all around to make them be the victim. And oh, he contacted everyone that he could because you are so mentally unhinged and you are, I think, dangerous, quite frankly, because you will have so much vengeance and vindictiveness in your heart, so much hatred that you will act a life and try to dox them, which is exactly what I think you and Jay are trying to do by filing these false copyright strikes, because
Walgreens is closing another Southside store.
Hey, let's talk about why they're closing. Yeah, we're gonna forget about that part.
Like, I feel like it's so important to like highlight sides like this because it destroys the perception of what like people think Chicago is.
Yeah.
Like people think it's dangerous. When it's like, bro, this city is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. There's
people,
dangers in every city, bro.
Yeah,
like they act as though it's not dangerous in every single city.
They know what's going on though.
We just
We got from 85th Mesquite all the way down to 85th Marquette.
We're not here to beg Walgreens to stay. We're saying that their decision is the wrong decision. And in my opinion, it should be considered a first-degree corporate crime.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. I am Carmen JC, and we're back with another great video. So today, guys, we're talking all about victimhood and accountability because this is something that the Black community really struggles with. And you can see that reflect in their politics and how they live their lives and the things that they care about. So I'm talking specifically about Walgreens in Chatham area in Chicago, which is the area that I live in, is in the hood. And that area is essentially, the Walgreens is like no more. They're tired of the stealing, they're tired of the violence, and they're taking what they have left and they're leaving. And Black people specifically seem to have an issue with this, and they have an issue with it because they're saying, well, elderly people are not going to be able to get their medicine, even though there's another Walgreens a mile away. But they just can't see the issue and why Walgreens find an issue with putting their business, because this business is for profit. It is not for them to lose money every year. They don't understand why Walgreens is walking away. So we're going to go through the news coverage on this in a couple clips, and then we're going to talk about it. So let's go ahead and take a listen to the news coverage on this.
Closing another Southside store.
In the next half hour, elected leaders will be joining some residents outside the store to talk about the effects that they're worried this will have on the Chatham neighborhood. The group says the store near 86 and Cottage Grove has served as a really critical access point for people who need their prescriptions and essential items. A Walgreens spokesperson told us the store is closing 1 month from today because of issues with theft and violence. Prescriptions will be automatically transferred to nearby stores, and customers can also get free delivery for the next 90 days. Now, the next closest Walgreens is over a mile away.
Okay, so they're closing because they're losing money because of the violence in this neighborhood. This is not a good neighborhood, despite what Brandon Johnson tried to sell you and tell you that Chicago is safe. It is not. I live in this neighborhood. I actually have my Citizen app going off all the time about the craziest things. You wouldn't even believe it. And the alderman for this specific area, he came out in protest and is essentially begging Walgreens to stay and to endure the treatment from the Black community. This is essentially what he's asking. I want you guys to take a listen to what this man had to say.
Here today simply because this is an example of when corporations abandon especially Black and brown neighborhoods. We're not here to beg Walgreens to stay. We're saying that their decision is the wrong decision. And in my opinion, it should be considered a first-degree corporate crime. Because the amount of people that will be hurt by this, the amount of elders that will not have access to health care is evil. And so what we're saying, number one, is three things. Number one, give us what
You gotta raise your kids better. Your kids be robbing the store. It affect the old people that raise them kids. Raise them kids in the hood to be thugs and thieves. Yo kids.
you gave 12th and State Street. On 12th and State Street right now, a Walgreens was redesigned for medicine. On 12th and State Street, the lie that they're telling us is it's a health or a loss prevention issue. When 12th and State Street had loss prevention, they redesigned. Again, this neighborhood is not broke. These people behind us have good jobs, retirees, and they want a quality medicine option in their neighborhood. So number one, everybody say Walgreens. Redesign 86th Street.
I can't even go through it all. I'm sorry, I was trying to make it through what he was saying, but the entitlement of it all is It's just ridiculous. Okay, 12th and State Street is not in the hood. I would tell you that right now. It's not in the hood. And the people that go to 12th and State Street, I don't have to look into this. I can guarantee you that it's Black people that are coming into those neighborhoods and stealing. That is what is happening. And the entitlement of like, okay, well, you should just do something different. Take your money and we're going to tell you what to do with it because
Yo, let our kids steal from your store. Let our kids.
yeah, this should be a corporate crime, but we're not going to talk about all the crime that is being committed around these Walgreens, in these Walgreens. We're not going to talk about the violence in these neighborhoods. We're just going to skip completely over that. And that is my issue with the Black community. This is why Black people are considered to be victims. This is why people are saying, like, there is no accountability because of this behavior right here. And I'm trying to be very nice about it. Okay, guys, I'm trying to be nice about it because Black people think that I pick on them and that I am targeting them. So I'm trying to be nicer, but it's right there in your face. And like I said, you see this reflect in your politics. You see this reflect in your everyday lives. And it is not Walgreens that is the issue, okay? It's not, okay? The issue is the community. That is the issue. The Black community not wanting to be in control of
The usual suspects. That's what it is. Yo, kids. Yo, kids. Yo, kids.
Some microgreens. Thanks for inviting me for dinner, guys. It's been a pleasure. What did the boss?
Lonely single woman goes out to dinner by herself and live streams it. How pathetic. Pathetic.
Say?
One or two big.
I was really loud.
What a psycho. What a psycho. What a total psycho. Do you follow the psychos on here? Do you love the psychos? Do you love the creepy creature psychos on here? I bet some of you do that are tuned in.
Indeed. But so that's kind of the gist of like the base biographical stuff. I think that is kind of relevant to where we're at with Dave. So I don't know if there's a specific piece that you kind of want to move into next.
Let's talk about Howard Stern, and I'll see if we can add that clip in. If not, we'll leave the link to it. So Howard Stern is on, and he's talking about, well, I'll leave it here. Hopefully we've put that clip in. If not, they're talking about, so Howard Stern's like, yeah, all this bullshit about this conspiracy that Courtney killed Kurt. And, you know, this is what year is the Howard Stern piece from? It's like where Dave has the short hair and the like little weird little beard thingy.
I want to say that's early 2000s.
Okay. So, you know, so maybe 10 years after Kurt died, and he's talking to Dave about how stupid this conspiracy is. And I think he's expecting Dave to go like, yeah, right. Like, it's so dumb. And just like, yeah, it's like, we know it wasn't that and blah, blah, blah. And Dave's like super evasive. He kind of like goes, like he kind of doesn't really answer him.
Well, he very clearly is uncomfortable. Like if you're watching and like paying attention to his body language and the things he actually does respond, he very clearly tries to deflect, not answer, change the subject kind of, because like he gets to the point where after Howard like insists, like, come on, like it's slander. They can't just say stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. That's when Dave is finally like, well, I mean, it's kind of like, I guess, a conspiracy theory. And then he quickly, turns it to how he's a really mellow guy and he doesn't really pay attention to that stuff and just totally kind of like dismisses it and tries to get away from commenting further.
Yeah. And then he says something about, like, you're friends with Courtney, right? And, and Dave's kind of like, I mean, does Howard Stern not know about I'll Stick Around? And just like, that he's like,
Stern literally goes on to comment about how he doesn't understand how her and Kurt were together. And
yes, he does.
Talks smack about Courtney, which blows my mind with how much he kisses her ass later when she's on.
Does she not remember that he said that about like why he couldn't understand? Yeah, and he said she wasn't exactly a calming force in Kurt's life or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And Dave again sort of being evasive and like, yeah, and then he's like, well, do you talk to her on the phone and stuff? And I think Dave was like, oh, it's been a really long time type of thing, so this response that Stern was expecting to get from Dave just did not happen. Like, yeah, fuck those conspiracy theorist morons. This is
or like that guy's freaking crazy. And I also love kind of like the Freudian slip is what I'm going to call it, because when he first talks, like responds, when he finally has to respond, he calls Tom Grant a public investigator, I think, instead of
a private. Right. Okay. Yeah.
And then corrects himself quickly. But I was like, oh, was that Freudian?
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Oh my God.
Felt a little Freudian. But,
I wonder if Dave knows people who knew El Duce. He must.
I would think so.
So we were talking today about Fat Mike, talking obviously about to Nardwuar about knowing that Duce was killed by Courtney.
Yeah.
And, and then John was asking me, do you think like he really believes that Courtney killed Kurt? And like, yeah, I do think that. So then the guy who filmed Joe Burns, the documentary maker that we gave money to go film Joe Burns, I think he had reached out to Mike. Maybe this is all happened, I was there for the Joe Burns stuff, but I wasn't there for this. So like 6 months before I got involved, I think he reached out to Mike and said like, I'm doing this documentary. Would you be in it? And Mike told him to get fucked. And so, when people say to me like, oh, have you reached out to Fat Mike? It's like, no, I still like NoFX and I don't want Mike to tell me to go fuck myself and then have to kind of hate NoFX because of it. And I don't know why. I mean, Mike is very opinionated, bless him, but I don't know why. I don't know how Nathan framed it, like how he framed it to Mike.
We don't know how he pitched it.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, but then of course there's the Twist of Lemon video where I think she's talking about, because it's just audio, and I believe it was on True Psych Ward, and I believe she's saying she went to see Lagwagon and NoFX, and she was talking to El Jefe from NoFX, and then the bass player from Lagwagon, maybe.
I think.
And she and her husband are like old school punk rockers, so I think they were like, they weren't punk tourists, so I think El Jefe and stuff. I know El Jefe's so nice anyway. They were very comfortable and very nice to them, and I think they both said because I haven't watched it since then, but so yes, I believe that everybody in the punk scene knows that. And so Dave must know a lot of these, being from the punk scene originally, he must still know. I mean, I know that Billy Joe Armstrong and Mike, Fat Mike always like they hang out and stuff. So Dave must know old school people from the punk scene that certainly Pat would know people from that scene that he still talks to. So again, are we really going to pretend that if Fat Mike knows it's a homicide and El Jefe and, the guys in Lagwagon, and if all these guys know that, so we're really going to pretend Dave doesn't know that? I mean, it makes no sense.
I think it's ignorant to believe that there's no way that Dave thinks or knows or believes, or however you want to phrase it.
Yeah.
When there are so many people that confirmed
Yeah.
in like the immediate vicinity, it's denial at that point. Pushing your own prerogative onto somebody else's opinions.
And, you know, I know Dave also talks about, in one of the clips that we were watching, he was talking about, this is really private and you don't have the right to ask me about Cobain. Like, this is my friend and my personal life, and you can ask me about music, and music is like, you know, this fun thing that I get to do for a living. And it's like, well, I mean, they have the right to ask you whatever the fuck they want. You don't have to answer them, which I know he has also chosen not to do, but it's like, you got everything because of Kurt. Everything. And I know people could say, I'm not denying that Dave is a decent songwriter and that he could have certainly started his own band and not been in Nirvana, but to get as big as the Foo Fighters without being in Nirvana, that's hilarious. And I don't buy that if there's an alternate universe out there where the Foo Fighters get as big as they do without him being in Nirvana,
I would love to see it.
I will. I'll jump to that universe and you know what? Kurt's probably alive in that universe. Maybe we should go live in that one.
We should.
I'll meet you there.
Please, let's go.
So bring the love hearts and we'll head over.
Freaking lootly. Because that was one of the things that I found highly interesting, was that very early on years, right after Kurt died, in like all of the interviews that Dave does, he is adamant that he's not going to talk about it. Like, to the point that he literally says, like, imagine, you know, your mom dies and somebody you don't know is coming up and asking you all of these questions about it, so that they can go and tell everybody else, all of these other people that you don't know, all of what you just said. Screw that, basically. I'm paraphrasing, but you get the gist. And that was essentially his attitude. He refused to comment on it at all. And obviously he has loosened some on that over the years, because he has made some statements and talked about it a little bit here and there. But for the most part, you can tell that he holds a lot back. That there's a lot that he doesn't bring up, or that he doesn't want to get into. Like, he's talked about the last time he talked to Kurt, the phone call after Rome, where he tells him, you know, like, I don't want you to die.
Yeah, tell me about that. So he talks to Kurt after Rome. At this point, everybody's still calling it an accident, because it either was an accident or a homicide attempt. We know the doctor in Rome certainly said it was an accident. And again, I believe Dr. Galetta said something like, we see a lot of suicides attempts. This is not one of them. Yeah. Okay.
So, because Dave does talk about not this phone call, but when that happened in Rome, someone, he doesn't say who, someone called him and told him Kurt's dead. And so,
same person who called David Geffen, do we think?
Does he even say if it was David Geffen?
Oh, okay. I mean, because it could have been John Silva. Yeah.
Well, whoever it was called him back not long later and said, actually, wait, never mind. He's pulling through. And so he had like this full body, just shut down, emotional, like sobbing, can't stand, can't speak, can't anything, on the floor, hysterical.
God.
And then somebody calls him back like, oh, actually, just kidding. He's not actually gone. That sounds like
a fucking psychological experiment. That's awful.
And I mean, he literally comments in the book, in that passage, about how, like, to this day he struggles with, like, when he gets news like that, it's like his body, his psyche, his whatever is like waiting to process, like waiting for that second phone call to call and tell him, like, just kidding, we got it wrong, it's actually fine. And like, that's horrific. But so he had a very visceral, emotional reaction. And once Kurt got back, so that was March 3rd when that happened.
Okay.
When he got that phone call and all of that took place. And then Kurt got back March 12th to Seattle.
Okay.
And so it was at some point after that when Dave actually spoke to Kurt on the phone and basically just said like, hey man, you know, like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't want you to die.
Yeah.
And Kurt, he says, you know, Kurt was very apologetic and said, oh, no. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, it was just an accident. Like, I didn't, you know, like we were hanging out and I was drinking and blah, 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 you know, and it was a total
The same
accident.
thing he
I
said
didn't
to
mean
Joe, basically.
Yeah. But like you can just tell that Dave is like, when he's talking about it, because it's in I'm gonna blank on what it's called. It's one of the like very first Foo Fighter documentaries, where he really kind of goes into the details, because Pat Smear's in it as well, and he tells like his account of, you know, like getting Kurt to the hospital and like, do I tell them this is a really important person, like take care of him now, or do I pretend like he's kind of a nobody to avoid the press? But like you can just tell by the way that Dave talks about it, like that he's kind of like reliving it and how powerful of a conversation it was and how much he believed Kurt that because I mean Dave, he's also got this whole thing where like, you know, some people you just know, like you prepare yourself that you're gonna lose them.
Yeah.
And I can't
And
help
he
but
thinks Kurt was one of those people.
that's what he insinuates, yes.
Right.
But he also says that at the same time that he acts like they weren't that close. He was powerless to be able to do anything. Like all of these, I don't know. And this is going to sound really judgmental, and I don't. It's an observation. I'm just going to preface with that. But one of the other things that seems to be a fairly consistent pattern when Dave is asked about Kurt's death is that he tends to kind of flip it very quickly to be about himself.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah.
Like,
have
you
we
know,
done Dave's astrology? I think I did once to see.
I think you did. Yes,
Yeah, to
because
see if
we
he would
went
ever
through-
speak out, and we went through why he would not, and so we sorted that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because like even on when they did him and Chris and Albini did like a little interview thing with Conan of all people.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes, I watched some of those clips. Yeah.
Yeah, and Conan asks them about, you know, how like after Kurt's death that everybody was going through the In Utero lyrics and, you know, this, that, and the other, and then how after all of this has happened that people, you know, get kind of like obsessed and talk about him like they knew him, but he was your friend and blah, blah, blah. And it's like thrown to Dave to talk about Kurt and who Kurt was. And he takes that and goes on to tell a story about his daughter.
Oh, I know what story you're talking about. Yeah, and it was so great because my daughter talked about him as if he was a person instead of just a rock star. And it was like the example he was giving too was like, the fuck, a
how does that even
4-year-old would talk about that? Like, yeah, she was just like, oh, how did he feel writing this song? Or like, oh, it was like, how did, you know, so you'd write these things and then he would get up and perform them in front of like thousands of people. Like
when he was really shy and what does that say about him and blah, blah, blah. It's
yeah,
like,
she's a rocket scientist. Like, okay, whatever. It's been a salty day. No, you know, that's lovely that his child actually cared enough to ask, you know, about his personality. That is interesting. But again, to turn something about Kurt into something about your daughter is, you know, let's keep on track here. What do you think about the people who say that they believe Dave had something to do with Kurt's death?
I think they are grasping at straws and trying to find anybody but Courtney to blame.
Yeah, I think the same about David Geffen. There's speaking of public investigators, there's like a very Bev likes to call him doofy, but there's a very ridiculous reporting for a doofy, you know, and he likes to say that he thinks David Geffen, you know, was the one who murdered Kurt, and it's like, you think Geffen might actually like. I do not think Geffen had anything to do with the death of Kurt Cobain, but do you think he might Oh, because he gained more. Did I not send you that screen cap? He gained more by Kurt dying than Courtney did.
He was already like a bajillionaire.
Yeah.
He didn't need the money.
No. And so he's saying that, Kurt leaving Geffen was worse for Geffen than Kurt leaving Courtney was for Courtney, which is absolutely fucking wrong. Like, not even
Yeah.
in any universe was that right. Plus, didn't Kurt still have albums he had to put out on Geffen? Like,
Yeah,
he
I'll say-
literally had to still put out records on Geffen. So he might have been taking a break from Nirvana, but that does not mean Geffen was not going to still make money.
Well, exactly. Like, there nowhere does it say that he was leaving Geffen. Nowhere.
No.
He wasn't
So-
sure about Nirvana. He wasn't sure about, the musical path that they were taking.
Yeah.
But at the same time, also in January, they laid down tracks for another album.
Yeah,
As
totally.
Nirvana.
Yeah.
So he clearly was planning on following through with like that's so bass backwards. It really honestly pisses me off because like there's no logic to it.
No.
Whatsoever.
And this
There's
person,
one person and one person alone that massively
gained by, and again, watch every Dateline, watch every fucking 2020. Who is always the person? It's like 90% of the time, it is the spouse. It's probably more than 90% of the time. I'm pulling numbers out of the air, but it is almost always the spouse. They always have the most to gain. And,
that's
blaming
why they're
David
always-
Geffen.
That's why they're always the first suspect. That's why
Yes,
they have to be
exactly.
cleared before they move
Mhm.
on to anybody else.
Because it is so rare that a stranger kills someone, so I found that quite funny because he thinks we should stay out of his business because he's very good at it. I don't know if you knew that. He's really good at it. And I'm
That's
literally
hysterical.
looking at it going like, what case has he ever contributed to that isn't
Let
just
alone
him
solved.
taking photos of like somebody's cheating spouse, probably causing a homicide himself by, because that's pretty much, I think. Anyway, it's wild. So this guy's saying, well, because Daniel Clint Rich said he got paid by David Geffen. Daniel Clint Rich also said that Matthew Ricker and Dean Summers were there and helped to in the homicide of Kurt Cobain. So, I mean, you could make this shit up. I
He
mean, Daniel
also
did make it
said-
up, so
Well,
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 Ooh. Oh. 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 She has to video other people eating. What is she doing? What a weirdo. A lonely old woman. Ew. Lonely old woman. Nobody to take her out, so she goes out to a restaurant by herself and goes live and shows herself shoveling food into her mouth. Pathetic. Just pathetic.
Well, guys, it's been real. It's been real. It's been real great. Love you. I'm done. I'm gonna ask you to pack. Peace out. Love you.
Creepy, creepy creature. She's a creepy creature. She's a creepy creature. Does she still have the video up about me? Look at this. Did she take that down? No, it's there 2 years ago. 2 years ago, she made a video about me. This creepy creature. It's fucked up here. It's really fucked up. So there is a phenomenon going on. Whether it's related to steroids or not, it doesn't necessarily have to be. It could be something with end titties. It could be, I don't know exactly what it is, but she has something similar. I'm going to show, I'll show her shit channel and show her again. Aphrodite Rose, I think it was Starfire Rose. Oh no, it's Rose Starfire, but it still found it. Still found her shit. I'll find her in a bikini. So yeah, she's messed up. I mean, there's something very off about her whole body. It's not just the big gap between her titties. It's she's got more that's very strange.
Yeah, not just the body, but that's part of it.
Yeah, it's part of it. So some people get hung up at, well, not you or not the people in the chat here that are regulars, but some people that show up here saying, "Oh, why are you making fun of her body and her looks?" And that's so shallow or superficial. Well, why would I ignore it though? It's one piece of the puzzle, right? I mean, why would I just ignore the voice, the body, the shoulders? I mean, behavior. I should be able to look at, if you're a real truth seeker, you should be able to look at everything and say, well, that could be a piece of the puzzle. You got to be a real detective.
Well, I mean, I think we can make it kind of cut it real simple. It's like anyone looking at it like that, it's like either they don't know what's going on, or they're with the slander channel, or they lack discernment.
Yeah. Or they're really not a truth seeker. They're not in this for truth at all. They're kind of woke and lefty, and they just, that would hurt her feelings. This is more pretty that rough. type of Somebody person wrote. where they really don't care about the truth. Let's see if we can check this out and see.
Bicep, tricep area.
Yeah. And this is a strange area too. I don't know if it's been a while since she shaved her armpits, but it looks like she gets pretty hairy in her armpits right there. And then these titties. It's got maybe those are end titties. They're spaced so far apart. I mean, look at this. There's something not right with this neck and the face, and it's got a big nose, and I mean, this looks like a guy. This looks kind of like
Harry Potter.
I don't know, just like a what? Harry Potter?
Yeah.
Yeah, put the Harry Potter glasses on this thing and flatten out the chest a little bit, and there you go. It's a little man. That's what I think.
Probably.
Is that an Adam's apple? For a second, I thought I saw something there that shouldn't be there. Look at this face. God damn. Oh, I'm sorry to the chat room and everyone that's watching this and not just listening. I'm sorry for subjecting you to this shit. But I mean, that does not look feminine to me. There's something wrong there. I think there might be something taped up in that bikini. Taped down. It might be kind of like Big Mike Obama, except there's something going on in there.
Whole lot of shaking going on.
Whole lot of shaking going on. Yeah, I mean, there's in that song he's singing. He's got chicken in the barn. I think she's got a cock, like a rooster, in the pants. So it might not be chicken, but she's got a cock in there. What the fuck is going on here? This is crazy. Damn. I'm laughing at that. Oh man. Oh my goodness. I almost forgot some of this. Oh my god. Oh. Showing her adjusting her camera. Canal. She has real issues with fixing her camera. She had a root canal, so obviously that must be. She must have gotten MK Ultra from a root canal, of course, right? Hello, Wendy. Hello. I was sharing this old video that Aphrodite Rose Starfire made. She made this long video about me 2 years ago, but she was commenting on me for years, this creature, trying to get my attention. And I was just laughing at this thing. This thing is just absolutely freaky.
Hello, everybody.
What's up? What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody?
Me. What's up?
What's up? Is that a squeaky toy in Walmart or a PetSmart store? Somebody playing with a squeaky toy, making it squeak? What is that sound?
Are you in Germany? Nice. Thank you. I'm sitting in the sun. See if I can get. Ooh, okay, there.
No chemo. She shaved it herself. She had hair and she shaved it all off.
This is like a pool thing that has a current to swim in. Ooh. What's up? It's ja. Does that mean yes? This is a. It's so beautiful. Oh yeah. Hi Zoo.
Staring eyes.
Check it out.
Show that they have a Starbucks coffee. They have this. They have that. They have this old man here.
Dima. Back. I'm in this nice place. Up.
Is that her daddy shirtless there saying, "What the fuck are you doing?" Is that her dad? This old man here?
Wait. Yeah. I got a dick.
So she just admitted to it. Listen to this. Imagine making a video like this in front of your father.
Yeah. I got a dick. What? Hey. What you talking about?
Here you go.
What you talking about?
And there's the Baphomet right there, the horned goat creature on the shirt. So if you people don't see yet, I hope you do at a certain point, but some people think they're awake and they still don't see what's around them. It's a lot like that, unfortunately. Might be time to wake up. So that creepy creature, Aphrodite Rose Starfire, posted this 2 years ago on her channel. She couldn't debunk me, though. She couldn't debunk anything I said about this creep. It's a creepy creature. Oh, yeah.
Fellow truther and bandlight.
It's a freaky creature. Creepy, creepy creature.
Wasn't supposed to go live yet. Bringing forth heaven on earth for the benefit of all. And I was kind of thinking about
That Aphrodite Rose Starfire creepy voice. That creepy, creepy, freaky voice. It's so gross.
how I think kind of Trump's trying to bring heaven on earth because he can't really get into heaven. And it's like maybe heaven isn't for all. Because I've noticed or come to the realization that some like demonic beings, like we have these movies like, you know, like, oh, just love the monster, just teach the monster love, like, oh, just, you know, melt the ice of the demon's heart, you know, oh, just, you know, Twilight, kiss the vampire, and, you know, and then he won't suck your blood, or what, like, if you love the demon enough, it's going to like teach it how to love. And it's like a lot of demonic energy is just gonna always be demonic. And like I kind of see this in some of my patients that you know, like they just have an energy and habits and things that they do in their life and nasty attitude, and they're just never gonna change. They don't want to change. They don't want to get better.
Hold on a second, everyone. There's a creepy freak backstage, a loser, that I'm going to bring on. Just give me a moment. It's a real creepy creature. It's a real freak. Hello, Pat Cummings. What's up, loser?
What's up, winner?
There you go. He's a loser, using all kinds of names, and he's just a coward. He can't show his face. Put your camera on, otherwise you're not coming on. Don't be a coward. Cam up, coward.
Wait a second. I have an issue with my camera, but I just want to
up,
share the
coward. No, you
truth.
don't.
The knowledge.
No, you don't. You're a liar. Goodbye, loser. Goodbye, creep. Creepy creature. He's using another fake name. He's a real loser. And he's here all night, every night. Anytime I'm live, he's tuned in. What an obsessed little creature. What a loser. What a loser Nolan is. What an absolute loser. Can you imagine being that creepy and obsessive? Can anyone tuned in imagine being like that?
Connection right now?
Oh, Mushroom's video. I guess they took the live stream down. But they were talking about me again, of course. Of course they were. What a loser Mushroom is. What a loser. What a loser.
People are trying to be kind and tell me to just ignore these haters, and I get it. I totally get it. There's nothing that can ever come from dealing with somebody who is clearly psychopathic and wants to harm others, and then just gaslights you on top of it. It's completely crazy making. And yeah, I just heard a synchronicity as I started this live. The commercial on the TV in the other room said, "I just need a break." Something like that. I remember I just heard it. I was gonna say that, but I'm just a little bit I'm not shocked at all because this has been ongoing for years. But I really do see
Has anyone ever heard this confused mushroom kai creature do a live stream talking about anything but themselves? All they can do is cry victim. That's all they do. No topics. They never discuss any topics. It's all crying victim for attention. It's really gross. It's really narcissistic. And it's really gross. Truly gross. What a confused psycho. What a psycho. What a psycho. What a psycho.
when people's colors, their true colors come out. There's no amount I feel of kindness and love and everything that you try to tell somebody. There's nothing that will ever make these people stop. And it's completely deranged. So, yeah, am I smoking a bowl right now? Yeah, because this shit actually does stress me out. And you can't really ignore this. You can't. You can't always ignore something like this because it's just going to keep going on. And you just have to keep documenting it. I mean, these people have gotten their channel, this particular person, AI Antinatalism, has gotten their channel taken down numerous times. And then on top of it, their X account was taken down because, and I saw this, there was a violent threat made against a woman just because she didn't agree with gender ideology. And so that got shared and passed around, and a lot of people started seeing that and reporting it. So there you go. I'm going to actually bring up this video because I'm going to play this every single time. But I just got tagged. Well, actually not tagged. This person is too cowardly to do anything. I mean, they will tag behind a sock account. They'll tag me incessantly. But this main account that they're trying to make and they're trying to promote this AI antinatalism crap, it's just so disgusting. It's absolutely fucking repulsive what they're doing. And people are like, yeah, like that J Life Abolitionism guy, he's like, yeah, you deserve it. I'm completely okay with people making threats and telling you to go off yourself. I hope you know I'm not suicidal, but if anything happens to me, I've already had these people admit that they were in on it when it came to harming me in my real life and trying to come after me and smear campaign me. So here again, we have more threats, and this is the same person. My transhuman raw account is actually the same account as AI antinatalism. It's just a sock account that they used to harass. Let me turn the camera around here. Again, tagging me, curb your enthusiasm, or we curb stomp give, which is, again, it's another threat against Steve Godfrey. This is all bullshit. Just more smear campaigns. My afterlife hospital, like you personally been there. I made a comment that I think if you self-exit, you will probably wind up, yes, in some type of place where you will have to have healing. And I don't know, if you want to mock that, that just shows who you are. You actually mock and use the suicide of other beings to fucking hurt people. And then you also tell me to go off myself. I'm adding this to the police report, by the way. You are totally fucking psychotic and sick. No, that's your projection. Who's the one that actually, on your shorts, you actually just have shorts of you saying the N-word? If you go and click their channel, they seem like a complete troll. And they are. And then, again, this is bringing up Diane, that whole name and that person absolutely triggers just anxiety within me, knowing that what she did to those dogs and the animal abuse involved, I would never want to see that person again. And I was actually ready to get a restraining order on her if she kept harassing me. And I don't even know. Sometimes I wonder if some of these sock accounts might even be her. Here he's saying, I wish Shangel Thunda would pop a Glock in your mouth and make your brain slushy. Yeah, you'd like somebody to shoot me, I'm sure. But anyway, going to the AI antinatalism channel, because I tagged them, and I'm not gonna curb my enthusiasm. It's not enthusiasm. I actually hurt a lot to be even discussing these things. It's disgusting that people act this way online and they think that they can get away with these things and say whatever they want. But according to the law, you are basically racking up points for 5 years in prison for saying violent threats and basically admitting that you were in on doing stuff to me in real life. So I want to show just, well, I can't show that actually. I can't show that short because it's going to have copyright music. But my latest short, if anyone can view that, I would really like to know this Shangel Thunda guy who I've only been nice to. I've only been positive, kind, loving as far as my interactions with him have been, but there's some things that I do agree with other people that some of the things that are being said are just not the type of energy that I would ever want to put myself in. So let me turn down my volume so I don't play this music, but I did, I think, tag that person, but I think they made it, like, I tried to tag
Do 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 do.
tag them in this live stream, but I couldn't. So I think that had to do with them blocking. Mi amigos y amigas, I am full of gratitude for everything in my life right
With gratitude. Listen to this.
now. Hopefully I can be heard. I'm trying to make sure I speak into the speaker because I did a few test runs on this phone and the sound was kind of sketchy. I couldn't really hear. It's kind of fading in and out. So hopefully I can be heard. As so many of us want to be heard. And so many of us are unfortunately silenced. And the energy expenditure that some of us already have put out and the trauma compiled on top of it can make it so hard to keep trying to speak up. But I hope that everybody, when they feel it necessary and appropriate to do so, do it. Pick your battles, of course. There's always times where it's good to learn to just to know what that extent means. I mean, once you're traumatized, you're always going to feel it. Maybe time can heal wounds, but that pain is there. It's done and over with. Some things are irreparable. You cannot fix what has been done. And there's so many comments, so many things rushing through my mind that as far as the comments go, I'll just say that. Scatter around even. There's so many comments that I want to get back to and I want to expand upon. It's hard to actually put all I want to say. And it doesn't have to be directed towards anyone, but someone brings up something I want to expand upon. Some things I've uploaded are just little snippets of things in my life that I don't want to get something back. I'm in the car just because it's more quiet. Oh yeah, it's one of my videos where I file grievances. This world is full of grievances. I've made videos expanding upon that in the past, but I'm actually so wary about talking about those things now that I see how crazy this reality is and that I don't know who's watching in particular is going after me. That's not my paranoia. That actually very much happened to me, and that's what I really wanted to make this about. Around this time marks one of the most traumatic events I've ever been through, and it's been 1 year since then, and I've still been stalked and harassed this entire past year. just to come to find out, I don't even care if the light goes off. I don't want to waste the battery, but I'm gonna just try to do this as quick as I can. It's Mercury retrograde, and things are already going to shit. But I'm a positive, very grateful for my life, and actually for being here because it's such a temporary experience. And I know this isn't my home. I'll be going home. Many times when I was younger, I just want to go home. I'd just be walking. But even more often, that would just come out of my mouth like without any rhyme or reason other than I just have to say it. Sometimes, like when I say I love somebody, I just can't help but said, I wish I could actually eventually I will go home. I'll do what I have to do, what I need to do here. And screw it. I feel like it's better to see my facial expression, but at the same time, it's kind of more comfortable, less pressure. I'll make sure this isn't gonna go bad. Just saw 6:39. I looked at the time. As a Gemini, I'm ruled by Mercury, so I'm wondering how Mercury retrograde is affecting me, my communication, because even though I know what I want to talk about, there's just so much to say. And I'm kind of like going all over the place. But I'm just trying to relate the overall message that I know there's a lot of people that don't feel like this is their home, and they feel that they just want to get out of here. And I've been there for people as much as I can when it comes to people that are suffering, and I will always try to do my best. My empathy and sympathy has gotten me into some really crazy predicaments. And this year marks about 1 year from one of the most hellish experiences in my life, meeting a YouTuber off of YouTube here. And you really can't trust people online, you know. There's a lot of you that I feel if we met in person and we spoke face to face, you know, some of you I've actually I've talked to for quite a while, some even of you even on the phone. I think I would meet you in person, and I think that we would give each other a hug, I would hope, and it would be a very healing, energetic exchange instead of when you hug an energy vampire and you feel like the life of you is sucked out of you, even from that small interaction. And that's kind of when I knew from that moment of meeting someone on here that that's kind of where I was at in that position. I was like, oh wow, you know, I saw a lot of red flags talking to this person online, but in person it became far more apparent to me that this person is extremely unwell and dangerous. And I still gave the benefit of the doubt, but see, that's where, you know, I don't want people to become bitter and to give up their love and kindness to others. I know it's hard to trust anyone out here, and I'm definitely telling everyone that sociopaths, psychopaths, they're all around. They're all around. And it's so terrifying. And these people get their minions, they get other people to do their dirty work. It's so nefarious. I'm still getting stalked and harassed. I'm still even getting videos made about me, smear campaigns, and all kinds of stuff. And one thing I wanted to say in this video is, if you are dealing with a smear campaign, my best advice, everything that all these other people basically say, it's true. As painful as it is, as painful as, you know, how much you want to defend yourself. I mean, I did to an extent, and this is part of me defending myself in my healing journey, but always remember, you don't have to defend yourself. Their lies are telling on them, and they are. And a lot of these people who've dealt with narcissists and give their advice, when they say, don't react, it's so true. That is, now that I've seen and I've gone through this, and I've gone through a year of healing as far as I can at this time, and wanting to make videos and talk about this, the only reason I just feel, you know, upset with trying to talk about it is that I don't want all this stuff on my YouTube. I didn't want to like junk up my YouTube with videos about monsters, horrible people, but I want people to be warned. It's seriously, putting this out here, it's what happened, and that's what I wanted to go into this video, is just 1 year saying really truly what the fuck happened to me. But also, when I bring up these things again, there's been people that haven't followed me at all for any length of time. Like, they just came across my channel and they're just gaslighting me. They have no idea who I am. And I'm not gonna name them or anything. I already said my piece. Like, get off my channel then, because this is a healing space. This is not a place for you to gaslight. And it goes for a lot of the other people that are victims of abuse from the same people that I've dealt with. These people are on the hunt, looking for more victims. If you want to discourage me talking about what I went through and defending others in all of this, then you're an abuser too, as far as I'm concerned. I don't have to defend myself about the very, very false accusations that I could actually sue against me for the libel and slander. I don't have to defend, but I will talk about these things. Because I think it's interesting that, and this is also very telling, when I did try to talk about these things, Diane Bandicoot, who I don't even want to bring up, but this is what this video is mainly about. Meeting her was one of the biggest mistakes of my life. And she was grooming me, talking to me for, you know, manipulating me for over a year prior to this. So I don't want to mention that evil person, but this is what this is about mainly. And I just find it very telling that when I started speaking about certain things involving her husband, she got very defensive and wanted me to shut up. But when you make absolute lies about me, it's very telling of what the narcissist proclaims that you're doing, because it's a view into their own psyche, and very telling often of what they themselves are doing. So these people are morons. They have seriously incriminated themselves by saying that they were in on this, trying to food poison me. I'm just documenting more, and this was a video, like I said, I wanted to make. It's been a year since all that happened, and it's like, okay, maybe now's the time where I can kind of more clearly speak about this and what I went through. But because of the holidays and everything, I let my guards down even more, and I made a big mistake. And I just want to warn everyone, be very careful out there. giving out information to people. You have no idea sometimes what their intentions are. I think it's pretty big red flags when they're trying to get information on you, and it's kind of, you know, when you're trying to learn about somebody, like that's pretty, you know, typical, but just watch out for those red flags where they seem like they're trying to use things against you, because a narcissist will use every single thing against you and more. They will make up flat out lies to actually ruin your life. So I hate to lean in here to hopefully be heard, but it is what it is. I wanted to go inside and record, but with my dogs and my mom's TV, you know, she's hard of hearing, so I actually thought about doing a video with her, and I mentioned this in a previous video that I wanted to do a video with her talking about what happened and from her point of view and what she had to say about all of it. Because if it impacted her too, I mean, if it's impacting me, it's impacting her. I am her caregiver, and it's just, you know, you want to make false accusations of me. What about what you're doing and making threats against my life and my own pets? My animal companions. I hate to even like call them pets, because they're like my family. They're not just pets. They're like literally my fucking family. But I think this is just kind of the intro of like letting me get this rolling. Let me get to talking about this, because it's a lot. It's a lot. What the fuck I went through. You know, I've been seeing these videos about gang stalkers and people, you know, I really don't like that whole chosen one label, but, you know, some of these videos go with that, and, you know, they say that you get targeted, and some of this targeting, I mean, it can be brought upon ourselves. Like, we have to take responsibility that if we are putting information out there that's extremely, especially during these times. But, you know, that's the point where I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna speak the truth. And, you know, speaking the truth really gets you fucked over here, but how can I not? Like, the times we're in, to be silent is to be complicit, as I feel, as far as that all goes. And I wanted to expand upon certain comments I got, you know, why I felt it was all for nothing in that grievance thing that I did because of what happened. And I know it's not all for nothing. Like, we can feel that way, that our efforts are just, you know, it was meaningless in the end. But you showing that courage and wanting to help others, or whatever the case is, like, that wasn't for nothing. No matter how much they tried to shit upon you and harm you and villainize you and project onto you everything that they're doing, they're ignorant. There's a lot of ignorance and arrogance and just plain out freaking stupidity back in 2020. Certain things going on, and it's madness out here. It's completely like, there's so much going on. And because I know that I have cyber stalkers and people that, it's madness out here. It's completely like, there's so much going on. And because I know that I have cyber stalkers and people that are very sick in the head, and I think downright dangerous, I have been really cautious. I have been thinking, you know, what I want to say and what I need to put out there in order to warn other people. I made the mistakes of, you know, trusting the wrong people, and I will never try to do that again. It's not that I tried, you know, I'll never do that again as long as I can help it. We all make mistakes of getting into situations, but as long as we can help ourselves and do the best that we can to help others, I mean, that's what this is all about. And I don't want to keep talking about these people because that's what they love, you know, even if it's bad, it's attention still. They don't care. They're sucking out your energy, the time, all of that. And I don't want that anymore. I just want to speak my part of what I went through and do what I need to do in order to heal. I mean, there's a lot of things that I can really put out there that it's like a done deal. Like, this is what was said. You can't lie. You can try to fucking lie all you want, but the truth will always come out. And narcissists bet on you not standing up for yourself, not doing shit. And I absolutely agree we should absolutely ignore these people and move on and live our best lives. To keep going on about the things, like, it's okay, but for me, I just don't want my channel to be about them, because they don't really matter. They don't matter to me. They may matter to their enablers and their flying monkeys, to other narcissists like them, but I'm done. I mean, I've realized how scary these people can be to try to take me out and end my life. Up to that point, I'm just, you know, like, I'm done. I'm not here for that. And if you do try to end me in any way, if you do try to send me black magic, curses of any kind or anything like that, well, you're a fucking fool. You're gonna get all of that sent back to you plus more. I don't have to lift a finger, though. You don't know who my spiritual team is, and I think you definitely underestimate me, as a lot of people do, based on how I look, or how I speak, or whatever the fuck. People always underestimate me. Hopefully the sound will be okay on this, but I am going to make a part 2. It's just really hard to talk about the things that I've went through. But it was only 3 days of hell. And it could only be that because I couldn't stand to be around Die Antinatalist, Diane Bandicoot anymore. I wanted nothing more to do with her, and to impose herself into my state for over a week, and to kind of just put that on me. I'm glad I just cut it off, you know. I was food poisoned and then blamed for it. Why would I want to hang out again? And why would you be so stupid? Diane Bandicoot and No Brains in Head, who is still making videos about me. Why would you be so stupid as to admit that you were in on it together? There's texts of Diane asking me, do I know who No Brains in Head is? And I find it very concerning that there are people who pretend to care about women or trans people or whatever. That was another thing. I really didn't want to go into the whole trans thing on here. I am not this body, and I don't want to like keep talking about that so much as like I want to be authentic. And that was one thing that I'll just say your name, Marielle. Thank you so much. I feel a call to actually just say your name. Thank you, Marielle, for telling me to be my authentic self, because that is such the message I'm getting, and I'm saying that all out to you. Please be authentic, please be genuine, please don't be afraid to be yourself and put yourselves out there. Just be careful, because there are psychopaths out there that will want to harm you and make you suffer and see you suffer. They want to see you suffer. They take delight in that because they're sick and they're incapable of empathy and sympathy, genuinely. They can fake it if they can get something out of you, and they can get something out of it, some kind of clout or whatever. Like, you know, they'll use that against you too, like Diane did, emotionally blackmailing me.
Sophie Rain has once again gotten exposed over the past couple months for looking like an absolute idiot all over the internet. For those who don't know, Sophie's been doing publicity stunts on TikTok and Twitter every here and there to keep her name relevant, constantly boasting her OF earnings of over $100 million to all of Twitter, and more recently, reacting to a clip that she allegedly recorded 10 years ago talking to her future self. Now, what made this all extremely suspicious was the fact that in this video she made supposedly 10 years ago, she looked almost identical to how she does now, even though according to her, she would have been around 11 years old when that original video was filmed. And even if, from the start, she was making this video intentionally as a script, portraying herself as an 11-year-old just isn't a good look for her whatsoever, as throughout the video, she implies that her past self would be disappointed in what she's become, but it's making it seem like she's once again trying to normalize the career path that she ultimately went on, and push it to even more young girls who may believe this extremely fake video is actually real.
Hi, did I go to college? Am I an astronaut? No, not exactly. What do you mean, not exactly? Well, you started working at a restaurant when you were in high school, and then you somehow became famous on the internet. Famous? Am I for being a beauty influencer? Sort of. People definitely like you for your looks and your personality. I'm a Kardashian then? Oh, it's an interesting way to put it. You definitely have the money, but not that level of fame yet. Well, what about a boyfriend? No, not right now. Dating's a little complicated with the job you have. What job? I'll tell you when you're older, but what I can tell you now is that you own your dream car, you own a farm, and you're also traveling the world in your early 20s. Are my parents proud? Yeah, they're proud of you. You also retired them. What? Oh, you actually did pretty good.
From what I've seen all across the internet and my own personal opinion about this video, a lot of people see this as extremely depressing, as the way she talked throughout it made it seem like she knows that her younger self wouldn't really be too happy with the path she decided to ultimately go down, including her parents. They obviously don't like that she's selling her body, or that was implied based on her mannerisms whenever she was talking about it, but obviously she continued to do it anyway because she was making so much money. But regardless of all that, I think the weirdest part of this entire video is how she portrayed her younger self. The amount of people that actually believed that this was Sophie Rain 10 years ago is absolutely insane. And there were a lot of people that obviously saw through it and saw it was a clear skit, but there was so many, even older people on Twitter, that were believing this was actually real. Sophie portrays herself as a 21-year-old online, which, by the way, she's really 23. She just lies about her age. But with that, that would mean that in this video above, 10 years ago, she would have only been 11 years old. It's crazy that people actually believed that this was Sophie whenever she was 11. It seriously looks like she just rolled out of bed, made her hair a little bit different than she normally does, and decided to record this video. This video was not filmed in 2016. Yeah, obviously, it was probably filmed like 20 minutes before the other one. She became an astronaut riding different rockets. I mean, this comment isn't wrong if we're being completely honest. Personality? Yeah, alright, if anyone has ever seen her dancing videos, you'd know there's very minimal personality, if anything. I mean, she can't even fucking dance. You're not an astronaut, but a lot of people have explored Uranus. Alright guys, I think we're taking this a bit too far. I think everyone knows that this is just a bunch of rage bait used to get as many people talking about Sophie as possible. As I've mentioned in the past, we've seen this time and time again, as she continues to do things like bring up her revenue, showing that it's absolutely abnormal, insane amounts of money, now reaching over 100 million, showing her extravagant lifestyle and things like that. It's just constantly trying to get as many people to talk about her all over the internet, because that's how she ultimately makes her money. It's by getting people to talk about her. These videos aren't about trying to prove a point or even showing people her personality or that she's proud of the person that she's ultimately become. These videos are to rage bait and get people mad, because when people are mad, they start making posts, and her name is even farther in the YouTube or Twitter
felt like it was the most ecstatic, euphoric, you know, my soulmate had come there from wherever else too, you know, in other iterations. So I jury's out on that one. I don't think that it, and I don't think it really matters.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Tell us about the orb. You were speaking about the orb at the beginning in a way that made me think maybe it was source, because it said, doesn't matter what you call us, we're all the same. Do you think it was source, or was it another being?
I took it to mean that source is, I think that source is this like giant unfathomable ocean. And I say that because I really sensed that what I was presented with is not actually the whole of that entity. That it was like a drop fell out of that ocean and became that big ball of light to wrap me in love and safety and talk to me in my experiences. But that what's greater than that is unknowable. I actually think of it, the name I gave it was the unknowable sweetness. Actually, that's kind of when I don't just call it God, I call it the unknowable sweetness, because that's really what it felt like. It was the most ecstatic, euphoric, like feeling being in the presence of this thing. Like everything that you can imagine that feels good was part of that feeling, you know, in just the most pure, soul level way, you know. So I think what it meant by that was every face everyone's ever given God is part of that source. Now, people give God a lot of faces. God can be, you know, Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha or Satan or money or their partner or their neighbor, you know, or sex. God can be any of these things to various people. And so what I understood it to be was that God is everything. God is the all. God is neutral. God is absolute balance, you know, perfection in all things, good, bad, and neutral. It's all there. There's no separation of light and dark. There's no separation of good and evil. It's all balance.
That's fascinating. I heard you in another interview speaking about this concept of,
balance, you know, perfection, their neighbor, part of that source. Now, people give God a lot of faces. God can be, you know, Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha or Satan or money or their partner or their neighbor, you know, or sex. God can be any of these things to various people. And so what I understood it to be was that God is everything. God is the all. God is neutral. God is absolute balance, you know, perfection in all things, good, bad, and neutral. It's all there. There's no separation of light and dark. There's no separation of good and evil. It's all balance.
That's fascinating. I heard you in another interview speaking about this concept of us dropping out of source as a. I heard you in another interview.
Neutral. God. I heard you in another balance, you know, perfection in all things, good, bad, and neutral. It's all there. There's no separation of light and dark. There's no separation of good and evil. It's all balance.
That's fascinating. I heard you in another interview speaking about this concept of us dropping out of source as a core, and then the core of who we are stays the same throughout our incarnations and experiences, although our personality or experiences might change. Do you believe that we always keep that core of ourselves? Or because a lot of times people will ask, am I going to lose myself when I merge back with source?
I think so. And the reason is because I was very, very much myself there. There was no confusion about that. And I've done some past life regression. And in my past life regression, I was me still. And it wasn't even just a different personality, it was my personality. Maybe flavored by the experiences of that life, or, even being a different gender, because in one of them I was. But, I think that drop that comes out of source is what we are. That is actually our species. That's the thing that we are. And that thing returns over and over to different lives in different bodies. But it's like when you play a video game and you die and you start a new life, or you decide you want to play through the game again with a different class or something. Like, it really felt like that. It really felt like, you're still you, but maybe I'll make different choices this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be evil this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be super altruistic. Maybe it would be fun to do nothing but felt like that. It really felt like, you're still you, but maybe I'll make different choices this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be evil this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be super altruistic. Maybe it would be fun to do nothing but science this life. And I really thought, but maybe I'll make different choices this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be evil this time. Maybe it would be, but maybe I'll make different choices this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be evil this time. Maybe it would be fun to try to be super altruistic. Maybe it would be fun to do nothing but science this life. And I really felt that that's more what it is that, you're an individual, you're part of source. There's part of source that lives in you, and you carry it in your human meat vehicle here while you're here. But when you die, when the meat vehicle wears out and your car gets traded in, you just go back to source. You go back home, but you stay you until the next time you come and you get a new vehicle. So I really think that we actually do retain who we are as well. I don't think that goes away.
That's really comforting. What would you say is the purpose of these lifetimes that we choose to live?
To learn. We're here to learn, and we're here to spread love and help other people learn. Essentially, source is without form. Source is without.
What would you say is the purpose of these lifetimes that we choose to live?
To learn. We're here to learn, and we're here to spread love and help other people learn. Essentially, source is without form. Source is without body. Source can't be a human being having human experiences. Source can't fall down and skin its knee. Source can't open the door for an elderly person at the grocery. Source can't make the decision to sacrifice their time to care for an infant. Source needs us to come here and do these things so that Source can experience through us. And in doing so, we have a unique experience. Every experience is unique. You can take a set of twins, identical twins, and give them identical upbringing, and they're going to come out completely different people because we're all individuals. So no matter how many times a similar life is lived, it's going to have a different perspective. It's going to have a different experience. And that when we die, we take that experience back to the source, everything, everyone that's there, all of the us's that are there, and we share our experience with them. Then everyone learns from our experience. So everything that we learn in this life teaches every other soul that is or ever will be, because everything learns from what you learn. And so, spreading love within the world is paramount, because if you're not being loved and you're not safe and you're not contented, and I don't mean content like I have a nice car, a nice house and money and an ideal spouse. I mean content like I have support and I have people who understand me, those types of things. You don't grow. And if you don't grow, your experience isn't as rich as it could be. So it's our responsibilities to love ourselves, but it's also our responsibility to love everyone else and to try to give people grace and understand from a loving place why someone's actions may have not been loving themselves, because your reaction in an unloving way towards someone is only going to harm them and lower their experience, which means later you won't get to learn from their experience that they could have had. So it's very cyclical.
You mentioned that some souls might come to have the experience of being evil. How does that align with the idea of coming here to be loving and learn about love?
Well, it's like Star Wars. You know, when Anakin Skywalker is starting to use the Force and they kept saying, you know, like, we think he's going to go dark. But you know what? He's going to bring balance to the Force. Like that was the overarching thing, was he's going to bring balance to the Force. Then he becomes Vader and he does a bunch of horrible crap. One of the things he does is he kills a bunch of the Jedi. He brought balance to the Force. So they're here to bring balance to the world. If everything were pastoral and perfect here, everybody had 100% of their needs met, nothing bad ever happened, we never saw anything horrifying, you know, we never had a struggle, we wouldn't grow. People don't grow in utopia. People grow from pain. People grow from struggle. People grow from nothing bad ever happened. We never saw anything horrifying, you know, we never had a struggle, we wouldn't grow. People don't grow in utopia. People grow from pain. Nothing bad ever happened. We never saw anything horrifying, you know, we never had a struggle, we wouldn't grow. People don't grow in utopia. People grow from pain. People grow from struggle. People grow from having to figure it out. And so I think those people, it's a great sacrifice on their part to come here and serve that purpose. They come here as the boogeymen. They come here knowing they're going to be hated. They come here knowing that the things they're going to do are going to be horrible, abhorrent, inexcusable. And they do it anyway, so they can bring that balance so that the rest of us can learn from it. You know, a despotic leader starts a war. And then here, you know, we watch the war and we empathically feel so much pain. And we think about all the people that are being harmed by the war, you know, but what is that teaching us? How are we growing? We're growing in empathy. We're learning how to have more empathy for people we'll never know, for a culture that's not ours, you know, and we're also learning acceptance in this period of war and, you know, great upheaval on the planet. We're learning acceptance of things we can't change. You know, I can't change this, but I can speak out and support. I can't change this, but I can go to a protest. I can't change this, but I can change my neighbor next door's life. You know, it all serves a purpose. And when those people pass and they go to their, you know, their afterlife, they're not going to be tormented eternally for serving their purpose. That was their purpose. You know, they're going to arrive to thunderous applause and comfort and almost like a triage of sorts, you know, that soul is not evil. The life they're living is evil, and their evil life is necessary to create the scenario that everyone needs to learn. And that's a really hard concept to grasp and to accept. And I know that soul is not evil. The life they're living is evil, and their evil life is necessary to create the scenario that everyone needs to learn. And that's a really hard concept to grasp and to accept. And I know right now I'm going to get flamed in the comments for saying what I just said, because people will say, you know, I don't think that, you know, I would have chosen to be abused by my abuser. And I said, you know, the answer is you might have. You and that abuser might have been, you know, you might be in the same soul family. And the last time you were here together, you were husband and wife, or you were brother and sister, or friends, or whatever. But this time you made an agreement before you both incarnated here. One of you was going to abuse and the other was going to be abused, so that you both could learn from the situation. And others that are attached to both of you will learn from being either involved with an abuser or with someone who had been abused. And, you know, you have to have a certain mindset for that not to feel offensive, you know, but it's important that we start looking at things more that way. There is a reason for everything, and there's a reason for everything that actually is beneficial. It just does not feel that way at the time, obviously. You know, here on earth, that thing is abhorrent, but there is a reason for everything. There's 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 a reason for everything. And there's a reason for everything that actually is beneficial. It just does not feel that way at the time, obviously. You know, here on earth, that thing is abhorrent, but in the after, it becomes pure experience, because remember, God is neutral. God is not good. God is not bad. God is. That's a whole sentence. God is. So, you know, that's how I see it. And it allows you to then forgive those people. You know, you may say, wow, that was horrific, and I want you absolutely nowhere near me or anyone I love, ever. However, I can look at what you just did and see that you did that out of fear, or you did that out of love. You love something so much that you would do something this terrible to hold on to it, to keep this situation or this thing or this person. You would do this. Misguided love, you know, not functional love, but it still boils down to love. It's always love. It's just, is the love beneficial or not?
Yeah.
Is it a fear-based love, or is it an altruistic love?
Thank you for sharing that. And I have two things. The first one is I was also shown something similar in my out-of-body experience. And you're at such a higher, like, I expanded several dimensions up before I could see this. Like, in the big picture, there is no good and evil. It is all good experience. And you're at such a higher, like, shown something similar in my out-of-body experience. And you're at such a higher, like, I expanded several dimensions up before I could see this. Like, in the big picture, there is no good and evil. It is all good. And so I agree with you, and I saw the same thing. And then second thing, for people who are watching, that this might be a really difficult thing to consider. My response to that, I'll just speak to for myself, would be, that's okay, and you don't have to, if you're not at a place to consider or accept that, that's okay. Because I would never say that those things are okay from a human perspective. It's never okay to cause pain. We're here to learn about love, but we're speaking from a higher perspective. And if you can accept that higher perspective, it can be really freeing. Like you mentioned, allowing you to forgive.
Yeah. Well, you almost have to have two minds at all times. When you look at the world, you have to have the higher mind, which I believe is actually your.
But we're speaking from a higher perspective, and if you can accept that higher perspective, and from a human perspective, it's never okay to cause pain. We're here to learn about love, but we're speaking from a higher perspective, and if you can accept that higher perspective, it can be really freeing. Like you mentioned, allowing you to forgive.
Yeah. Well, you almost have to have two minds at all times. When you look at the world, you have to have the higher mind, which I believe is actually your soul self mind that lives inside your head, can look at it objectively and say, like, wow, okay, where's the lesson here? You know, whereas the human mind that lives in this world and suffers the consequences of this thing still has to say, this is bad, I need to get away from it.
Yeah.
This is evil, I need to denounce it, you know? And you really have to work in both worlds to really exist here, because you can't, you know, if you keep your mind in nothing but the high soul mind, then you have apathy as a human being. And therefore you're not having empathy. And so therefore you're not properly reflecting and absorbing love. So it really is, once you come to that resolution and you understand the neutrality of reality, you then have to almost regress and choose to put that knowledge aside to live.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. I love that. You said something really interesting about your second NDE, that you they told you that you had made choices they didn't expect.
Mhm.
And that is so interesting. I didn't know that that was possible.
I always assumed, and maybe there were things that I'm not aware of yet, and I'll figure it out, but I assumed it was going to Mexico for that surgery. I could have had it here and then filed for bankruptcy, I suppose, or not had it at all and continued to suffer for years until I had insurance to cover it, you know. But instead, I said, no, I'm not going to let another day of my life go by while I suffer this way. I'm going to go get this thing taken care of. You know, so I drained my savings account and I took myself to another country, which, you know, I had a real moment on the plane. I was like, wow, I'm going to Mexico alone and I'm going to let them cut me in 7 hours. I'm crazy, you know? And it turns out, I mean, and everyone's like, well, it serves you right for going to another country. That's why this happened to you, you know, when you were there. I'm like, no, they took excellent care of me. It was the best medical care of my life. But I think that if I had had that surgery here in the States at some other time, I probably would have been given a different product for sustenance and maybe wouldn't have had that allergic reaction. Who knows? I also know that, you know, I was with a couple of partners at the time that this happened to me. I was with a partner who was frankly very abusive. He's very controlling. And I often wonder if part of that was that I was kind of in the wrong place and with the wrong man, you know, like I needed to, because I did break off that relationship very soon after that experience, because I recognized that it was just so low vibration. The whole situation was low vibration. My whole life was not working out, largely because of this relationship. And as soon as I ended that relationship, in spite of the massive financial struggle that it was to leave, it was better. So, you know, it's really hard to say. And I'm sure I'll continue to figure it out. I mean, as you probably know, like every day there's something new. You're like, oh, that's what they meant.
Yes.
It's not actually about that thing at all. It's this. Oh, cool. You know?
There's layers and layers.
Yes. Yep.
So is it possible to actually surprise them, or is every choice that we can make, do they know that there's some amount of possibility?
I think our lives are a perfect symphony. And in a perfect symphony, every single note is written down. So I think everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. But I think that I think that because we have free will, which is one of the most important truths of the universe, is we have free will so we can make our choices. And we have a myriad of choices. It may be that there are certain choices that have a higher percentage rate of us choosing than others. You know, and it's like a choose your own adventure novel, you know, and you get to, oh, wow, that dates me. I'm 47. So, and you get to the end of the chapter and you're presented with 4 options. Which one do you take? Which page do you turn? Truths of the universe is we have free will so we can make our choices. And we have a myriad of choices. It may be that there are certain choices that have a higher percentage rate of us choosing than others. You know, and it's like a choose your own adventure novel, you know, and you get to, oh, wow, that dates me. I'm 47. So, and you get to the end of the chapter and you're presented with 4 options. Which one do you take? Which page do you turn to? Sometimes that option is, you know, you read the options and you're like, well, I'm definitely going to die if I follow option D. Let's see what happens, you know? So I think it may be just I didn't choose the route they thought I would at some point, and then it starts a whole new, you know, whatever the line off of that choice was, then you're in that line, and they thought you were most likely going to take this line over here. I think that's what they meant by that. We didn't expect you to end up here because maybe that was the only line of choices that I would have had a second NDE or a second death experience. Maybe, you know, with a slightly different choice, I just would have died for real or not had that experience at all, you know? So it's really, it's hard to try to translate some of what they say, because a lot of what they said it was almost like, we assume you know what we mean. Here you go. Which I think they know you don't understand. I think part of it is that, you know, you're given a tuning, these things, you know, it's like they reach into your NDE or a second death experience. Maybe, you know, with a slightly different choice, I just would have died for real or not had that experience at all, you know. So it's really, it's hard to try to translate some of what they say, because a lot of, and you're presented with 4 options, which is one of the like most important. Die if I follow option D, let's see what happens, you know. You know, so I think it may be which page do you turn to. Sometimes that option is, you know, you read the options and you're like, well, I'm definitely going to die if I follow option D, let's see what happens, you know. You know, so I think it may be just that I didn't choose the route they thought I would at some point, and then it starts a whole new, you know, whatever the line off of that choice was, then you're in that line, and they thought you were most likely going to take this line over here. I think that's what they meant by that. We didn't expect you to end up here because maybe that was the only line of choices that I would have had a second NDE or a second death experience. Maybe, you know, with a slightly different choice, I just would have died for real or not had that experience at all, you know. So it's really, it's hard to try to translate some of what they say, because a lot of what they said just, it was almost like, we assume you know what we mean, here you go. Which I think they know you don't understand. I think part of it is that, you know, you're given a tuning, these things, you know, it's like they reach into your which I think they know you don't understand. I think part of it is that, you know, you're given a tuning, these things, you know, it's like they reach into your self, your soul or yourself, and they go, and they turn you on. They turn on whatever that thing that was turned off inside your mind or your soul, and then they just let you go, because you're going to process your experience the rest of your life. And you're going to, as you grow and change and learn, your understandings will grow and change and learn, and those epiphanies come and go, and you get new guides and you get new connections on earth. And, you know, I really think it puts you in a certain trajectory. And, you know, we see rising consciousness right now so much in society and everything, and everyone says, oh, everything is terrible, you know, look at society, it's a mess. And I'm like, look at society, everyone's becoming so glorious, you know, because for me, I'm seeing all of these, you know, politicians and, you know, racists and whatever, all these people doing all this stuff, and I'm like, wow, you go guys, you're being evil as you can be. And, you know, you're being balanced, so that those of us that are ready to awaken and start feeling that increased love and start reclaiming some of our gifts and our intuitions and our abilities can bounce off that increased evil for our own good, you know. So it's like, I really wish they'd cool it because I'm tired and it's horrific to watch. But I really think that part of why we're seeing such a rise in enlightenment in general is because we're also seeing such a rise in the opposite direction. And I think that's only going to increase. I think we're going to have more and more polarity until it reaches a tipping point. But the light is winning, you know, definitely. And I think that eventually, possibly even some of those people who now we see as so evil may turn their coats, you know, they may, until it reaches a tipping point, is because we're also seeing such a rise in the opposite direction. Because I'm tired and it's horrific to watch, but I really think that part of why we're seeing such a rise in enlightenment in general is because we're also seeing such a rise in the opposite direction. And I think that's only going to increase. I think we're going to have more and more polarity until it reaches a tipping point, but the light is winning. Yeah, definitely. And I think that eventually, possibly even some of those people who now we see as so evil may turn their coats, you know, they may come to understand the evil of their ways in this lifetime and repent and possibly even become a force for good, you know. I mean, we see people defecting from evil causes all the time, you know, and then speaking out and saying, I know I was wrong now, and this is all the ways I was wrong, and this is how I'm going to try to make it up. That's true forgiveness, is saying, okay, you've learned. And now your experience is unique because you've lived this other side of things, and now you can be a force for good, you know. So there may be things we don't understand yet about some of this or all of this that's going on in our world. And also it helps, you know, that mindset helps you not dwell. You know, so many people are full of fear and anxiety and depression right now, and there's no need for all that, you know. I have a friend who tells me every day, you know, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I'm so anxious. I'm so worried it's always the proverbial this or all of this that's going on in our world. And also it helps, you know, that mindset helps you not dwell. You know, so many people are full of fear and anxiety and depression right now, and there's no need for all that, you know. I have a friend who tells me every day, you know, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I'm so anxious. I'm so worried it's always the proverbial they can't ever tell you who they are. Or maybe they do, but it's always a scapegoat, you know, politics or whatever, you know, they are going to come and do this horrible thing to me. And I look at them and I'll say, is it happening right now? And they're like, well, no, but it's going to happen. I'm like, are you sure? And they're like, yes, it's going to happen. And I'm so worried about it. I'm like, before you get yourself all worked up, ask yourself if it's true. You know, like in your mind, you're already being attacked. Are you being attacked right now? No, you're sitting on your couch across from me with your cat in your lap. You're fine. Your idea of adversity is not true. You know, so I always tell people, if you're having anxiety about the world right now, ask yourself if it's true right now. You know, are you in danger right now? No? Okay, so take a breath and look at it objectively. You know, if your house is on fire, it's true. Deal with it, you know? And I really think that if more people did that, we wouldn't have such a drive for sensationalist news or, you know, all of the polarization we see in society. We need community and collective cooperation, not all this separation and argument back and forth. But people have to live through it to see the need for that, you know?
Well, Leslie, thank you so much for being willing to share your experiences and your wisdom with us today. Would you like to share with people where they can find you? Do you have any links that you want people to know about?
I have very little online presence. I don't really do social media much, very on purpose. But if anyone does want to reach out to me, I do keep a good close eye on the comments, you know, and I do respond to questions there on YouTube. You can also find me on, I think it's Facebook, still called Facebook Messenger, but Messenger under Leslie Caradina. If you search for me there, I will respond to you there too. But that's really the only way to reach me. I don't have a website or anything like that.
Okay, I will make a note of that in the comments. I definitely won't paste your Facebook because that will get you a ton of spam. Ask me how I know that.
Oh, yeah.
The final question that I ask all my guests is, if you could give one message to everyone on the planet, what would it be?
Definitely that everything is about love. And whenever...
So there they go, claiming everything is about love. They're calling it a planet. If they're as wise as they pretend / believe themselves to be, why are they calling this realm a quote planet? Why would they say this is all about, sorry, just a second, say, does that seem wise? Sometimes I like to say things and type things so it's on the screen. For those lurkers tuned in especially, we have 18 or 20 people consistently tonight saying nothing, just lurking. But I don't assume that you're learning. I think a lot of creepy creatures love to watch like evil voyeurs. Now, why would I say that? I don't think most people in this realm are good beings. I think far more lean towards the direction of the one on the screen. This Leslie creature. I think most people are more like her than good beings or honest, good, true beings. I think many of you people would say that there's no such thing as good or evil. You don't care who is harmed. She knows nothing, but she's willing to speak and pretend to be wise for hours on the internet. And this is common. The title of this one is I Died and Was Shown Why God Allows Evil People. Well, God, quote unquote, God doesn't just allow evil people, designed this realm to be evil. So how neutral is that? You claim God is neutral. Well, look at this realm. This realm's not neutral. There, I just debunked that thing on the screen. I'm going to drop the link in the chat for people. If this realm is more evil than, quote, neutral or good, then the creator, source, God, whatever, is not and cannot be neutral. Because this realm we're in is filled with evil and ruled over by evil. It isn't neutral here whatsoever. And I want people to understand this. And I want people to understand this in a deep way, not a surface way of, I get it. That's the way most people are in this realm. You could drop huge truth bombs on them, profound spiritual wisdom, and they'll just go, oh, yeah. Because I'm convinced most people in this realm don't want the truth. They don't care about the truth. They're full of themselves. They're full of their own egos. They're full of evil. They're full of envy. They're full of everything that would prevent them from understanding the words that I'm saying and the meaning. They don't understand. And they make no attempt, no effort to do it. And that's most in this realm. If I had 1 million tuned in right now, most wouldn't get it. They just, they don't care. There's no care for truth in them. So there's no way they can get it. There's no way they can comprehend this message because they have no fucking care for the truth. No bloody care for truth. They're just, yeah. Well, I'm in pain and my life sucks and I need a job and I'm not making enough money. And they'll make a video like Chad from Open Your Reality or all the ones I cover, and they're just talking about money. That's what you humans call truthers. Ones that go on YouTube bitching and crying about money every video. That's what most of you watch. And you have it in your heads. Well, they're truthers. They're talking about money. They're talking about jobs and money and the economy and inflation and rising prices. And it's all about fucking money. It's all about this hell realm system and hell money. That's what it is. And then somebody talks about spiritual things and debunks the shit like what's on the screen, saying that God is and God is neutral. And this is an evil place. So how does that add up? So I debunked her just by saying that, showing her words and debunking her. And this doesn't sink in with people, though, because most people can't learn in this realm. If they could, it shouldn't take 3, 4 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years, 100 lifetimes, 1,000 lifetimes, 10,000 lifetimes. And they never learn. And I think we're very different. I think there's spirits here that have no care for truth and no desire to learn, no curiosity, no attention span, nothing. And I know the mental gymnastics humans go through. They blame what's done to the air, the water, the food, the jabba dabba doos, this, that, schooling. It's the point in every direction other than, hey, they're believing in shit. Hey, they believe there's no evil. What is that thing then? because that's what I look at. I don't look at 20 million directions of excuses. I look at the creature and say, why don't they believe in evil when they're sitting in an evil? She sat, as they'd say in Britain, she sat down right now in an evil realm, and she won't admit to it. She'll just say it's just a game. They're just playing their characters. They're playing a role of choosing to be evil, and they're necessary for duality and polarity and contrast and all these fucking new age shit terms. And this is what I'm sick of in this realm. I can't get peace in a realm where people are doing constant mental gymnastics, spiritual gymnastics, endless excuses. And nobody ever, well, I can't say nobody, but almost nobody in this realm ever points at evil and says, that's evil. That's how messed up this place is. Almost no one will point out the evil in this realm and just say very simply and clearly, directly, without excuses, that's evil. It almost never happens. I've almost never experienced that in my whole life, save for a rare few on YouTube, and my girlfriend has pointed at evil and said that's evil. And not made a million excuses why someone or something is evil. Because that's generally what people do. Then they try to excuse it away. Oh, it's because of this. It's because of that. It's because, and God's not evil because, and just all these excuses. And they can never just point at evil and say, that's evil. There might be 20 beings in this entire realm that are capable of doing that. That's how rare it seems to me. And the only other time I've seen it, though, is when they're pointing at someone innocent and saying that's evil. There's a lot of that in this realm. And they have no evidence for evil. And they'll use it as a weaponized word or weaponized label to try to destroy someone's reputation or get people to see them differently and poison the well and character assassinate. They do that. Of course, demons do that. They'll use anything they can. Anyway, that's the way this place is. But I don't expect people to learn, because most people would watch the shit that's on the screen and they'd be nodding their heads up and down during it. That's what most people do. 320 hit the like button over there. I'm going to give it a thumbs down. I'm probably the only one, I wouldn't doubt it, the only one that clicked thumbs down on their shitty video. I wouldn't be shocked at all if I was the only one to hit thumbs down. 4,931 views, almost 5,000 views. Just new age shit, and people love it. I got to refresh this, though. I don't think it's that. I forgot.
Hello and welcome.
Okay, it's still showing that many. Interesting. But the comments, 89 comments. They're trying to understand these contradictions, and some of them, they can't do it. Jesus told me when I died, whatever they see, they believe. They have no spiritual discernment, awareness, wisdom. They're just empty. And the ones that are empty like them want to defend them. The ones that are like these creatures want to defend them. Why do they come across as weird and creepy, and the laughter's weird and everything about them that I've replayed a few times? Why do they come across as weird and creepy? Because they are weird and creepy. They are weird and creepy. That's why. That's why they come across as weird and creepy.
There's layers and layers.
Yes. Yeah.
So is it possible to actually surprise
you every day? There's something new. You're like, oh, that's what they meant.
Yes.
It's not actually about that thing at all. It's this. Oh, cool.
There's layers and layers.
Yes. Yeah.
So is it possible to actually surprise them, or is every choice that we can make, do they know that there's some amount of possibility?
I think our lives are a perfect symphony. And in a perfect symphony, every single note is written down. So
I have the level of awareness and understanding to realize I can't reach beings with truth when the beings themselves don't believe in evil? If they can't understand the concept of evil and good and evil, how am I supposed to reach them with any meaningful spiritual truth? They're already FUBAR. They're FUBAR. It's like going to a city that's been firebombed and there's nothing left and saying, fix it, Stephen. I can't. I can't fix a city that had 5 million people and it's just burned to the fucking ground and there's nothing left. I can't snap my fingers and fix it. If you're that fucked up and you don't understand evil at all, I can't help you. Just go away and leave me alone. Stay the fuck away from me. That's what I want from those beings. And there's a lot of them in this place. And the longer you're here and the more lifetime, some of you won't get it in this lifetime. You're headed for the recycling bin, some of you. And you'll get another chance the next lifetime, but it'll be tougher than this one. It doesn't get easier. It gets tougher. And you'll fall for ones like this on the screen with the great big horse teeth. Great big horsey. Hi, this is Mel. I'm still selling my courses for 75% off. It's such a deal to speak on the phone with me and pay me lots of money. Lots of money. I was overcharging you for years. Now I reduced my prices 75% and you love it. You love to pay to talk to me and hear me spew shit on the phone to you because you're stupid. Imagine me being called bad or they say whatever about me and I'm trying to save you from spending money on scammers. Just like Mushroom paid, according to Mushroom, they gave Derek at least $900 plus in cash, plus gifts. And I warned that one and many others that you're defending and following scammers that want your money and they also want you to KI double hockey sticks yourselves using a machine that he showed. And they just can't get it. I can't help people see because most in this realm don't want to see. They want to follow evil, liars, psychos, and they do. If you look at the idols of the average being here, whether they're idolizing someone famous that's a celebrity, a politician, a singer, an actor or actress in Hollywood, someone famous on the world stage, they're evil, they're sellouts. Or if their idol is just some creature on YouTube like Derek, they're idolizing evil. That's what most humans do. They aren't even aware of that much. I'm trying to reach beings that are actual zombies. All of their idols are evil. And I know what humans do. No, not 100%. Yeah, 100%. Your idols are evil. Whoever they are. Oh, but my idol wasn't Hollywood, Stephen. It was Muhammad Ali. Well, he was part of the club too, dummy. Yeah. And political activists. Oh, Martin Luther King Jr. Well, he was in the club as well. Absolutely. The whole world stage is rigged. Fame is rigged and controlled. It's all controlled. And people are too dumb to realize that. And I'm not doing this, but if I came back 10,000 lifetimes like Mark Passio's stupid way of thinking, it wouldn't reach any more people than this lifetime. It's pointless to come back here and attempt to reach zombies because it's what they are. Now, no matter what type of species they are, I can't determine that because I can't just put them through an X-ray or MRI machine and see what their spirit looks like. But I can see from their behavior, there's no reaching them. They idolize evil. Almost everyone in this realm has evil idols. Sellouts. Ones that did anything to get famous. And again, if your idols aren't famous, you'll say, well, my idols aren't famous. It's so-and-so. It's a YouTuber, and it's usually someone like Derek DiCarlo, Little D, Green Wizard. So they idolize psychopaths and demons that are not famous. What's the difference, ultimately? That's what humans do. And then the bigger question I would ask them, I would ask them if I knew there was even a slim chance of them seeing what I'm saying. I would say, why do you have idols at all? Why do you have any idols? It's different than admiring someone. You're idolizing someone. Why would you do that? But that's way too much for most humans because they can't even see step one, that they're idolizing evil. So there's no point, is what I'm getting at. There's no point going deeper with most because they're so zombified. They can't learn anything. They can't even see that their idols are evil. They'd never be able to see, well, why do you have idols to begin with? You're doing something ridiculous. You're making yourself a slave. You're making yourself slaves. And that would be right over the heads of almost every human on earth. They can't understand. Because almost all of them have idols, lords, rulers, masters, deities, gods. The list is endless. And that includes, by the way, atheists. For the ones that say, not me, I'm not religious. Well, a lot of you then worship government. You have a replacement god or a replacement deity, or you worship these famous scientists or fake scientists, Freemasons, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. A lot of globe earth atheists idolize that creature. Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Stephen Hawking, whoever. That's your God. It's an idol for them, the atheists. It's what you humans are good at. You're good at being slaves, making yourselves slaves. You're not good at empowering yourselves. You're not good at listening to someone that's trying to help you empower yourselves. Most humans are not good at that. They'd rather be a slave, a lazy, slovenly slave, like a pig, like swine. And I would say lower than that. I would put pigs above them. Because I don't think pigs, the consciousness of those pigs chose those bodies. And the way that their bodies are designed is horrible because in the sun, they'll sunburn with their pink skin. Domesticated pigs. But you let them loose to become wild hogs. That's what happened in Texas. That's how they got so many wild hogs. When pigs get out, it's a big problem. They turn wild and they change. And it's not evolution. Anyway, I'm not going to go into all that. That's way too deep and off topic. And most people won't understand anyways. And that can be disheartening for me because a lot of times I'm just speaking into the wind. It might take humans, if they did listen, years to break through that one, asking themselves the question, why do I have idols? Maybe they'd listen to me and maybe a little bit of it would permeate them to go, wait a second, why do I have idols? Am I a slave? I have idols. I have lords above me that I call Lord and Master and ruler and deities and gods and creators and source and all these things that are higher and higher realms. Well, doesn't that make me lower then? And make me a slave in my own mindset? Isn't my mindset that of a slave? And maybe they're hitting themselves in the forehead, face palming. I don't know what they do. Maybe they're taking a fucking hammer, hitting themselves in the side of the skull. I don't know. Or a rubber mallet or something so that they don't crack their skull. But I don't know what some people are doing. They must be doing something to harm themselves and dumb themselves down and squeezing big tubes, the extra large size toothpaste tubes with extra fluoride in it to get all that fluoride in there and eating it, not just brushing their teeth and spitting it out. And you're going to absorb some fluoride that way, obviously. Obviously, I don't use fluoridated toothpaste, but They're eating it, just squeezing it down and going, oh yeah, I love that fluoride. It's great for my IQ. I love it. I love it. I don't know. Maybe you're doing that. But some of you must be doing something, because I view these as simple concepts. That if you have idols, masters, rulers, deities above you, lords, gods, deities, idols on pedestals or up in the sky, and you're down on your fucking knees, craning your neck, looking up, going, that's higher than me. Well, you're a slave. You're a slave by definition. You're a slave by obvious observation. You're a slave any which way that an intelligent being would look at it. And humanity is not intelligent as a group. It isn't. It's full of slaves. This is a slave realm, in case you haven't noticed yet. In case you've been here on my channel listening for the past few hours, 9 hours, 9.5 hours, and been here for 9 weeks or 9 months. This is a slave realm. Some of you can't see that much yet. You're, oh, what? Where's the chains? And that's what people think. They're just surface level zombies. Zombies. This is a realm of mental slaves and spiritual slaves. You don't have to be chained up and cuffed to be a goddamn slave to monsters and that you worship. You don't rebel against them. You kiss their feet. And that's what it looks like to beings like me. And that's what it looked like to me as a young being, or in a young body, we'll say, not as a young being, but when I was new here. That's the way it looked to me. Well, this is a slave realm. This place is full of slaves, and they love it. They love it. So can I set slaves free that love being slaves? No, I can't. Do you hear most people saying no or admitting to things like that? No, I don't. This is a realm filled with liars that will watch some of the great martial artists on TV in a bar or in their home and say, I could do that. That's what this is a realm of, not honest beings. It's a realm of bullshitters and liars. And people love that as well. They tend to be popular. People love the scammers and liars and bullshitters. They love channels run by them. They love to pay them. So what does that tell me about humanity? It shows me you'd rather pay for lies than listen to free truth. Most of you on earth in this hell realm system. Most of you would rather get credit cards out and pay these things on the screen. Than learn for free. Learn real truth. You'd rather pay deceivers. And they do. Because these channels never have any trouble making a living doing this.
Every day there's something new. You're like, oh, that's what they meant.
Yes.
It's not actually about that thing at all. It's this. Oh, cool.
There's layers and layers.
Yes. Yeah.
So is it
smiley faces? There's layers and layers. And this one, this big horse face, has a shirt on that says fearless or something, it looks like. I think that's what it says.
It's really hard to say. And I'm sure I'll continue to figure it out. I mean, as you probably know, like every day there's something new. You're like, oh, that's what they meant.
Yes.
Yeah, it does say fearless. She's really fearless. She's so goddamn fearless that she's afraid to face the soul trap topic. Another hypocrite. Just another fraud. Not fearless at all. Just like Jack Talcott says, live without fear. He lives in fear of me. He talks about love. He doesn't demonstrate that.
It's not actually about that thing at all. It's this. Oh, cool.
There's layers and layers.
Yes. Yeah.
So is it possible to actually surprise them, or is every choice that we can make, do they know that there's some amount of possibility?
I think our lives are a perfect symphony. And in a perfect symphony, every single note is written down. So I think everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. But I think that I think that because we have free will, which is one of the most important truths of the universe, is we have free will so we can make our choices. And we have a myriad of choices. It may be that there are certain choices that have a higher percentage rate of us choosing than others, and it's like a choose your own adventure novel, and you get to, oh, wow, that dates me. I'm 47. So, you get to the end of the chapter and you're presented with 4 options. Which one do you take? Which page do you turn to?
If it's a choose your own adventure, tell it to children that are abused their whole life and murdered, abused children, abused by parents and family in horrific ways that I won't describe, and they don't live past age 6, or maybe in some cases past age 4 months, and their whole life is horrendous abuse until they're unalived. Who would choose that? Who would choose that? See, what you do, lady, those 2 ladies, I'll call them, I don't even know if I should call them ladies, these things. You believe the entities, whatever the entities told you, this is how it works. You just believe it because you're gullible fools. And I'm not saying that every woman does that, but more women are prone to that, I would say, than men. Belief in so-called authority, or what they perceive to be authority figures. Oh, these entities, they're higher than us. They must be telling us the truth. Well, they can't lie to you. They can't deceive you about what this realm is. How gullible and stupid are you? You're in a realm of lies and deceptions, and you believe these stranger entities? It's laughable. But this is the realm we're in. And then people have said to me for years, help them. How can I help them? How could I break through to these beings? Tell me. How would that be possible? Any lie they're told by entities, they believe. That shows me all I need to know.
Sometimes that option is, you read the options and you're like, well, I'm definitely going to die if I follow option D. Let's see what happens, so I think it may be just that I didn't choose the route they thought I would. I think is, you read the options and you're like, well, I'm definitely going to die if I follow option D. Let's see what happens, die if I follow option D. Let's see what happens, die if I follow option D. Let's see what happens,
Strange gingy laugh. Weird gingy laugh. You're definitely going to die. And the great big wicked smile, the big Joker smile, that villain from Batman, the big Joker smile. And what do most people do? They see something like this on YouTube and they smile, going, this is normal. This is great. And they defend her and say, she's good. She's not evil. She's not evil. I could point out evil all over in this place and people, oh, that's not evil. I think most human beings could walk in and watch the most horrific atrocities and they'd say, it's not evil. There is no evil. We can't do any wrong here. Everything happens for a reason. They sum it up with these idiotic expressions. It's just, it's impossible to reach them. You just can't reach them.
So I think it may be just that I didn't choose the route they thought I would at some point, and then it starts a whole new, whatever the line off of that choice was, then you're in that line, and they thought you were most likely going to take this line over here. I think that's what they meant by that. We didn't expect you to end up here because maybe that was the only line of choices that I would have had a second NDE or a second death experience. Maybe, with a slightly different choice, I just would have died for real or not had that experience at all, you know. So it's really, it's hard to try to translate some of what they say, because a lot of what they said just, it was almost like, we assume you know what we mean, here you go. Which I think they know you don't understand. I think part of which I think they know you don't understand. I think part of it is that, you know, you're given a tuning, these things, you know, it's like they reach into your self, your soul or yourself, and they go, and they turn you on. They turn on whatever that thing that was turned off inside your mind or your soul, and then they just let you go, because you're going to process your experience the rest of your life. And you're going to, as you grow and change and learn, your understandings will grow and change and learn, and those epiphanies come and go, and you get new guides and you get new connections on earth. And, you know, I really think it puts you in a certain trajectory. And, you know, we see rising consciousness right now so much in society and everything. You know, everyone says, oh, everything is terrible. You know, look at society, it's a mess. And I'm like, look at society. Everyone's becoming so glorious, you know, because for me, I'm seeing all of these, you know, politicians and, you know, racists and whatever, all these people doing all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, you go, guys, you're being evil as you can be.
What racist? So one of the first things that comes to mind is that she thinks is evil is racism. What a total leftist. Racist, really? But I bet if you asked her, are people racist against white? Oh, no. I think she's Jewish, though. I bet this one is Jewish.
You know, racists and whatever, all these people doing all this stuff, and, you know, politicians and, you know, racists and whatever, all these people doing all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, you go, guys, you're being evil as you can be. And, you know, you're bringing balance, so that those of us that are ready to awaken and start feeling that increased love and start reclaiming some of our gifts and our intuitions and our abilities can bounce off that increased evil for our own good, you know. So it's like, I really wish they'd cool it, because I'm tired and it's horrific to watch. But I really think that part of why we're seeing such a rise in enlightenment in general is because we're also seeing such a rise in the opposite direction. And I think that's only going to increase. I think we're going to have more and more polarity until it reaches a tipping point. But the light is winning. Yeah, definitely. And I think that eventually but the light is winning. Yeah, definitely. And I think that eventually possibly even some of those people who now we see as so evil may turn their coats, you know. They may come to understand the evil of their ways in this lifetime and repent and possibly even become a force for good, you know. We see people defecting from evil causes all the time. You know, and then speaking out and saying, I know I was wrong now, and this is all ways I was wrong, and this is how I'm going to try to make it up. That's true forgiveness, is saying, okay, you've learned. And now your experience is unique because you've lived this other side of things, and now you can be a force for good, you know. So there may be things we don't understand yet about some of this or all of this that's going on in our world. And also it helps, you know, that mindset helps you not dwell. You know, so many people are full of fear and anxiety and depression right now, and there's no need for all that. You know, I have a friend who tells me every day, you know, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I'm so anxious. I'm so worried it's always the proverbial they. They can't ever tell you who they are. Or maybe they do, but it's always a scapegoat, you know, politics. It's always the proverbial they. They can't ever tell you who they are. Or maybe they do, but it's always a scapegoat, you know, politics or whatever, you know, they are going to come and do this horrible thing to me. And I'll look at them and I'll say, is it happening right now? And they're like, well, no, but it's going to happen. I'm like, are you sure? They're like, yes, it's going to happen. And I'm so worried about it. I'm like, before you get yourself all worked up, ask yourself if it's true. You know, like in your mind, you're already being attacked. Are you being attacked right now? No, you're sitting on your couch across from me with your cat in your lap. You're fine. Your idea of adversity is not true. You know, so I always tell people, if you're having anxiety about the world right now, ask yourself if it's true right now. You know, are you in danger right now? No? Okay, so take a breath and look at it objectively. You know, if your house is on fire, it's true. Deal with it, you know? And I really think that if more people did that, we wouldn't have such a drive for sensationalist news or, you know, all of the polarization we see in society. We need community and collective cooperation, not all this separation and argument back and forth. But people have to live through it to see the need for that, you know.
Well, Leslie, thank you so much for being willing to share your experiences and your wisdom with us today. Would you like to share with people where they can find you? Do you have any links that you want people to know about?
I have very little online presence. I don't really do social media much, very on purpose. But if anyone does want to reach out to me, I do keep a good close eye on the comments, you know, and I do respond to questions there on YouTube. You can also find me on, I think it's Facebook, still called Facebook Messenger, but Messenger under Leslie Karadina. If you search for me there, I will respond to you there too. But that's really the only way to reach me. I don't have a website or anything like that.
Okay, I will make a note of that in the comments. I definitely won't paste your Facebook because that will get you a ton of spam. Ask me how I know that.
Oh, yeah.
The final question that I ask all my guests is, if you could give one message to everyone on the planet, what would it be?
Definitely that everything is about love. And whenever you're having an experience that feels negative, especially if it's with another person, take a step back and look at what that person is saying or doing and try to figure out where love comes into it. You know, are they...
If you could give one message to everyone on the planet, what would it be?
Definitely that everything is about love. And whenever...
I will make a note of that in the comments. I definitely won't paste your Facebook because that will get you a ton of spam. Ask me how I know that.
Oh, yeah.
The final question that I ask all my guests is, if you could give one message to everyone on the planet, what would it be?
Definitely that everything is about love. And whenever you're having an experience that feels negative, especially if it's with another person, take a step back and look at what that person is saying or doing and try to figure out where love comes into it. You know, are they being...
Look like a second Holocaust. You support the war? I think you have to destroy the bad people. If not, we'll look like a second Holocaust. You don't believe there's a second Holocaust, what everyone wants to do?
Of course not. There's Holocaust is going on in Gaza right now.
It started October 7, not us.
It didn't start on October 7. That's not true because the Israelis, they're expanding settlements. Why are you running away? Do you support Israel or do you support what happens in Palestine?
What happened in Palestine?
Genocide.
I don't know.
Children die.
You anti-Semite.
No, that's not anti-Semitic.
You anti-Semite.
But why though?
You anti-Semite.
But why though? Why am I anti-Semitic?
You anti-Semite.
My name is PC Ali from Stockton Police Station. We've just got a call in relation to you guys have called in and asking the Jewish community some questions.
What's going on, everyone? Today we've returned to Stamford Hill to ask the Jewish community their thoughts about Israel, Palestine, the recent war with Iran, and the Epstein regime. Let's get into the video. Excuse me, man. Would you like to answer some questions by any chance?
What?
Would you like to answer a couple of questions?
No.
No? No worries. Excuse me, man. Could I ask you a couple of questions by any chance? Excuse me, man. Can I ask you a few questions by any chance?
Yes.
Have you heard about the recent war with Iran?
Where is it going? Which network is it going to go on?
Well, we're YouTubers, but we're doing a project just asking the Jewish community if they agree with like Israel and things like that.
Pro or negative? I don't want to. You should take out bad words, cutting, and then you put what you want to hear. No, I'm not going to do that.
No, we'll show the whole video.
Are you going to cut anything? What I'm going to say?
No, of course not, man.
Are you willing to tell me that?
You got my word, brother. You got my word, yeah.
What do you want to know?
What's your thoughts about the war with Iran, between Israel and America and Iran?
I think it's something it's like 1940 what didn't happen. Now it did happen, so that's good.
So you support the war?
I think you have to destroy the bad people. If not, we'll look like a second Holocaust. Yes, exactly.
So you think Iran's trying to commit like a Holocaust?
You don't think so?
Personally, I don't know, because...
Why not? They said it very clear. They want to destroy Israel, no? That's not Holocaust?
Iran haven't destroyed Israel, though.
No, I know they want it. They say they're going to do that. That's a goal, no?
So why have they not done it yet, then?
Because they don't have yet nuclear.
America and...
They don't have nuclear. They are supporting Hamas and Hezbollah. That's the only goal, to destroy Israel.
So you are a supporter of Israel?
I'm asking you. You don't believe it's a second Holocaust, what Iran wants to do?
Of course not. This Holocaust is going on in Gaza right now, Palestine.
Why in Gaza?
Because the Israelis have been killing...
October 7, not us.
Why are they in England? Why are they in Great Britain? These ones with the hair coming down and the gingy Jews and the gingy Jews. Look at this, the gingy Jews with the hats on. What are they doing in England? What are they doing in England? Why are all these places boarded up above the shops? Why aren't they open for people to live in as flats? Why aren't people fixing those? So what's going on? They're all boarded up there. It's weird. What's going on above all those shops? See that? Plywood and what is going on?
It didn't start on October 7th. There's no one history started.
Well, I know history better than you.
How's that?
I don't know.
How do you know that?
Because they started October 7, not us.
So what?
He's saying he knows history better. Look at this. They say they're God's chosen people. If God has chosen them as his people, then God is blind. I mean, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with that God if that's God's chosen. My goodness. Look at this. And people actually believe in this realm that that's God's chosen. It's remarkable. It's unbelievable. How could they be God's chosen unless your God is blind and retarded?
What happened before on October 6th? What happened on October 5th?
What happened on October 6th? Nothing.
What happened in
quiet.
What happened in 1940?
Anti-Semite. We're God's chosen.
Yeah, Nakba.
1948. They wanted to come into Israel, so Israel defended themselves as they won.
No,
exactly.
After the Second World War, the Palestinians...
So the ugliest beings on earth are God's chosen in the belief of... And Christians buy it too. They call them the God's chosen. It's just... What kind of God are you worshiping that came up with this? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Let the Jewish people come over.
No, the UN let. The country belonged for Britain, and the UN made a resolution to give it to Israel now.
Yeah, there was a treaty, a two-state solution that happened.
Yeah.
And the Israelis...
And then in 1967, they wanted to come and take over the whole Israel, and Israel won the war. So exactly, when they win, they win.
That's not true, because the Israelis, they're expanding settlements. Why are you running away?
I'm not running away.
I was mid-conversation.
Look, I don't have so much time as you. How many children do you have? Nothing. Yes, I have 3 children and a wife. I need to go home, talk to them. So I'm in a rush.
No worries, man. Thank you for your time. So guys, we've only been here for about 10 minutes. We've got a lot of people obviously walking off, running away, don't want to talk on camera. And I don't know if you guys have ever played GTA, you know, when you get a wanted level. We're probably like 3-star wanted already. So we've had to go down the back alley, regroup, and we're gonna, you know, wait till them other Jewish people go away because...
The Jewish people. Anti-Semite. Anti-Semite.
We saw them making loads of dodgy phone calls, so we're wondering if they're alerting the others that we are doing a video. And there's no agenda behind this. We're just asking simple questions. And as you can see from that last guy,
Our God is an awesome God. He chose the wetards. That's God's chosen. I can't get over that. These are supposed to be your God's chosen, the people that believe in a God. Your God must be blind and retarded, and so are the believers, the followers. Look at this. There's not an attractive one in the bunch. I mean, and they're supposed to be
tied to Israel by any chance?
No, anti-Semitism has always been. There's always different reasons, but that's it. That's part of life.
Do you support Israel then or not? Tied to Israel by any chance? It's basically a lot of anti-Semitism rising in the UK, so we're just trying to find out what the reason for that is and if it's tied to Israel by any chance.
No, anti-Semitism has always been. There's always different reasons, but that's it. That's part of life.
Do you support Israel then or not?
It's personal view. I don't think I have to give that to the public.
No, you don't have to answer. Hope you have a good day, though, man. Questions by any chance? Sorry? You don't want to? Excuse me, brother. Would you like to answer some questions by any chance? Hello? You speak English? Excuse me. Would you like to answer some questions, Bunny? Excuse me, brother. Would you like to answer some questions by any chance? Hello? You speak English?
God's chosen are very rude, apparently. Very rude.
Excuse me. Would you like to answer some questions, Bunny? No? Oh, okay. Excuse me, mate. Would you like to answer some questions by any chance?
No English.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, fella. Would you like to answer some questions by any chance?
Yeah, sorry.
Have a good day, man. Excuse me, mate. Would you like to answer a few questions by any chance? Excuse me. Excuse me. Would you like to answer some questions by any chance? Excuse me. Would you like to answer some questions? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. Would you like to answer some questions by any chance? No, you? Yeah. Do you support Israel?
I do, but I don't want to be filmed.
Oh no, it's fine. Put the camera that way. No. Can I ask you without your face on it? Or?
Yeah, you can.
What do you think about the recent war with Iran?
Oh, I don't know that. I'm not in the politics.
Oh, is it? Yeah. What makes you support Israel? Are you from Israel?
I am from
Oh, nice. How long have you lived in this country for?
I have lived there for 20 years.
Yeah. What do you think about the stuff going on between Palestine and Israel?
I'm not involved.
You're not involved? No worries, bro. Thank you for your time anyway, yeah? We're just wondering, do you guys think that anti-Semitism is on the rise in the UK?
I don't think so much.
You don't think so? You?
No.
No? No worries at all.
I don't think nothing.
You don't think nothing?
I'm thinking about my business.
Your business?
Yeah, class.
You want to talk, man?
I don't want to be on camera.
Oh, okay. You don't want to talk now?
No.
What did he say? No? No worries at all.
I don't think nothing.
No? No worries at all.
I don't think nothing.
You don't think nothing?
I'm thinking about my business.
Your business?
Yeah, class.
You want to talk, man?
I don't want to be on camera.
Oh, okay. You don't want to talk now?
No.
What did he say to you?
Nothing wrong?
No?
No, have a nice day.
We can talk to see if we are willing to talk.
Okay, yeah. Turn it off.
You just said a good word. What does that actually mean?
Anti-Semitism?
Yeah, what does it actually mean?
It's not just Jew-related, is it? It's Palestine. Because they're all Semites in Palestine, isn't
Well, it's not even really about Jews or Palestinians when you really sit down and check it out.
It's just stupid.
What it is, it's about certain tribes, which the word usually sits under people of brown composition. Yeah? So my thing is, when we say this word, you can't be anti-Semitic towards somebody who isn't brown. It doesn't make any sense, because it's about Hebrews, the Amharic language, and another language. But it's got nothing to do with in this modern society, they're using the word in respect to the Jewish culture.
Yeah.
But that's not what the word even represents. It's being manipulated between the
Oh, hold on, everyone. We have someone backstage that showed up. I think it's a dwarf. We have a dwarf visitor. Hello.
Hello.
Is this Regina?
Yeah.
How are you doing? What are you up to today?
I'm good. I'm with my cat at the moment.
Oh, that's nice. Were you watching the show?
Yeah.
Or did you just get here?
I was watching it and I just got here.
Oh, okay. Have you ever had corn chips?
No.
Oh. They don't have those in England?
I don't think so, but
Oh.
yeah, I had the blood test the other day.
Oh, what happened?
Basically, one of the nurses fucked up with the results at home, so we had to have a repeat done at the hospital.
Did you get the results back?
Yeah, I got them back. I was really brave though, but it was really painful.
Sorry about my munching. I'm just starving.
No, go ahead. I don't mind.
So you got the results and
Yeah, I'm fine now. Really glad I didn't have to stay in.
well, that's good. You didn't have to stay in. Has your stepdad been playing music again?
No, he's not here. He lives somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
My mum and dad aren't together.
Do you think you'll live with your parents for your mom forever?
I don't know. I haven't decided.
Is your mom a dwarf?
No, she's not a dwarf.
Oh, okay. Wendy, do you know Regina? How come you used to call yourself Cadence?
Oh, why? Because, I don't know, I mean, I got the name from a character.
What character?
Yeah, a cartoon character, Princess Cadence.
Oh, okay. Princess Cadence. Have you met any others in your life that also have a hatred for me?
Not really.
Hmm. Do they happen to have porch monkeys in England?
I don't think so.
Okay. I was trying to get someone to share the porch monkey earlier on another live stream.
What's a Porsche monkey? I don't even know what that is.
It's it's not sharing. Just a second. Not sure what happened. Trying to share a picture.
It's not Lila Rossi.
There are corn chips there. You have Fritos?
No, we don't have Fritos. We have salt and vinegar crisps here in the UK.
Oh. Why isn't this working? I don't know what happened. Salt and vinegar.
Yeah.
I've had those before. Is that your favorite?
Yeah, it's my favorite.
This is what porch monkeys are.
Oh, that's
Their
what it is.
nickname.
It's a little statue.
Yeah, and they have a fishing pole.
Oh,
It's
nice.
almost always a Negro. I think they call them pickaninnies or something in the UK. Something like that.
Yeah.
Or coloreds or darkies, something. Here they're usually called porch monkeys.
Nice.
Oh, UFO Jesus is here. Have you met him before?
Yeah, I've met him.
Oh, the Karens would explode if they had porch monkeys on display
Yeah.
in the
So,
UK. Go
do
ahead.
you know someone called Lila Rossi?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I think she might be related to Layla Minas.
Layla who?
Layla Minas?
Never heard of her.
Oh, I thought there was a woman that you knew called Layla Minas.
No.
Oh, that witch.
A witch?
That witch. You know, Drew's wife.
Oh, Chalk Body's wife? Is that her name?
Yeah, that's who I meant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of her.
I thought that Lila Rossi might be related to her.
Lila Rossi.
Yeah.
Does she have a YouTube channel or something?
No, she doesn't exist. She's a cartoon character that you can find on the Google images.
Oh, okay. What got you thinking of Layla, whatever her name is?
Who, Layla Minas?
Yeah.
Oh, what got me thinking? Oh, there was a picture on the Google images that I looked up. I didn't look her up. I looked up Lila Rossi, but she was wearing a similar outfit to her.
Oh, I see. I used to have some memes on that Drew character and Layla, but they're not on this laptop. They're on an older laptop from 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh.
Otherwise, I could show those, but she is a witch, Layla. She's very witchy. Wendy asked you, how tall are you, Regina?
Probably about 11 ounces.
You're around 11 ounces tall?
Yeah.
Hmm. Do you have indigestion?
No, I just burped.
Oh, I thought you were going to throw up or something. So You're around 11 ounces tall.
Yeah.
I wonder how tall Wendy is. I think I'm around 188 centimeters. I think. Or 188 ounces, I guess. What is the shortest dwarf in England? I wonder if Google could tell me shortest dwarf in England. Jeffrey Hudson, Lord Minimus. He was 18 inches tall. Wow. Wow. Lord Minimus. My goodness. I must be a giant. I think my middle finger is bigger than 11 ounces. This is Jeffrey Hudson, Lord Minimus. Huh. Sir Jeffrey Hudson. Served in a pie. What happened? Oh, gosh. What's your favorite meal, Regina? It looks like she disappeared. Hello. 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 I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. 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 I'm going to guess her favorite meal might be chicken pot pie.
So, okay, hello again, everybody. So, following from the last video regarding the distinction between detachment and dissociation, something else I wanted to discuss as a follow-on from that is the idea that nothing actually needs to be done here. And I think it impinges upon something that I've been meditating upon for the past few years regarding entropy.
You've been meditating upon this. Wow, there's that pattern again of these creatures that love to meditate. He used to watch Christopher Sedera's channel, who also meditated for years. I don't think meditation has done you beings much good. What good has it done you to meditate? What good has it done you? What good has it done you, mate? What good has it done you, mate, to meditate? What good's it done you, mate, to meditate? What good's it done you, mate, to meditate? I ain't seen no good in the meditate. You haven't done many ponderings in a long time. The sovereign flesh avatar. I remember this character.
And in the last video, I would mention that beings that want to maintain their form within this distortion is a distinction. But I think to expand upon that concept, we have to talk about duality, and the duality specifically within a demiurgic reality system. So in this ideal state that you would call the all, the Gnostic people described it as a somewhat pleroma, which was secondary to a thing called the monad, which is this incomprehensible sort of epistemological, which basically means the study and the nature, origin, scopes of human knowledge, and ontological, which is basically the study. It's a branch of metaphysics, which is the study of the nature of being and existence. This monad is a epistemological and ontological singularity. It's deductive logic's end of the line of reasoning, whereas deductive logic is a sequential form of reasoning, such that B follows A and C follows B, whereas inductive reasoning is more about the inference of pattern through breadth, and it's inference via correlation instead of
3 years ago. Yeah, I remember this guy. He had a chat with this angry Gingy.
Okay, we're live now. Yeah, hi everyone. Got a bit of a special one today, doing an interview with Fish from Non-Conform.
This creature wears colored contacts. His eyes are not green. He wishes they were green, but they're not green.
Performance Radio 2. Very popular guy.
Very popular guy. He sits there nodding his head up and down. Very weird, very creepy. Oh, we have a guest returning. It looks like Regina is back. Hello, Regina.
Hello.
Is everything okay? You left
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see this picture?
Yes.
That's
It's anime?
No, that CGI. It's French CGI. It's a picture of Lila Rossi, the one I was telling you about.
Oh. Lila Rossi. And you think she looks like that Layla?
Yeah, you look her up on the Google Images.
Lila Rossi.
Yeah,
Is that what it is?
yeah, Lila Rossi.
Lila Rossi. Okay. Did you tell Layla that?
No, I didn't tell her that.
Did you ever go on that show?
No. Ooh, that's her. She's Italian.
Is she a villain?
Yeah, she's very manipulative and she's a liar.
Oh, okay.
She wears many different disguises.
Interesting. Did you ever watch that show of the guy that I was just showing, Angry Gingy?
No, I've never watched it.
It's this guy.
So it's very.
He'd love to put his face right in the camera, fill up the screen, his whole head, like that.
So I was wondering if you could look up that YouTube channel, BeatFox10M.
BeatFox 10M. What's
Yeah.
that about?
It's basically him reviewing Equestria Girls. That's not it. It's a BEATFOX15.
Oh, okay.
This is it.
Is this your favorite channel, this one?
No, I just watch him for like reviewing trashy movies.
Oh.
That's the avatar I picked last time when I was on Hank's show.
Oh, yeah. What do you think of Hank?
He's a weirdo. Well, that's the video, by the way, the Equestria Girl video. That one there is right.
This one?
No, not that one, the other one.
This one?
Yeah, no, that one.
Which
The other
one?
The one with the
This one?
wings. Yeah, that one.
For now, let's just focus on beating the Shadow Bolts. And as long as this event puts me in a playing field, I don't think we've got anything to worry about.
Oh, it puts you on a playing field, all right.
What is this? Is this a cartoon?
Yeah, it's animated.
My Little Pony.
Equestria Girls.
Thought I saw one that looked like a bit like Venus.
Rarity, that's Rarity.
That's Rarity.
Yeah.
She looks angry.
You won't get into Everton, but if you win the friendship games, I'll make sure you get into Everton. Like, I know there's a lot of plausible deniability I have to have with the Crusher Girls villains, but like...
You what?
Why are you skipping it? I want to hear what he has to say.
Why am I skipping it? Because I don't know what this is about.
It's about him reviewing this movie.
Oh, this is a movie?
Review.
A movie review?
Yeah.
Have you seen this review before?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Well, how come you want me to show it?
Because I find it interesting. Like, there's a part where one of the characters turns into a hideous she-demon.
Okay. Yeah, but this guy's allowed to review movies. I don't know if I can share that.
Well, he hasn't got a chat mark. He hasn't got a chat mark.
Why is he reviewing this movie?
Well, he says, hey, what about the not ponies? I don't like ponies. When are you going to talk about the not ponies?
So this guy's movie review, his Beat Fox 15 movie review channel, this isn't your favorite channel?
No.
53,000 views in 2 years ago. Who's this one?
Twilight Sparkle.
How do you know all the characters?
Because I watched it
How many times did you watch this?
11 times.
Is this one of your favorite movies?
Yeah, it's animated. I like animated stuff only.
Oh. Why do you like the animated stuff so much?
Because it's all drawn, it's not CGI.
Wendy said this isn't a cartoon review channel, Regina.
Yeah, I get it's not a cartoon review channel.
She thinks you're lost.
I'm not lost.
She thinks you're lost.
I get it, she thinks I'm lost, but I just wanted to see what you thought about it.
I don't really watch My Little Pony or whatever it was, though. I don't know about that stuff. Did you ever see New York City in the 1980s? Hello?
Hello?
Did you ever see New York City in the 1980s?
Anyway, because
I've seen a little bit of the footage.
What do you think of it? Does this look like England?
No, it doesn't. I get it, you don't watch My Little Pony. I'm not even interested in My Little Pony.
Why do you sound like you're upset?
I'm not upset, I'm just saying I get it. I don't even like it. I'm just saying I find it interesting as the whole cartoon genre thing.
Oh, okay.
I just find it interesting about one of the characters turning into a she-demon.
Have you ever seen this Negro before? Jean-Michel Basquiat, this artist?
Yeah, I heard of him.
Do you think that Hank might live in a place like this?
Probably.
So they don't have rundown slums like that? Wendy said, "You sound stressed, Regina. Relax."
I'm not stretched.
It sounds like your stomach is grumbling.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Do a lot of dwarfs watch animated films?
I don't know, probably.
What about the Seven Dwarfs?
Probably.
It sounds like a bird.
That's me tapping my baseball cap.
Oh, okay.
Can't find my sunglasses. Well, I found them.
What if this were a world of dwarfs? Would it look different?
Hey guys, it's Matt. Welcome back to Midnight Reality. The No Consequences people won't really like this presentation. Many of us here, I can't speak for all of you, probably most of us feel that there is ultimately a consequence or a very dark outcome if you, say, make the wrong decision about stepping into or choosing to consciously and willingly step into the digital world that they are creating. Many people here are not to the 10 out of 10th degree for the No Consequences people, saying no matter what I do, no matter what decision I make, no matter what bad choice, my soul and spirit will always be intact. It can never get to that. Really? Many of us would say, then why is it trying so hard to get to that every day? Why
is this guy a dork? What is wrong with him? Hyena's the animal that just doesn't make sense.
If nature was an artist, the spotted hyena would be modern art. Specifically the kind where you're wondering, who let this in? And the reason why is that these guys break pretty much every rule in the Mammal Biology Handbook, being able to crush bones like potato chips, have hunting skills that put even lions to shame, and of course you can't forget the females having bigger penises than the males. In short, spotted hyenas are absolute freaks of nature. Now, you might be thinking, hold up, aren't hyenas just those ugly dog-looking things that steal lion kills? Well, forget everything you think you knew about hyenas, because it's probably wrong. These animals are so much more than the villains that Simba would have you believe. In fact, they're not only highly intelligent creatures with one of the most complex social systems among mammals, but they are also highly successful active predators that are more likely to have their kill stolen by lions than the other way around. But we'll get to that later. Despite their canid-like appearance, hyenas belong to the suborder Feliformia, making them more closely related to cats and vivarids than to dogs. To be exact, the hyena family, Hyenidae, diverged from the felid vivarid lineage approximately 22 million years ago, with the earliest known member being Playa vivarops, a civet-like animal that inhabited Eurasia. They were smaller, forest-dwelling animals, likely having a mainly insectivorous or omnivorous diet. However, over time, as a result of convergent evolution, the family gained traits that have led to its more dog-like appearance, despite not being closely related. And eventually, the Hyenidae split into two separate lineages: the dog-like hyenas, with the only current living representative being the aardwolf, and the bone-crushing hyenas, which includes our friend the spotted hyena. To the surprise of no one, bone-crushing hyenas are named such because that's exactly what they do. Most carnivores are unable to make full use of a carcass due to the difficulty in processing bone and other tough material, and so these guys evolved traits to take advantage of these leftover carcasses. Specifically, bone-crushing hyenas developed a ridiculously strong bite force relative to size, and conical premolars that allowed them to take advantage of this bite force and thus crush bones. And in fact, they were so successful with these adaptations that by 5 million years ago, the bone-crushing hyenas had become the dominant scavengers of Eurasia, primarily feeding on large herbivore carcasses, which funnily enough, was often those that were killed by saber-toothed cats. There was even one genus of hyper-scavenger hyenas, the Pachycrocuta, that evolved to become so big and so powerful that they could even crush the bones of elephants and mammoths. And it goes without saying, the spotted hyena has absolutely retained this ability to pulverize bones, having not only specialized crushing premolars, but also a tooth specifically designed to hold the bone in place while they chew it. On top of that, they also bite with a force of over 1,000 suns, which scientifically speaking is 1,140 pounds per square inch. To put this into perspective, this is over 40% more than the bite force of a leopard, and they can even outmatch the bone-crushing ability of brown bears, being so powerful that they can break the bones of giraffes. And let me just point out, they don't just crush bones, but literally consume them in their entirety, having the ability to completely digest them and pretty much everything else in the carcass, minus hair and horns due to them being made of keratin. So obviously these adaptations have made the spotted hyena expert scavengers, and it is partially due to this that the spotted hyena has become the most successful members of the hyena family, being found across the majority of sub-Saharan Africa, has become the most successful members of the hyena family, being found across the majority of sub-Saharan Africa, from the Sahel to South Africa. And they're not picky about their habitats either. Savannas, grasslands, woodlands, forest edges, you name it, and they can make it work. In fact, they were once even found in Western Europe as short as 11,000 years ago, which is quite the scary thought, as these guys are no small fries. Now, you often see hyenas compared to lions, which relative to the king of the savannah, makes hyenas seem rather diminutive in nature. But this can't be further from the truth. Their size depends on location, but they can reach an average of 69 kilograms or 163 pounds, with exceptionally large individuals sometimes weighing up to 90 kilograms or 153 pounds, which might not sound that big, but to give you an idea of how massive that actually is, the largest gray wolf recorded in Alaska in modern history only weighed 79.4 kilograms, and the average North American wolf is only 36 kilograms, making the average spotted hyena nearly double in size. But here's where things start to get weird. You see, in the world of spotted hyenas, it's the ladies who wear the pants. Female spotted hyenas are not only harder, better, faster, stronger, but they're also larger and more aggressive than the males, with those exceptionally large individuals I mentioned actually being females. And if you think that's strange, just wait until you hear about their, equipment. And what I mean by this is that females.
Look how sweet that little baby hyena is. That's wonderful. Cute little baby hyena. It almost looks a little bit like a bear cub. Oh, this run would be a real hell without them. A real hell realm. Very, very cute, very sweet. Just a baby hyena. What happened to your birds at night?
At some point every evening, they disappear. One moment your yard is alive, cardinals at the feeder, chickadees moving through the maple, a robin pulling the last worm from the lawn before the light goes. And then, in the space of about 20 minutes, they are gone. The feeders are empty. The branches are still. The yard that was full of life an hour ago looks like a different place entirely. Where did they go? Most people assume the birds are simply somewhere else in the neighborhood, flying around, roosting vaguely in trees, doing whatever birds do when humans stop watching. But the reality is far more specific, far more deliberate, and far stranger than most people realize. What happens to your birds between dusk and dawn is one of the least observed and most extraordinary parts of their lives. Tonight, while you are asleep, the birds in your yard will do things that would stop you mid-breath if you could see them. Some of them will drop their body temperature by degrees to survive the cold. Some of them will pack together in spaces so small you would not believe a single bird could fit, let alone several. Some of them, the ones you never think of as travelers, will be flying hundreds of miles above your house in complete darkness. Welcome back to Backyard Bird Mind. Subscribe before you leave, because what you are about to learn happens every single night in your yard, completely invisible to you, and it will change the way you think about the birds you see every morning. Tonight, we are going into the dark, into what your birds actually do when the light leaves your yard. Stay until the end. Because the last thing we cover happens directly above your house on certain nights each spring and fall, and the scale of it is something most people never fully grasp. Number 1, where your birds actually go when the sun sets. The answer is not where most people imagine, and it is different for almost every species in your yard. The northern cardinal is...
Just a second, this is a Rottweiler puppy. This is a Rottweiler puppy.
one of the easiest to track. Cardinals do not roost far from where they spend the day. In the hour before sunset, a male cardinal will move to dense vegetation, typically a thicket, an evergreen shrub, or a tangle of vines, within a few hundred feet of his daytime territory. He chooses the densest cover available, not for warmth primarily, but for protection. A sleeping bird is a vulnerable bird, and dense vegetation is the closest thing to invisibility a cardinal can achieve. He will go to the same roost site night after night for weeks or months at a time. If you have a thick holly bush or a dense arborvitae hedge in your yard, there is a reasonable chance a cardinal has been sleeping in it every night this winter without you knowing. The chickadee's nighttime strategy is different and considerably more surprising. On cold nights, and in the northern United States, cold means anything below freezing, black-capped chickadees enter a state called regulated hypothermia. They deliberately lower their body temperature by up to 22 degrees Fahrenheit below their normal daytime temperature. Their metabolism slows dramatically, their heart rate drops. They are not fully asleep in the way we understand sleep. They are closer to a controlled shutdown, conserving enough energy to survive temperatures that would otherwise require burning fat reserves they cannot afford to lose. A chickadee weighs about 11 grams. That is roughly the weight of 2 pennies. On a cold winter night, the energy budget of that tiny bird is so tight that without regulated hypothermia, it might not survive to morning. With it, it does, night after night, through temperatures that would kill an unprotected animal of that size within hours. The roost site matters too. Chickadees find cavities, old woodpecker holes, gaps in tree bark, nest boxes, and sleep inside them. The walls of the cavity trap the warmth of the bird's body and reduce heat loss dramatically. A chickadee in a cavity on a cold night is operating with extraordinary physiological precision. Number 2, the communal roost, when birds pack together to survive. Some of the most dramatic nighttime behavior in your yard.
They're so light. They said a chickadee weighs about 2 pennies in weight. It's very light.
Yard involve species you would never expect to be social sleepers. The eastern bluebird is one of the most striking examples. Bluebirds are territorial during the breeding season. A male bluebird defends his nest box aggressively from other males and will not tolerate close approach. But in winter, that same bluebird will squeeze into a nest box with up to a dozen other bluebirds and sleep pressed against them for warmth. The territorial rules of the breeding season are entirely suspended. The calculation in winter is simple. Shared body heat means survival. Researchers have documented nest boxes in the eastern United States that contained 12 to 15 bluebirds on a single cold winter night, birds that during the day would not perch within 30 feet of each other, sharing a 6-inch cavity without apparent conflict. The house wren does something similar, though less dramatically. Carolina wrens, which do not migrate and face genuine cold survival challenges in northern parts of their range, will sometimes share roost cavities with other wrens, behavior that their daytime territoriality would make seem impossible. What this tells you about your yard is this: the nest boxes and dense shrubs you maintain are not just breeding infrastructure, they are survival infrastructure. On the coldest nights of winter, those structures are the difference between birds that wake up in your yard tomorrow morning and birds that do not. Number 3, how birds navigate the dark and what they are listening for. A sleeping bird is not fully switched off. It is operating in a mode that most people never think about, a half-awake state of continuous environmental monitoring that researchers call unihemispheric slow-wave sleep. Many birds can sleep with one eye open, literally. One hemisphere of the brain enters a sleep state, while the other remains active and alert, the open eye scanning for predators. The sleeping and waking hemispheres switch periodically, so both sides get rest, but the bird is never completely unconscious in the way a sleeping human is. Cornell Lab of Ornithology researchers studying mallard ducks first documented this clearly. Ducks sleeping in a row at the edge of the group kept the outward-facing eye open, monitoring the environment, while ducks in the center of the group slept with both eyes closed. The vigilance was distributed across the flock. The same principle applies to the birds in your yard. When a chickadee is roosting in a tree cavity on a winter night, it is not fully asleep. It is monitoring. The snap of a branch, the scrape of a claw on bark, the presence of a predator moving through the yard, all of these can trigger immediate alertness. This is why the sounds of your yard at night are not just background. The great horned owl that calls from the oak tree at 10 p.m. is being heard by every bird roosting within range. The alarm call of a robin flushed by a cat at midnight travels to sleeping chickadees nearby. The nighttime yard has a sensory network running through it, even when it looks completely still. There is something worth sitting with in that. The yard you look at through your window at midnight, dark, still, apparently empty, is not empty at all. It is full of birds in a state of active, distributed awareness, hidden in cavities and dense shrubs and the thick inner branches of evergreens, monitoring the dark with one eye while the other hemisphere of the brain recovers, ready to move in a fraction of a second if the information coming in through that open eye signals that something has changed. They are there, you simply cannot see them, and they are paying far more attention to the night than you are. Number 4, the birds you never knew were nocturnal. Most people think of their backyard birds as entirely daytime creatures, the cardinal at the feeder at sunrise, the chickadee through the morning, the robin on the lawn all afternoon. Nighttime in this mental model belongs to owls and not much else. But several birds that you consider daytime yard visitors are doing something at night that would genuinely surprise you. The American robin is one of them. Robins are early risers, often the first bird singing before dawn, which is why the robin features so prominently in descriptions of the dawn chorus. What most people do not know is that robins are highly responsive to artificial light at night. In urban and suburban areas, robins in well-lit yards will begin singing hours before dawn, sometimes as early as 1 or 2 in the morning, because the artificial light triggers the same hormonal response as natural sunrise. If you have ever heard birdsong in the middle of the night in a lit neighborhood, it was almost certainly a robin. The mourning dove presents a different surprise. Doves are among the heaviest sleepers in the backyard bird community during the day, slow-moving, unhurried, seemingly oblivious. But mourning doves are capable of remarkable nocturnal alertness when threatened. A dove that has been sitting motionless on a branch all afternoon will launch into fast, whistling flight in complete darkness if a predator approaches. The wing whistle of a flushing dove, that distinctive high-pitched sound as the wings cut the air, is itself a communication signal that alerts other doves to danger even in the dark. And then there are the birds that, on certain nights, are not in your yard at all. Number 5. What is flying over your house right now? This is the part that changes the way you think about the night sky above your neighborhood. Twice a year, the night sky above your house fills with birds. Not dozens, not hundreds. On peak migration nights in late April and early May, and again in September and October, the number of birds crossing over a single point in the eastern United States in a single night can reach into the millions. These are your birds, not exotic species from distant continents. The wood thrush that visits your yard in summer. It left last October and has been in Central America since then, and right now, in late April, it is flying north at night above your house. The ruby-throated hummingbird that will arrive at your feeder in May crossed the Gulf of Mexico last night in one 900-mile non-stop flight, navigating by stars and magnetic field, burning fat reserves equivalent to a person running back-to-back marathons. Birdcast, Cornell Labs' free migration monitoring system, tracks this in real time using Weather Service radar. On a peak migration night, the radar image of the eastern United States shows what looks like an enormous weather system moving northward. Not rain, not clouds, but billions of birds. The biological mass of migration is large enough to return radar signals that meteorologists had to learn to distinguish from precipitation. This is happening above your house tonight and on many nights this spring. The birds that will spend the summer in your yard, singing from your trees and feeding from your feeders, are passing over you right now in darkness, navigating a continent by light they can see that you cannot, following paths their ancestors traveled for millions of years. The yard goes quiet at dusk, the feeders empty, the branches go still. But what you are looking at when you see that empty yard is not absence, it is concealment. The cardinal is in your holly bush, the chickadee is in the woodpecker hole in the oak, its body temperature dropping, its metabolism pulling back to the minimum required to survive until morning. Somewhere above your roofline, birds you will not see until May are passing through in their thousands. This happens every night. You have been living beside it for years without knowing the full shape of it. Now you know. And the next time your yard goes quiet at dusk, the next time the feeder's empty and the branch is still, you will know that the birds have not gone anywhere. They have just moved into the part of their lives you have never been able to see. Tell me in the comments, have you ever heard birds singing in the middle of the night in your yard? Or seen something moving through after dark that surprised you? I want to hear about it. I read every one. I'll see you.
Hello, 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 hello. 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 Hello.
You've probably stood next to one, maybe even petted one. Maybe you've seen a child ride one at a birthday party, slow and calm, while parents took photos. That image is a lie. The horse standing in that paddock is one of the most physically powerful land animals on Earth. It can outrun most predators. It can shatter concrete with its hooves. And it kills more people every year than sharks, wolves, and bears combined. It has been doing it for thousands of years, quietly, while humans called it gentle. Today, we're correcting that. Let's establish what we're actually dealing with. A fully grown horse weighs between 900 and 2,200 pounds. Elite racehorses have been clocked above 40 miles per hour, faster than any human, faster than most things you've stood near. Its hind legs generate explosive force, capable of bending steel, collapsing a human ribcage, or killing a person instantly. These are not numbers from a fringe study. These are baseline measurements for a domestic animal that millions of people interact with daily. And here's the thing nobody talks about. Horses are prey animals. That means their entire nervous system is wired for panic, for worst-case scenarios, for explosive, unthinking violence when something goes wrong. You are not dealing with a predator that calculates. You are dealing with a 1,200-pound flight or fight reflex, and sometimes you are the trigger. That distinction matters more than most people realize. A predator makes a decision. A horse reacts. And the difference between a decision and a reaction, in an animal this size, is the difference between a warning and a body on the ground. There is no hesitation built into the prey response. There is no pause where you can intervene. When the reflex fires, it is already fired. Prey animals evolved to survive by acting before they understood what was happening. That is not a character flaw. That is the mechanism that kept horses alive for millions of years. It is also the mechanism that makes them genuinely, measurably deadly. Not because they want to hurt you, but because they are optimized for survival in a world where hesitation means death. Every year, horses kill approximately 100 people in the United States alone. That number seems small until you compare it. Sharks average around 1 death per year in the US, wolves, nearly 0, bears, under 3, alligators, around 1. Horses kill 100. Globally, the picture is even darker. Trauma registries in Australia, the UK, and Canada consistently rank horse-related injuries among the leading causes of agricultural fatalities. In Australia, horses are the #1 cause of animal-related death. In the UK, horse accidents kill more people than any other animal. These are not wild horses. These are owned animals, trained animals. Animals people chose to be near. The injuries are specific and catastrophic. Head trauma, crushing chest injuries, traumatic brain injury from falls, internal hemorrhage from kicks, spinal damage, facial reconstruction. The equestrian trauma literature has its own vocabulary for the patterns, because the patterns repeat. Research into equestrian injury has found that riders face significantly elevated risk of serious brain injury compared to other outdoor activities, and that experienced riders are not substantially safer than beginners when it comes to catastrophic injury outcomes. Experience teaches you how to ride. It does not teach you how to predict a panic response in an animal that weighs half a ton. And yet, we don't talk about it. Because the horse is beautiful. Because we grew up with the image of the noble steed. Because billions of dollars in equestrian industry, tourism, and sport depend on you not thinking too hard about the statistics. There are two directions a horse can kill you from. The hind kick, what most people picture, comes from behind. It is fast. Faster than your nervous system can process it. By the time your brain has registered what's happening, the horse has already decided. But the front strike is less understood and arguably more dangerous. Horses strike downward with their front legs to fight off predators, big cats, wolves, anything that gets too close to the face. It's not a warning, it's an execution strike. There are documented cases of experienced handlers being killed by front strikes from horses they had worked with for years. There are records of handlers killed by a strike from a horse they cared for daily. Not an untrained horse, not an abused horse, a familiar one. That was startled. What triggers it varies. A plastic bag moving in wind, a sudden noise, a shadow appearing at the wrong angle. Horses process visual information differently than humans. Their eyes are positioned on the sides of their head, giving them nearly 340 degrees of visual coverage, but a significant blind spot directly in front and directly behind. When something appears in one of those blind spots unexpectedly, the reflex activates before the animal can process what it saw. That is the operational reality of working with these animals. The danger doesn't come from aggression. It comes from proximity to a creature whose survival reflexes are faster than your ability to anticipate them. People forget that horses bite. Horse teeth are large, flat, and built for grinding through dense plant material all day. The jaw pressure a horse can generate is substantial, enough to crush fingers, remove sections of scalp, and produce bite injuries that look indistinguishable from dog mauling cases in trauma records. Horses bite for several reasons: dominance, pain, resource guarding, play that escalates, and simple bad mood. A horse that pins its ears back and swings its head toward you is not being cute. That is a warning. Beginners don't know that. That is where most bites happen, not with professionals, but with casual visitors, with tourists, with people at riding schools who were told horses are gentle and approached the wrong end of a strange animal. There is a pattern in equestrian injury data that rarely gets discussed. The victim is often someone who has been around horses before, but not enough. Someone who has moved past initial fear without developing real situational awareness. The most dangerous rider is not the complete novice who is cautious. It is the intermediate who is comfortable. Comfort creates exposure. Exposure without expertise creates victims. In 1995, Christopher Reeves suffered a spinal injury during a routine equestrian competition. He was an experienced competitor. The jump was standard. He is one of thousands. In 2010, Australian professional jockey Caitlin Forrest suffered a traumatic brain injury after being thrown during a race at Morphettville, ending her career. In Australia, jockey injuries requiring hospitalization are tracked annually. The rate is among the highest of any professional sport in the country. In 2014, a 10-year-old girl in Texas died from blunt force trauma after being kicked in the head by a horse at a family ranch. The horse was described by relatives as calm and well-behaved, no prior incidents, no warning signs recorded. In 2018, a stableman in Kentucky, 23 years of experience, was found dead in a stall. The horse showed no distress. No one witnessed what happened. The coroner's report cited blunt force trauma consistent with a kick. In 2022, a ranch worker in New South Wales, Australia, was fatally struck while leading a horse between paddocks on a property he had worked at for over a decade. No extraordinary circumstances. No unusual animal behavior noted beforehand. A routine task. A routine morning. The horse spooked at something no one else saw. The man died before the ambulance arrived. These are not exotic scenarios. They are not the result of working with wild or dangerous breeds. They are the ordinary outcomes of ordinary proximity to an animal whose baseline physical capacity exceeds what most people are prepared for. One horse is dangerous. A group of horses is something else entirely. Horses are herd animals. When one panics, the panic spreads. This is not metaphor. It is hardwired neurological contagion. A single sound, a single movement, a single unfamiliar stimulus at the wrong moment can trigger a collective flight response in a herd of animals that together weigh tens of thousands of pounds. There are documented fatalities from domestic herd panics in open-range areas, situations where horses were spooked in enclosed spaces, and anyone in the path was simply run over. 6 horses, a few seconds, multiple people down. That is how fast it goes.
Now just imagine what her bite could do with those giant horse teeth. Those gigantic horse teeth could cause such a bite. They could do a lot of damage.
Multiple people down. That is how multiple people down. Multiple situations where horses were spooked in enclosed spaces, and anyone in the path was simply run over. 6 horses, a few seconds, multiple people down. That is how fast it goes. What makes herd panics especially deadly is the geometry. A single horse gives you a direction. You can attempt to step aside, to create distance. A panicking herd fills a space entirely. There is no gap. There is no angle. There is only movement, and you are either clear of it or you are not. The animals are not targeting you. They are not even aware of you. That is almost worse. You are simply an obstacle in the path of something that cannot stop. Here is what makes horses uniquely dangerous compared to other large animals: the gap between their appearance and their capability. A crocodile looks like it could kill you. A bear looks like it could kill you. The visual information aligns with the reality. A horse looks like a vehicle, a tool, something designed for human use. That misalignment is the actual danger. It is not a horse problem. It is a perception problem, one that the equestrian industry, the media, and centuries of cultural mythology have actively deepened. Horses were bred for war. The destrier, the medieval war horse, was trained to bite, kick, and trample enemy soldiers on command. These animals carried armored knights into hand-to-hand combat and were considered weapons in their own right. Historical accounts from multiple centuries describe war horses as active combatants, not just transport, but weapons, directed, lethal. We did not breed that out of them, we softened it, we channeled it. But the underlying neurology, the speed, the force, the flight response, that is still there, every time, in every horse. The gentle ones are well managed, not defanged. Here is what researchers and equine behaviorists still cannot fully explain. Horses are capable of what appears to be deliberate retaliation. There are documented cases, some in veterinary literature, of horses that were handled poorly and later, in unrelated moments, injured the specific handler who mistreated them, not another person, that person. Whether this represents actual memory-based intention or simply learned fear response to a specific stimulus is still debated. Horses have excellent long-term memory. They recognize faces. They track humans with peripheral vision that covers nearly 340 degrees. Research in animal cognition has established that horses distinguish individual human faces with a high degree of accuracy, and that they remember those faces across gaps of months, sometimes years. They can identify a person who was present during a stressful event and respond differently to that person in neutral contexts later. The emotional memory appears to outlast the situational one. What they are thinking when they do it, we genuinely do not know. And that uncertainty in an animal this large matters more than most people realize. You are not being asked to be afraid of horses. You are being asked to understand what you are standing next to when you stand next to one. An animal that outweighs most vehicles, that moves faster than almost anything on land at its size, that can injure you with a single unintentional movement, and kill you with one intentional one, that carries the genetic memory of battlefields and open plains, that has been killing humans consistently across every country, every decade, every level of experience. We have spent centuries building a mythology around the horse because we needed it. We needed the cavalry charge, the frontier image, the noble partnership. We needed the horse to be something we could trust completely. But trust is not the same as safety, and beauty is not the same as benign. Horses are not dangerous because they are vicious. They are dangerous because they are powerful, and we decided to stop believing it. The statistics did not get that memo.
There are some people in this world that are completely enamored with chimps. People who want to own them, dress them up, and love them like children. But chimps are not children, and pretending like they are can be the worst mistake you ever make.
What's the problem?
Send the police! The chimp killed my friend! She's dead, he ripped her apart.
What draws many people to chimps, and what makes certain people see them as children, is exactly what makes me wary. That they're our closest living relatives, and we share 98.8% of our DNA with them. I think I've avoided making this video for that exact reason. Learning about chimps, in many ways, is like looking into a mirror, and I've feared that it's a mirror that would reflect the worst parts of us. Just like humans, they can be violent, vengeful, veering into the sadistic. They wage full-on wars with one another, and even cannibalize their enemies. And this fact has made me avoid wanting to learn too much about them. But if you take a bigger perspective, chimps are probably the single most fascinating animal to study on this planet. Because chimps are extremely intelligent. So intelligent that sometimes chimp intelligence seems to even exceed our own. Evidence shows that chimps have photographic memory, something that almost no adult human has. And this incredible intelligence allows them to lead extremely complex lives, with strong social cohesion, empathy, and friendship. And yet, violence is a pillar of their highly sophisticated society. Why is violence so important in the lives of chimps? Why do they have photographic memory? And do they have the capacity to understand the atrocities they commit? Chimpanzees are great apes that inhabit the dense ancient forests and grasslands of Africa, from Senegal to Tanzania, where the echoes of their calls resonate through the canopy. And although chimps are our closest living relatives, we have dramatically different ways of moving about the world. We are obligate terrestrial bipeds, meaning we are built to walk on 2 feet all the time. Our feet have a longitudinal arch and an enlarged, robust calcaneus. These help stiffen the foot and store elastic energy that can be released during the contact of each foot to the ground. Additionally, our big toe is aligned in parallel with our other toes, giving our foot a lever shape that makes walking long distances easy and efficient. We don't have any prehensile ability with our feet, maybe beyond picking up dirty laundry and flinging it into the basket. And when humans walk, our hips and ribs swing in opposite directions. This saves energy. Chimps, on the other hand, can walk on 2 hind legs and will occasionally do it, but it's not how they usually get around. In fact, they have an opposable big toe, or hallux, making their whole foot resemble a hand, and it can grasp much like a hand can. And they don't have as much of a stiffening arch. Chimps also swing their hips more than humans when they walk on their 2 feet, and their ribs move in the same direction as their hips, which is less efficient. So instead, they usually walk quadrupedally, using a style of locomotion called knuckle walking. This is where they curl their fingers into a fist and put their body weight on their knuckles. Only the African great apes, and oddly, some ability with our feet, maybe beyond picking up dirty laundry and flinging it into the basket. And when humans walk, our hips and ribs swing in opposite directions. This saves energy. Chimps, on the other hand, can walk on two hind legs and will occasionally do it, but it's not how they usually get around. In fact, they have an opposable big toe, or hallux, making their whole foot resemble a hand, and it can grasp much like a hand can. And they don't have as much of a stiffening arch. Chimps also swing their hips more than humans when they walk on their 2 feet, and their ribs move in the same direction as their hips, which is less efficient. So instead, they usually walk quadrupedally, using a style of locomotion called knuckle walking. This is where they curl their fingers into a fist and put their body weight on their knuckles. Only the African great apes, and oddly, some anteaters, pangolins, and platypuses do this. But why? What does this odd group of animals have in common? These animals all have highly specialized front feet needed for things other than locomotion. Anteaters and pangolins have extremely long claws that they use for digging up insects that can get in the way of walking. Platypus fingers have webbing that extends past the fingers to aid in swimming, so knuckle walking helps them not trip. And chimps, bonobos, and gorillas have long fingers that would become overextended and get in the way of regular walking. Knuckle walking also allows the African apes to carry stuff, like fruit or tools, while still walking on 4 legs. And those long fingers are a crucial adaptation needed to securely grip branches during brachiation, a form of arboreal movement where chimps swing from branch to branch. And their fingers aren't just long, but curved. When we grasp a horizontal pole, our straight fingers sort of makes a square shape, and pressure is unevenly spread. But when the curved fingers of a chimp grasp a pole, their fist is more circular, and pressure is more evenly spread across the pole. And even though the distance between the pole and the bones of the fingers are the same in both, the chimp can grasp a much bigger pole. And this grip is strong. Grip strength is the amount of force a person or chimp exerts when holding onto an object, or how tightly they can grasp something. The average healthy grip strength for men is a squeeze of about 73 pounds or 33 kilograms, while women typically measure around 44 pounds or about 20 kilograms. 3 pounds or 33 kilograms. Strength is the amount of force a person or chimp exerts when holding onto an object, or how tightly they can grasp something. The average healthy grip strength for men is a squeeze of about 73 pounds or 33 kilograms.
73 pounds for men is the average grip strength. Mine is over 150. I can close 150-pound grippers, the steel grippers, with my left hand and my right hand. And I was working on the 200-pound grippers. I have closed the 150s and held them shut. So if the average man is 73, I'm at over 150. Viking strong grip strength. Viking strong. Viking strong. I'm double the average man and much stronger than the average woman. What did they say the average woman was? I think I have some pictures of me closing them somewhere, with them closed, my hand closed.
How tightly they can grasp something. The average healthy grip strength for men is a squeeze of about 73 pounds or 33 kilograms, while women typically measure around 44 pounds or about 20 kilograms.
44 pounds, and hers is 51, so she's actually higher than average. But I could crush her hand in my hand, her little female hand. And women tend to believe that they're just as strong. It's remarkable. It really is.
The sources vary on this, but some report that the grip strength of an adult chimpanzee is around 440 pounds or 200 kilograms, while other sources claim figures of up to 730 pounds or 330 kilograms. The source here isn't great, and it's in Russian, so I'm not really sure if this is correct. But it's not so hard to imagine. Chimpanzees find most of their preferred foods in tree canopies, and thus have to have incredible grip and upper body strength. Chimps are known to hang by one arm for 35 minutes a day. I could probably do this for about 5 seconds. Chimps have long been known to have what many call super strength. For a long time, it was said that chimps have the strength of 5 men. And this too is probably an exaggeration.
I don't think she could hang from one arm for 5 seconds. I'd be surprised if she could. If she could hang her body weight from one arm for 5 seconds. I doubt it.
But a study in 2017 worked to quantify the differences in strength and muscle between chimps and humans, and the reality is still striking. Fast twitch muscle fibers are skeletal muscles that contract quickly and create a lot of explosive bursts of energy, like throwing a punch or launching a jump. Human muscle is composed of 40% fast twitch fibers, and chimpanzee muscle is composed of 67%. And the same study found that pound for pound, chimps' muscles are 1.5 times stronger than ours. Chimps also have denser bones and stronger tendons, which contribute to their ability to handle and apply greater force without injury. So, in one swift motion, a chimp could easily rip your face off. But it doesn't stop there. Chimps also have enormous canines, especially the males. These formidable teeth are weapons of war. They're used as threat displays, and when necessary, will tear an enemy apart. Chimps are arguably the most violent of any of the great apes, besides humans. They wage wars, engage in murder, and even cannibalism. And they notably attack and brutally maim human caregivers, or captors depending on how you want to look at it, more than any other ape. During attacks, chimps will target a person's hands, face, feet, and genitals. Why are they seemingly so much more brutal than the other great apes? Violence in the great apes is not completely uncommon. Orangutan males sometimes fight one another for territory or mates. And while gorillas are definitely formidable, severe aggression is rare in stable gorilla groups. With bonobos, the closest relative to chimps, the males do sometimes fight, but overall they're considered a peaceful ape. And humans, well, you know. But violence in chimp societies feels different. And it started to come to light in the early 1970s, when primatologist Jane Goodall and her colleagues started studying chimps in Gombe Stream National Park in Tanzania. And during the course of their observations, they watched a group of chimps descend into a horrific and bloody civil war. A once unified group was spread over the lower Kakombe Valley, consisting of 14 adult males and 25 females. But soon, 7 males started hanging out in the community's southern edge, forming a southern subgroup. At first, contacts between these groups remained peaceful, but slowly a fracture began to form. The southern subgroup was now akin to a group of separatists trying to claim some territory for themselves. This would prove to be a fatal mistake. The first blood was spilled on January 7, 1974, when 6 male chimps from the northern main group ambushed a single southern subgroup male and beat him to death. Later, the northern males, and intriguingly one female, isolated another separatist male and killed him too. And the targeted attacks continued. Next was the most tragic. An elderly male from the separatist group named Goliath was located by the Northerners, and Goliath greeted his old friends amicably, but this didn't stop them from brutally attacking him, and even as they tore away at him, Goliath could not bring himself to fight back against the chimps that were once his friends. Soon after, another male vanished, never to be seen again, assumedly also attacked and killed. At this point, there were only 3 males of the separatist group left. The next male's death wasn't observed by the researchers, but fishermen heard sounds of a fierce and ugly fight, and days later, a corpse was found. Next, another male disappeared without a trace. The last remaining male held on for over a year. The scientists hoped he might escape or be welcomed back into the main group. But no, they killed him eventually too. And it wasn't just the males that were killed. Several females were also brutally attacked, killed, or kidnapped. The northern males succeeded in quelling this separatist movement, but peace was short-lived. Soon after, another war broke out between the winning group and another neighboring group. The separatists had acted as a buffer, and that buffer was gone. Violence was a part of life for years for chimps in this area, with territories constantly shrinking and dividing, alliances being broken and built. These observations sent shockwaves through the scientific community. And it wasn't just the fact that these chimps killed each other, it was how gut-wrenchingly brutal the killings were. Witnessing this violent reality of chimps for the first time haunted Jane Goodall.
That was very shocking when I realized chimps are capable of extreme brutality and violence just like us. It was really horrifying.
In her 1990 memoir, she wrote about how she would lay awake at night remembering the images of chimps drinking blood from their victim's body, of hurling enormous rocks at an already incapacitated enemy, at ripping each other apart by the skin, at chimps beating another to death, a chimp that the assailant once looked up to. And worst of all, she remembered one chimp eating another's baby, her mouth smeared with its blood. It's hard to unlearn certain facts about chimps. It's so hard that for a long time, people didn't want this violence to be true. They wanted to blame it on humans. In fact, they blamed Jane Goodall for it, saying without her interference, none of it would have happened. The crux of this argument was that Goodall and her colleagues would leave bananas in a clearing to draw the chimps in to better observe them. And soon, fighting began over the bananas, and then all-out war erupted. No one had ever witnessed this level of chimp brutality before, so it makes sense that some people were trying to blame an outside influence. But a new analysis looked at hundreds of combined years of observations to get a comprehensive overview of chimpanzee killings. And they found that human impact, like habitat disturbance or feeding by researchers, had no bearing on how many killings occurred at a given research site. And for the chimps at Gombe, they concluded that the war likely began due to an existing power struggle between 3 high-ranking males, exacerbated by competition for females with low reproductive availability. Chimps are just naturally territorial, and naturally pretty brutal. Males need to fight to expand territory to be able to obtain more food for themselves, for their mates, and their offspring. The same study found that the best predictor of violence among chimps is the number of males.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. Is it? Regina's back. What's up? What's going on?
I'm fine. Oh yeah, I wanted to warn you, there's this guy on YouTube that's made a video about you.
Oh, really?
He really doesn't like you. He has something to do with Aaron Haywood.
Oh, he's not. He's not in love with me or anything?
No, he says you're part of the Red Triangle Stalking Network.
Red Triangle? I never heard of
Stalking
it.
Network.
I never heard of it.
He goes by Evil Reflection 7E.
Evil Reflection.
7E.
Okay. Evil Reflection.
Reflection 7E.
7E?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Is that all one word? Reflection.
He
7E.
has multiple channels.
Huh. I can't seem to find his channel.
If you go to Aaron Haywood, he'll have it linked in the description below.
How did you find Aaron Haywood's channel?
For you.
Through me?
Yeah.
Huh. I'm on
Yeah.
Aaron Haywood 4.0.
If you go to his community page, you'll find it in the link description below.
Oh, okay.
It's that guy that has a problem with you.
This guy.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
You scroll further down, you'll find the link. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Right here?
Yeah. There's the tag to
They're
his
knocking
channel.
on my door.
There's the tag to his channel. Go to his live streams.
Okay.
That's the video right there.
Which one?
The picture of Aaron Haywood. Yeah, that one.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to demonstrate really quickly how Aaron Haywood's a complete liar, right? He's been claiming for years now that I play the role of the Sanity Machine, so I'm live streaming right now. And I'm going to go ahead and show the Sanity Machine, right? I'm going to share the Sanity Machine's stream right now.
With the font that says UFO Jesus.
So
It
as
reminds
you
me
can
of Miami
see,
Vice. That's
Aaron
what I was
Haywood's
thinking
a
of, that old
liar.
TV show. That old classic TV show that I used to watch when I was much younger.
Can everybody hear the Sanity Machine? I'm pretty sure the
would be
fake
on,
Sanity
I
Machine
think, Friday
channel or
nights in
whatever,
Canada
he
when they
goes
would
by
go to
Steven
the
or
cottage.
whatever is speaking right
Get
now.
to the cottage and
So Aaron Haywood has been
shows like
saying for
Miami Vice
years
would be
that I
on
play the
TV.
role of the Sanity Machine, and Aaron Haywood is a liar. And you can also see that this Sanity Machine is in the same network with Aaron, the Red Triangle Stalking Network.
It's a beautiful day in the Hell Realm today.
Symbolism here, right?
So this asshole is claiming I'm in the same network. I never heard of this. This guy is lying about me. This small channel, small
Yep.
fry, 205 subs.
Yeah, he sure is.
He's a liar. I'm
Yeah,
not working with Aaron Gaywood or anyone
He
else.
says, from what I hear, this guy is part of the Red Triangle Stalking Network.
The first I heard of the Red Stocking Network is Red Triangles tonight. I never heard of it. Beautiful day in
So,
Hell Realm today.
That whole beef
Won't you be
between
mine?
the
Won't you
Sanity
be
Machine and
we in the
Just a second.
Outback. That's what this stream is about.
so that whole
We in the
beef
Outback.
between the Sanity Machine and Aaron Haywood was completely fake from the
Didgeridoo.
start.
Didgeridoo.
It was
No, it wasn't fake. Not fake at all.
just fake
I'm not
Red
even sure if I'm
Triangle
pronouncing that
kayfabe,
right.
and I was the only real one basically caught in the
It's that long
psyop, right?
wind,
Where they were,
wind
where
instrument
Aaron
that they
Haywood
use.
was falsely
Did everybody
accusing
see
me
this
for
earlier?
years of being this Sanity
I
Machine
don't know if you
channel,
saw this.
right? This fake Steven channel or whatever.
Hey,
So
check this out,
anyhow,
everyone. I went over to
I'm just
Team
doing
Eagle.
this to
Check this
demonstrate
out.
how this network lies and smear
It's gonna
campaigns
take 'em
to
places.
target. Like in this
Wow, our
case,
brother
I'm the
Steven.
target, and they're smear campaigning
Steven,
me.
you have
So this idiot is covering my channel, accusing me, and I've done nothing. This is why I don't want to deal with paranoid baby truthers. They're absolute fools like this guy. This loser, this Matthew David Weiner. He's a loser. I don't know if I should subscribe to his channel or not. I don't know. This is unbelievable. What an idiot. The truth about his mother. Look at this. This is so bizarre. This weird looking character. This weirdo is talking about me. Wow. Here's Aaron Gaywood.
Pictured on screen is the demon Osei. Right, OSE, depicted in mythology as a feline type.
Aaron Gaywood's voice absolutely sucks.
Brett, Spirit Walker 77, claims that I'm Evil Reflection 17, despite the fact that Evil Reflection 17 and Brett have been on live streams together, 4-hour live streams directed at myself. All right, so as you can see, you've got live. Right, the time is 5:42 on the 26th of March, 2026. All right, if Brett's mouth.
These creepy creatures are such losers. What a bunch of liars and losers and demons. Look at this. Ugh. Ew.
All right, this character.
Hairless and moobs, this guy.
Calls himself Evil Reflection. Right, and I want you to have a think about that name. Right, he's put up this upload, must have been yesterday, right, as bait. Because what he was hoping was that I was going to come on here and mock his conditioning and physique. Right, and he was going to report me to YouTube. All right, I don't need to say anything. All right, nothing at all. All right, he was desperately trying to get my attention all week with just absolute nonsense. Reason being because this was his plan, but as I've always maintained, he's clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. So he claims that I'm working with these two characters here, both of whom I exposed with career-ending uploads, literally, right? And they struck them both down.
These idiots never achieve anything. They just talk about each other like a bunch of drama queens. They're losers. That's what they are. They're losers. They're a bunch of idiots. Look at this.
All right, I'm going to address the lies and slander put forward over the last few weeks by this character pictured on screen that calls himself Evil Reflection 17. All right, so he's put out this video titled Aaron Haywood Exposed. All right, and as soon as I saw the upload.
These fools can't sing like the Raven King. They can't sing like me.
It's a realm of atrocities, and you love it. You love it! You love the cruelty. You love the torture.
Don't lie.
You love the lies. You love the lies! Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Wicked world. Wicked evil. Demonic world. You love it. You love the evil, atrocities. You love this wicked, evil,
Hell realm.
of demons. You love the sickness, hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. The underworld. The upside down world.
You love it. Higher than heaven in your mind.
Every breath is a lie.
Every word is a crime.
A spiritual crime. You love the atrocities.
You love the demons.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. Jesus. Jesus. Jesus loves me, yes I know, and the devil tells me so. Jesus loves me, yes I know, the Freemasonic Bible tells me so. Yay! Jesus! UFO Jesus. Cowboy Jesus.
Chinese Jesus.
Black Jesus.
Dolphin Jesus.
The Messiah is fire! Fuck yeah! King Jesus, Gangsta Jesus, homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair.
Jesus loves me, yes I know.
And the devil tells me so.
He assures me
that Jesus
loves me! Jesus!
Fuck you, heretics.
Thank Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
Glorious Jesus.
Amen, Jesus.
Hallelujah, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Surfer Jesus.
UFO Jesus.
Mexican Jesus.
Yeah, homeless. Dolphin Jesus.
Loves you.
Jesus.
Loves you.
Who does it better? Who does it better? All the demons can do is hate and envy and slander and insult. That's all they can do. That's all they can do. They can't compete with me. These creepy little creatures. Who does it better? Nobody. Nobody does it better. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Singing lullabies to vampires, whispering into deaf ears,
Kissing blood tears.
showing sunsets to the blind. This is no place for the pure and kind. This is a realm for the walking dead, a realm of death. Singing lullabies to vampires.
Voodoo is not for fools.
Be careful where you tread.
Zombies.
Let the dead lead the dead. Bury the heads in sand.
Let the dead be dead.
Let me be.
Eternity awaits me.
Go ahead, swim in a sea filled with lies.
Let the rivers flow with blood. Let the slaves smile and toil.
It's an evil world.
It's a wicked, witchy world. squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you and you're cuckoo?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt